Not only that, he also said that Grandma is preparing to make my favorite dish. Grandma hasn't cooked in a long time. Lin Ran nodded, offering a 0.1 second moment of silence for Chun Qingtian. That's great. Go back, it's fine. This is a good thing. Chun Qingtian looked miserable. I can't go back for a while. Filming starts again in 2 days, and it's too much trouble to run back and forth. I'm not like you, with someone to support me. Who's supporting me? At this, Chun Qingtian's eyes darted around and landed on Luo Yao. Sister-in-law, I heard you guys are going back. Is that true? MHM, then can I stay here in Modu for a few days? I want to get a feel for this kind of millionaire lifestyle in advance. Chun Qingtian's face was full of anticipation and longing. She knew that her request to stay over while the owners were away was a bit rude, but she couldn't help it. She loved this place too much. As you wish. Luo Yao couldn't be bothered to say another word to Chun Qingtian. She wasn't a chatterbox like Chun Qingtian. She didn't want to waste her breath on anyone but Lin Ran. But I don't like that Jeang Fewa. Can you let her take a few days off? The most uncomfortable thing for her here was this estate manager. You won't see her in 2 days. What's Jeang Feihua going to do? She's preparing to die? Chun Qingtian's face was a question mark. Huh? Sister-in-law, I'm not kidding. Neither am I. Chun Qingtian's brain stalled for a moment. If someone else had said that, it might just be talk. But the person who said it was Luo Yao, and Chun Qingtian didn't think Luo Yao was one for casual remarks. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine. Chun Qingtian admitted she was a bit spooked. Right, have you guys seen the news? So many people are slandering you. I just don't get it. The Luo family clearly brought this on themselves. How can they blame sister-in-law? Luo Yao said with an indifferent look, It's fine, the authorities will handle it. After all, the Bureau is investigating everything. Luo Yao was right. The Bureau would indeed announce the results. Not only that, the authorities would also release all the criminal facts about the Li and Luo families. The Luo family was done for with drug trafficking, with Luo Ludu as the mastermind. He had also planned a shocking bombing incident, and the number of people implicated would not be small. This kind of thing was extremely serious in Huaxia. Luo Ludu couldn't even be considered a criminal anymore. He was a terrorist. The authorities naturally wouldn't let him go. With all his crimes made public, Luo Ludu's life was completely over. The other crimes of the Luo family were still under investigation, and the results would be updated in real time. But do you think the Luo family was finished? No. The head of the Luo family, Luo Youqi, regained control and handed over a list of many people who had colluded with Luo Ludu. He even established a charitable foundation, a 100% transparent one at that. This was called sacrificing a limb to save the body. As for the Li family, the Li father and son organizing celebrity prostitution was just an appetizer. The human trafficking that followed was the main course, and betraying the country was an even bigger case. The Wong family suffered the smallest losses. After paying back taxes, the issue of box office fraud needed to be resolved, which wasn't too difficult. And now, with the Wong family backed by Luo Yao, things would go much more smoothly. As for Wong Daikong, he would be out after a few days in detention. Seeing this result, Lin Ran's heart found it hard to be calm. In his previous life, there weren't so many plot twists, yet Luo Yao still shook the entire country. This life was even more explosive. And did you think netizens would believe it after the official statement? They would only think Luo Yao's background was too powerful, letting their imaginations run wilder. Seeing Lin Ran fall into a pensive mode, Luo Yao interrupted him. Hey Ran, we'll sort out a few more things tomorrow, then we'll head back to Jingdu in the afternoon. Okay, I'll listen to you. We can make it home just before New Year's Eve. Home. This word was both familiar and strange. Strange before, familiar now. She and Lin Ran had their own home. At this moment, in Modu, Park Bujiai and Park Gukjiai were both in a state of shock and bewilderment. Father, I think we should return to Korea as soon as possible. I'm getting a feeling that this place is a bit dangerous. Park Bujiai wasn't arrogant this time. His heart was pounding. He had thought Luo Yao was strong, but he hadn't expected her to be this wild. Damn it, such a good partnership just gone like that. Park Gukjiai, is this really Huaxia? It wasn't surprising they had this question. If this were in Korea, their Samsung could be even more ruthless than Luo Yao, but this was Huaxia. Luo Yao is, after all, the nominal number 1 chaebol. It's normal for her to have some power. Father, let's leave quickly. Park Bujiai nodded. This time, even he didn't dare to be overconfident. All right. As he said this, anger flared in his eyes again. Luo Yao, I hope you come to Korea one day. When that time comes, I'll let you know the true power of an old guard chaebol. Park Gukjiai urged, Father, stop bragging. Let's get going. Park Bujii glanced at his son, not expecting his own son to dare speak to him like that. I need to do some finishing work here, get the fun from the previous bid. You go back first. I'll leave shortly after. Okay, father, be careful. Park Gukji didn't hesitate for a moment. He didn't want to stay in this place for another day. And so, he set off for the airport alone in a private car. But what he didn't expect was that before he even reached the airport, he was intercepted. When he woke up again, he saw his stepmother and younger brother. At the Modu Estate Villa, after Lin Ran and Luo Yao finished dinner, they were preparing to do something interesting together. Young Master Lin, your brother is live streaming again. What brother? I don't have a brother. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Ran also hadn't expected that Lin Jian would still have the nerve to stream. He knew about the mass return incident Lin Jian had experienced. While the three major families and the Luo Group were constantly trending, Lin Jian had also squeezed in once. Shocking, live stream shopping return rate record broken on top of that. Lin Jian had also created a popular meme. You're so Lin Jian. Right, my mistake. Lin Jian is streaming again. Do you still want to watch? No. Isn't it better to spend this time with my wife? Why watch him? Within Luo Yao's cold eyes was an indescribable tenderness. Fubo nodded. Then you two get some rest. Wait. Luo Yao suddenly stopped Fubo. Miss, is there anything else? Turn on the lights in the heated pool. Ran wants to swim. Lin ran. I do. Yes, that's right. I'm going with Yao Yao. Chun Tian put down her controller in the living room. I also want to go rest. Seeing the two cold stares from Luo Yao and Lin Ran, Chun Tian instantly dismissed the thought. Fubo walked over to Chun Tian. Miss Chun, shall I take you to do something interesting? What is it? Watch a live stream. Lin Ran and Luo Yao went to change. Fubo had a servant turn on the projector and started watching Lin Jian's live stream with Chun Tian. Just because Lin Ran wasn't watching didn't mean others weren't. Fubo now had a feeling that following Lin Jian's saga was a bit addictive. He was very curious to see just how miserable the Lin family's end would be. The live stream screen appeared, and Chun Tian immediately saw Lin Jian's utterly disgusting face. My god, this guy is so hideous. Actually, Lin Jian looked decent, with a sort of boy-next-door feel, while Lin Ran had the aura of a sunny and cheerful young man. Of course, in terms of looks, Lin Ran absolutely crushed Lin Jian, but that didn't mean Lin Jian was ugly. In fact, on campus, Lin Jian was also a candidate for Campus Heartthrob. Hello, my fans, I'm Lin Jian. It's great to see you all again. The moment Lin Jian spoke, the comments in the live chat were all great to see your ass. Although Lin Jian wasn't ugly, his personality was too disgusting. Thinking about the things he did, many people's first reaction was the urge to vomit. So now a popular phrase on the internet for cursing someone disgusting was, "You're so Lin Jian." It had already become a meme. Now, this meme didn't just represent disgusting. It could be used for bitch, idiot, scumbag, incest, and so on. Chun Tian. Fubo, can I send a gift and then apply for a refund as a minor? Fubo was taken aback. You can. Do you need me to do it? Chun Tian shook her head. Forget it. What if the application fails? Then I'd be tipping a dog. With that money, I'd rather buy some razor blades and mail them to him. Do you need me to give you Lin Jian's address? Chun Tian looked surprised. You have his address? Of course, young Master Lin arranged it, Fu Bo said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Chun Tian's face darkened. She shot Fu Bo a look, thinking to herself, cousin really knows how to play. In fact, her hatred for Lin Jian was much deeper than that of the people online, as he was someone who had bullied her cousin. What Fu Bo and Chun Tian didn't expect was that Lin Jian was selling products again. And this time, he sold quite a lot, even more than the last time. In the live stream, Lin Jian hawked his wares while frowning. Family, the listed quantity has already sold out. May my readers all get rich in 2025, then list more, I didn't get any. You're so Lin Jian. Lin Jian, here's the deal, family. Although I got the price down, there's a limited quota, but for my family, I've taken the liberty to add another wave of benefits for you. Non-stop updates during the holiday. Just sell your stuff. I'll place my order. Stop calling us family. Who's your family? You're so damn Lin Jian. Lin Jian? What does so Lin Jian mean? Aren't these supposed to be my anti-fans? Why do I feel like they actually quite like me? Thinking this, Lin Jian worked even harder. And so, his product sold out again. Looking at the sales numbers, he wasn't very happy because he still had to consider the issue of returns later. This live stream was a risk. No one was willing to partner with him, and the only one who did wanted a bet. What was the bet? It was quite interesting. People usually bet on sales, fans, performance, or something similar, but his partner was betting with Lin Jian on the return rate. However, although Lin Jian was worried, he wasn't entirely without confidence. He smirked, feeling very self-assured. The path to a woman's heart. Holy shit, his mouth is crooked. Someone go tear it off him. Don't let him transform into the Dragon King. Beauty's desire. No, what's he smiling about? What's there for someone so Lin Jian to smile about? After his confident smirk, Lin Jian's face immediately turned sorrowful. Family, my dearest father has always been the person I respected and loved the most since I was young, but I never expected him to end up in this state. My older brother doesn't like us, but I don't blame him. After all, he isn't weak like me. Lin Jian started playing the victim in his live stream. Behind him, Lin Tianba was very cooperative this time. Just as the Lin family was vigorously playing the victim, Luo Yao, wearing a bikini, appeared at the pool. Lin Ran had been waiting for a long time. The first time seeing Luo Yao like this, it was beyond what words could describe. Lin Ran felt his head buzzing, and he had to forcefully chant a calming mantra to suppress the desire that was about to burst out of him. "Hey Ran, let's play." Lin Ran swallowed hard. He didn't understand why. After being reborn, he had no resistance to Luo Yao at all. It wasn't like this in his previous life. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but it was too frequent. He felt like he could run out of ammunition and die at any moment. "Yao Yao, swimming is fine, but I have a problem. I don't think I'm very good in the water. What should I do?" Lin Ran wasn't good at swimming. You could even say he barely knew how. He didn't like water usually. At most, he could keep himself from sinking, but if you asked him to swim, it was a bit much for this landlubber. "It's okay, I'll teach you." For some reason, Lin Ran felt that Luo Yao's gaze was strange, revealing a color of excitement. Oh, okay. It was winter now, and it was definitely cold outside, but this heated pool didn't just have temperature-control water. The entire area around the pool was also heated. After Lin Ran got into the water, he saw Luo Yao glide into the water like a mermaid, and with an underwater dash, she was right beside him. "Wifey, you're truly all-powerful, unlike me, who's so useless. I've been training since I was a child. I had to learn everything, or I would die." A pang of pain shot through Lin Ran's heart. Luo Yao's past was too difficult. Online, everyone said he was the most miserable young master, but he felt his misery was nothing compared to Luo Yao's. How big was the difference? Lin Ran's past was known to the whole country. Luo Yao's past, the whole country could never know. It was to the extent that even if it were made into a movie, it couldn't be shown. That was the difference. "Yao Yao, I will use my whole life to heal my little demon." Luo Yao immediately made a funny face, her cute expression utterly disarming Lin Ran. What if, in the end, I'm still a demon? Luo Yao found it strange. In the past, when Lin Ran called her a demon, his tone was full of hatred, and every time he said it, Luo Yao's heart would grow cold. Now, Lin Ran still called her a demon, but it sounded so sweet. So, the title wasn't important. What was important was the identity and attitude of the person saying it. "I only said I'd heal my little demon. I never said I'd change my little demon. In the end, of course you'll still be a little demon, and I'll still love you." Luo Yao smiled happily. "Then the little demon will teach you how to swim." "Okay, what's a rant skill level? Swim a lap and let me see." "Oh, not." She was overestimating him. Lin Ran did as he was told, flailing his arms and splashing water everywhere. One stroke after another, it looked quite impressive at first glance. At least the splashes were big enough. A flurry of tiger-like moves, and when he looked up, Luo Yao was right in front of him. "Lin Ran, I've already swum a lap. This isn't so hard." However, Luo Yao's next words shattered Lin Ran's illusion. "You didn't move at all. You were just doggy paddling in place." Lin Ran was a bit embarrassed. It's not like he wanted to be so useless. A Ran swimming level is indeed not very good. But it's okay. First, relax your body and float on the surface for me. Lin Ran could do this. It was a very basic skill he had learned in swimming class. As Lin Ran lay on the water, Luo Yao directly used her hands to help him. Unable to hold back, Lin Ran started to flail. "Yao Yao, if you're going to teach, then teach. Don't let your hands wander. It's distracting. I'm just training your abilities. You might encounter many accidents in the water, especially in rivers or the sea. I'm training you now, so you won't be like this when you encounter special situations in the future." Lin Ran looked puzzled. "Are you serious?" Luo Yao nodded. "All right." Lin Ran compromised. "Wait, are you sure your hands are supposed to be there?" Luo Yao's voice grew quieter and quieter. "This is a Ran's reward for protecting me today." "Yao Yao, stop, I can't take it." "Yao Yao, where'd she go?" When Lin Ran got back into a diving position, he found that Luo Yao had disappeared. Lin ran panicked for a moment, looking around but saw no one. Suddenly, he felt something in the water. Lin looked down. Instantly, his nose grew warm. Carrot, oh carrot. You can really use your imagination here. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day, their last day in Modu. This afternoon, Lin and Luo Yao were heading back to Jingdu. In his previous life, Luo Yao had stayed in Modu for 7 days. This time, the duration was about the same, with almost no change, which was a bit unscientific. After all, this time he was with Luo Yao, so she should have had no worries and acted more decisively. But after thinking about it, Lin was relieved. To put it bluntly, it was likely because his presence had caused Luo Yao to be somewhat distracted by pleasure, and the extra time was wasted on that. Iran, we might be a bit busy today. It's okay. Being with you, no matter how busy, is happy time. Lin's way with words was getting better and better. Every seemingly trivial sentence was exactly what Luo Yao needed. Then let's go. Lin nodded and turned to look at the righteous-looking young man. Xiaotong, come on, I'll take you to meet someone. Xiaotong was full of questions. Why did young Master Lin say that? The car drove out of the estate towards the Luo Group's Moda branch office. When they arrived at the branch, everyone in the company was shocked. The Luo Yao in their eyes now was different from a few days ago. Back then, Luo Yao was cold and ruthless, decisive and fierce in her actions. They feared and admired her, but the feeling wasn't overwhelmingly profound. But now, in their eyes, Luo Yao had become an omnipotent great demon king. Even though they were employees of the Luo Group, their hearts trembled when they saw Luo Yao. This was the person who had caused the 3 major families to either be destroyed or submit in just a few days. However, it was precisely because of Luo Yao's ability that these employees felt a great sense of security. They both loved and feared her. It went without saying what they feared, but what they loved was that their salaries would likely reach a new level. Is that CEO Luo? She's so cool. I never thought we would get the Science and Technology City project so easily. In the future, most of the work for this project will be handled by our Moda branch. This could become a landmark project for all of Huaxia. I suddenly understand now why CEO Luo had to clean house the other day. It was because she wanted to get rid of people like Luo Wunai before securing the Science and Technology City project. CEO Luo's ability is too strong. So strong it's a bit scary. Does young Master Lin really not feel any pressure being with her? Have you guys heard? Samsung's eldest son, Park Guk-gi, has gone missing. Do you think it was also CEO Luo? Shut up, do you want to die? Luo Yao naturally heard these discussions in the company, but she showed no emotional fluctuation. It was like, I'm already standing at the mountain's peak. Why would I care what the ants at the foot of the mountain are saying? As long as you don't say Lin likes other women, you can say whatever you want. Xiaotong, I'm letting you meet someone today. This is something I once promised you. Xiaotong looked at Lin with an incredulous gaze. Of course, he remembered what Lin had promised him. Young Master Lin, look, she's here. Just then a woman walked in. CEO Luo, you were looking for her. The woman had just started speaking when she saw Xiaotong staring at her in shock on the side. And then she was shocked as well. Luo Yao and Lin quietly left. They hadn't come here to watch a reunion. They had more important things to do. This Qi Chengwei's background is quite strong. I didn't expect her to be working at Luo Group. Luo Yao nodded. She had Lu Meng investigate Qi Chengwei. Qi Chengwei was the young miss of the Qi family in Chuanshu, but she had been missing for over a year. No one knew where she went, including the Qi family themselves. Of course, this was all on the surface. Luo Yao already knew the real situation. After a deep investigation by Lu Meng, it was discovered that Qi Chengwei had a romance that enraged the Qi family. A story of a rich young lady falling in love with a bodyguard. And the male lead was Xiaotong. Later, the two were forcibly separated, and Xiaotong even nearly died in Chuanshu. After escaping, Xiaotong worked hard and eventually entered a special training security group. After layers of screening, he became one of them and then began protecting Lin. Xiaotong had no foundation or backing. It was unrealistic for him to build a career in the business world. Even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be looked upon favorably by the old established families, so he took a different path. His biggest dream was to one day rely on the Luo family's background to take Qi Chengwei away, but a dream was just a dream. He had even once thought of asking Luo Yao to rescue Qi Chengwei, but later he received news that Qi Chengwei had gone missing. Qi Chengwei was initially under house arrest for several years, during which the Qi family also arranged many blind dates. but Qi Chengwei always resisted with the threat of death. Until one day over a year ago, Qi Chengwei disappeared. Unexpectedly, when she reappeared, it was at the Luo Group, and she had become a regional manager. As the young miss of the Qi family, she was naturally skilled in many things. It was reasonable for her to become a regional manager in just a year. The reason Qi Chengwei worked so hard was to one day stand before the Qi family and show them her success. Why did she choose the Luo Group? It was simple. She had done her research and felt that Luo Yao was definitely the type who feared no one. Even if the Qi family came looking for her, she would have a backer to rely on. Anyone would have to think twice before confronting the Luo Group. Her thinking was remarkably similar to Xiao Tong's. The news about Luo Yao had been spreading like wildfire online these past few days, and she was definitely one of the happiest people to see it. The stronger Luo Yao was, the more confident she felt. It's a good thing she's not some kind of mole, otherwise Xiao Tong wouldn't have his white moonlight. Lin shook his head with a wry smile. How many lovers in the world are ultimately defeated by mismatched social status? Yao, how do you plan to arrange things for her? Are you transferring her to Jingdu, or leaving Xiao Tong in Modu? Luo Yao looked at Lin strangely. Qi Chengwei is in Modu. She still has things to do. Xiao Tong is your bodyguard, so he naturally has to return to Jingdu. Lin looked surprised. So, you don't plan on letting them be together at all? Whether they are together or not is their business. Life and work should be separate, unless one of them quits. Lin was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. All right, that's you all right. Luo Yao truly didn't have a shred of a bleeding heart. Some might think she dealt with the three major families because she disliked the disgusting things they did. But in reality, those were just tactics in a normal business struggle. This was Luo Yao, a woman who only pursued results. Of course, on the path of love with Lin, she very much enjoyed the process. All other processes were unimportant. Let's move on to the next thing. Okay, soon, Luo Yao convened a high-level meeting at Luo in Modu and directly announced that the position of general manager of the Moda branch will be temporarily taken over by Lu Meng. So this time, Lu Meng would not be returning to Jingdu with Luo Yao. I'll give you 1 month to handle matters here in Modu and promote Qi Chengwei. Lu Meng. Training a regional general manager in 1 month was a bit difficult. But thinking of Qi Chengwei's abilities, Lu Meng was also full of confidence. And they didn't need to cultivate someone here in Modu, as the future Science and Technology City project was no small matter. The project was officially led by the government, with the Luo Group responsible for construction and technical cooperation. Rest assured, CEO Luo, after the New Year festival, you will see a mature branch general manager. At this point, Lu Meng suddenly remembered something and asked with some uncertainty, CEO Luo, if we later find out there's a problem with Qi Chengwei then? Luo Yao glanced at Lu Meng. This isn't your first day with me. Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Lu Meng lowered her head. Luo Yao's personality had never changed. As her assistant, she was extremely careful. I understand, but if I don't go back to Jingdu, what about the work there for this month? Luo Yao, let Wong Fong handle it for now. That works too. Sister Wong is capable, but sometimes her mouth is a bit loose. Luo Yao almost rolled her eyes. People really do laugh when they're speechless, even someone like Luo Yao. You two are 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Neither of you should look down on the other. Lu Meng. After arranging the affairs of the Moda branch, Luo Yao and Lin returned to the office to wait. Xiao Tong and Qi Chengwei had gone off somewhere, and their outcome was unknown. About half an hour later, Lu Youqi arrived on time for his appointment. CEO Luo, thank you for resolving my family's crisis. I, Lu Youqi, am a man of my word. In the future, I will certainly hold your Luo Group in the highest esteem. I didn't ask you to come here to listen to your nonsense. Then, Lu Youqi didn't think his pledge of loyalty was nonsense. Clang! Luo Yao directly threw a dagger on the floor. Iran was injured at your house yesterday. Atone for your crime. Lu Youqi looked at the dagger on the floor, breaking out in a cold sweat. In the past, he never understood why Luo Yao was so arrogant. Now he understood. Luo Yao was not just a chaebol tycoon. She was also a formidable warrior. Yesterday at the Lu estate, she had defeated the 3rd-ranked assassin from the dark web. Looking at Luo Yao's unquestionable gaze, he understood that he had no room to bargain. As the head of the Lu family, he wasn't the type to dilly-dally. He immediately picked up the dagger, closed his eyes, and swung it down. A finger was severed, blood flowed. Lu Youqi had originally intended to use some force to cut it off cleanly and suffer less. But he hadn't expected Luo Yao's dagger to be so sharp that it even chopped off a corner of the table underneath. Luo Yao stood up and said coldly, quite decisive, "If there's a next time, you won't have the need to live anymore. Get out. If you're fast enough, you might be able to reattach it." "Thank you. Thank you, CEO Luo." Lu Youqi didn't dare to delay. He picked up his finger and ran. At this moment, Lin walked out of the inner lounge. "Yao Yao, do you really plan to let him continue as the head of the Lu family?" Luo Yao shook her head. "No, I don't. He's too old, has little value, but there's no better choice right now." The Lu family was populous, but none of them were capable enough. Rather than finding someone who might be disobedient, it was better to use the old man for now. At least he was better than a dog. Now, the matters in Modu are almost settled. We can set off this afternoon. Then Luo Yao made a phone call. "Your ex-husband has already left Modu." Park Buji had indeed left. He was startled when he learned of his son's disappearance. His first thought wasn't to stay in Huaxia to find his son, but to flee back to Korea on a private plane overnight. Huaxia was too terrifying. He couldn't handle it. Why didn't Luo Yao stop him? Naturally, she had her reasons. Yesterday, it was she who had informed Cheon Eum Sang when Samsung's car left Modu for the airport. She had thought the father would leave first, but unexpectedly, it was the son who was caught. But it didn't matter. Catching one was good enough. Let them fight amongst themselves. So Luo Yao didn't tell Cheon Eum Sang about Park Buji's movements. "Why didn't you inform me earlier?" Luo Yao's tone was icy. "Whether I inform you or not is my business. You have no right to bargain. I won't help you anymore. Whether you can hold on is up to you." "Wait, CEO Luo." Luo Yao hung up the phone directly, removed the SIM card, and threw it out the office window. The first thing Park Buji did upon returning to Korea was to protest his son's disappearance, putting pressure on the Huasian authorities. It was at this moment that he received a call from Park Gukji. Seeing his son's call, Park Buji answered without any hesitation. "Gukji, where are you?" A long time later, Park Buji hung up the phone, his eyes narrowed. "You and your mother had better never come back." In the afternoon, with all the work in Modu arranged, the two prepared to return to Jingdu. Since the helicopter wasn't very stable, this time they planned to take a private jet back. In the estate villa, Zhang Feihua mysteriously approached Luo Yao. "Miss, I have something to give you." Luo Yao raised an eyebrow and listened as Zhang Feihua continued her nonsense. "Actually, I really don't want to do this. It makes me look like a petty person, but I can't hide it from you, miss. After thinking about it, I decided it's best to give it to you." With that, Zhang Feihua took out her phone and played a recording for Luo Yao. After listening, Luo Yao first showed surprise, then returned to her icy demeanor. "You're telling me this now? What are you trying to say?" Zhang Feihua. "Miss, I think football might be a problem. I'm really worried about you and want to stay by your side." "Fine, then come back to Jingdu with me. Don't tell anyone about this." Zhang Feihua's face lit up with excitement. She had finally completed her mission. "Yes, miss." Meanwhile, Luo Yao sneered inwardly. "You chose the path to hell when Heaven's Gate was open." Even if Zhang Feihua hadn't said anything, Luo Yao was planning to take her anyway. After all, she still needed to see who was behind this woman. Whether Zhang Feihua was a traitor wasn't important. What was important was why she became a traitor. If she couldn't figure that out, there would be a second and a third Zhang Feihua. "Thank you, miss." Initially, Luo Yao had planned to deal with Zhang Feihua within these few days, which was why she had Fu Bo come to Modu. But plans changed faster than expected. So many days had passed, and the person behind Zhang Feihua still hadn't shown up, so she could only bring her back to Jingdu for now. With everything ready, Luo Yao and Lin began their journey home. On the way there, the assistant team took a private jet while they took a helicopter. On the way back, the assistant team took the helicopter and they took a passenger plane. As the plane took off, Luo Yao looked down at Modu, then turned her head and suddenly said, "Iran, let's have my secret base moved to Jingdu." "Isn't that a bit far? And it's such a large building. Transporting it would be difficult." Luo Yao instantly put on a pitiful look. "If you had been this good to me a year earlier, that secret base would have been in Jingdu in the first place." All right, move it to Jingdu." Lin was most vulnerable to Luo Yao's pitiful act. Every time he saw it, he felt his heart was about to melt. It was as if daring to say no would make him an unforgivable villain. What could he do but spoil her? Whatever his wife said goes. Listen to your wife, and you'll have cigarettes, alcohol, and money to spend. Luo Yao smiled. "We're about to leave this place. By rights, we should do something." "Do what?" A corner of Luo Yao's mouth lifted. "It's our unwritten rule for travel." Iran, think carefully. Memories instantly flooded back. The maneuvers on the way to the grasslands, the grass on the plains, galloping horses before returning, the 1,000 miles in a day on the way to Modu. So, what Luo Yao wanted now was, "So, this is your rule and reason?" Luo Yao nodded. "Okay." Lin Ran was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Youth is truly something. He wondered how many more years he could keep up with this intensity. "All right, then I'll use my rule to investigate your reason." Sometimes, Lin Ran genuinely wondered, is there any way to install a golden kidney for myself? After thoroughly investigating the reason with the rule, they arrived in Jingdu. In the estate, all the servants were on standby, including the security. Stepping onto the soil of Jingdu, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Lin Ran sighed. Home was still the best. No matter how great and prosperous Modu was, it wasn't a place he would live permanently. This feeling of attachment was like, if disaster struck, what's everyone's first thought? I have to go home and check. After getting off the plane, the entire assistant team was sent out of the estate to their respective homes. Lin Ran and Luo Yao returned to Villa No. 1. Jiang Feihua looked at the Dongtian estate in Jingdu with envy. The Modu estate was full of a sense of technology. Here in Jingdu, it had a low-key, luxurious feel. In terms of impression, the Dongtian estate in Jingdu was the one that felt like it had the deep heritage of a great family. As soon as they entered, they saw Wong Ma and the others. "Miss, young Master Lin, welcome home." Lin Ran glanced at Wong Ma, then at Fu Bo, then at Jiang Feihua. His eyes darted around. He had a feeling things were about to get interesting. "Wong Ma, and Jian's surgery is soon. Why are you still at the estate? Go and be with your grandson," Lin Ran said with a hint of concern. Fu Bo also looked at Wong Ma with some worry. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. The nurses at the hospital are very professional. Today is the day Miss and young Master Lin return, so I came back to see." In fact, Wong Ma had been mentally and physically exhausted these past few days. Although she no longer had to worry about money, surgery still had risks, and they weren't small. And even if she were at the hospital, she couldn't be with him. Because the day Lin Ran and Luo Yao left, the child had already entered the sterile chamber. After the surgery, he would have to stay inside for a while until his indicators stabilized before he could come out. "Has the surgery time changed?" Wong Ma shook her head. "Everything is going smoothly, and the preparations are almost done. The specific time is set for 2 days from now." Lin Ran nodded. "Young Master Lin, are you hungry? Shall I have someone prepare dinner?" "Okay." Eating food from Jingdu again, even the taste seemed better. There was no helping it. The dietary differences between the north and south were quite significant. "Fu Bo, please arrange accommodation and transportation for Manager Jeang." "Fu Bo, young Master Lin, a servant can arrange such things." Fu Bo's words made Jiang Feihua a bit unhappy. What? She was the manager of the Modu estate. Didn't she deserve some special attention from this old butler now that she was in Jingdu? Lin Ran wore an expression that was half joking, half serious. "Manager Jiang is unfamiliar with Jingdu. She only knows you. After all, your relationship in Modu was quite good. You should be the one to arrange it." Fu Bo immediately glanced at Wong Ma, getting anxious. "Young Master Lin, don't talk nonsense. This old servant has been so loyal, you can't wrong me. My relationship with Manager Jiang was purely one of mutual help at work." Lin Ran nodded. Right. I didn't say anything else. I just asked you to arrange Manager Jiang's food and lodging. What are you so anxious about?" Fu Bo was momentarily stunned. "Was I anxious?" Wong Ma rolled her eyes to the side, remaining silent. But Lin Ran thought he heard a faint, cold snort. Fu Bo had no choice but to obey. In the estate villa, Lin Ran's word was like an imperial decree. Others could only do as told, not object. Before leaving, Fu Bo thought for a moment. "That, Wong Ma, you come with me." Lin Ran. "Holy crap, he's learned to use tactics?" Fu Bo. "I have no choice, you force me." Although Wong Ma was reluctant, she couldn't disobey. No matter what, Fu Bo was the estate's butler. You could question him, hate him, curse him, but you just couldn't refuse him. Isn't it like someone sitting at their desk, reading a novel, when their boss suddenly asks them to buy coffee? Cursing under their breath, but their body moves honestly? After Fu Bo left with Wong Ma and Jiang Feihua, Lin Ran also began to earnestly feed his little demon. At this moment, Luo Yao was already eager. "Luo Yao. Om nom, chu chu chu. Hey Ran, you're so naughty, causing trouble for the old man." Lin Ran, while extending his chopsticks to pick up one of Luo Yao's favorite dishes, complained, "It's not that I'm naughty, it's that the old man is so tactless. How dare he point out my Yao Yao's flaws? How come I don't know you have any flaws?" Lin Ran was naturally referring to the last time Fu Bo had spoken his mind and commented on Luo Yao's changes. Although Luo Yao had meted out a series of punishments at the time, Lin Ran felt those were all superficial. The loss of money only makes people sad. The blow of love is what truly hurts the body. Iran is so good to me. Say less of that in the future. If I'm not good to you, what else can I do? With such a cute wife, I can't even bear to be bad to you. Luo Yao indicated she was full, and only then did Lin Ran start to eat on his own. Suddenly, as if remembering something, I wonder if Wong Ma will make a move. If she does, and Fu Bo is so capable, I wonder if he'll dare to fight back. Luo Yao, he probably will fight back. After all, the old man is no ordinary person. How could he let someone hit him? I don't think so. For example, when you discipline me, would I fight back? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran and said seriously, is it possible that you just don't have the ability to? Lin Ran was startled and quickly retorted, whether I have the ability or not, I wouldn't fight back because I love you. Someone who truly loves you wouldn't bear to let you get hurt in the slightest. Luo Yao felt a sense of comfort throughout her body, a feeling of satisfaction welling up. This answer gets full marks. Lin Ran wasn't annoyed by Luo Yao's need for reassurance. He knew that in the future, Luo Yao would continue to ask him similar questions. Luo Yao wasn't being bored. She truly lacked a sense of security. After Fu Bo and the others returned, Lin Ran carefully looked at Fu Bo's face. There didn't seem to be any injuries. Looking at the expressions of the three, there was nothing unusual either. Lin Ran began to doubt his life. Could it be that his couple of green tea-style comments didn't work? At this moment, Lin Ran suddenly felt he was inferior to Lin Jian. If Lin Jian were here, he could definitely make them kill each other without shedding a drop of blood. This was the power of a little green tea man. Fu Bo, you must have been in a good mood in Modu. How does it feel to be back in Jingdu? Why do I feel you're not as fond of smiling as you were in Modu? Fu Bo, young Master Lin, have mercy. All right, you have your moments of begging me too. Then I won't say anything more, otherwise I'm afraid Wong Ma will overthink it. Wong Ma? If Lin Ran weren't the master of the house, Fu Bo would have torn him apart right at this moment. Iran, come on, let's go do something fun. Lin Ran was taken aback. Wasn't this a bit too frequent for one day? Young Master Lin, should I prepare the soup? Fu Bo was delighted, while Lin Ran looked miserable. He was just laughing at someone else, but he didn't expect his turn to come so quickly. It really confirmed the old saying, what goes around comes around. No need, I'm still fine. Lin Ran and Luo Yao returned to their long-missed bedroom. It was very warm. Jingdu was in the north, so there was heating in the winter, and the whole room was toasty. So living in the north, at least the indoor temperature was quite comfortable. That kind of warmth from the inside out felt very blissful in winter. But no matter how warm the room was, it couldn't compare to the warmth of a lover. There's a good lyric in a song. May your winter never lack warm sun. Luo Yao was Lin Ran's warm sun. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Luo Yao glanced in the direction of a decoration. Lin Ran also subconsciously looked over there. It was a bit far, not very clear. Actually, the last time he saw a pair of eyes displayed there, Lin Ran had felt a shiver down his spine. But thinking about Luo Yao's personality, he was relieved. This was Luo Yao, after all. Anything she did was the cute Luo Yao. And Luo Yao had said she would let Lu Rushua watch with her own eyes how she possessed him. Thinking about it now, Luo Yao really did what she said. Hey Ran, let's add hashtag yin%. Okay, I'll listen to you. If I'm drained dry, it's you who wore me out anyway. Luo Yao shook her head. You won't be. The chi strengthening and essence consolidating soup I prepared for you is a family heirloom recipe for the Yi family. I traded 3 top-tier hospitals for it, just for you. In the future, you will only get stronger. The situation you imagined will definitely not happen. I can at least guarantee I can use you until I'm 100. Use him until she's 100? Lin Ran's eyes lit up. No wonder he felt recently that no matter how much they fooled around, he didn't feel his essence depleted, at most just a bit worn out. So it was this essence-consolidating soup, which he once swore he would never drink, that was having this effect. Thinking about his wasteful behavior at the beginning, Lin Ran wanted to slap himself a couple of times. If this were to be sold on the market, wouldn't it sell like crazy? But he only thought about selling it. He would never actually do it. Not to mention whether the Yi family would agree. Wasn't it good to enjoy it himself? Whoever wants it can figure out a way themselves. If you have a plan, use it. If you don't, then die. Familiar music filled the bedroom, and the two completely possessed each other. And Lu Rushua also witnessed the whole process. This was a wild night, a night of return, a dreamlike night. Luo Yao could always bring Lin Ran more surprises. She had even specially studied a lot of material, all for the sake of letting Lin Rand continuously experience new things, to love her more and more, to become more and more attached to her. A night of whooshing sounds. The next day, having just returned to Jingdu, Lin Ran had thought Luo Yao wouldn't go to work immediately, since the little demon was a bit distracted by pleasure these days. But he hadn't expected that when he got up in the morning, he found Luo Yao had already left. After asking Fu Bo, he learned that Luo Yao had already gone to the Luo Group. Yao Yao works too hard. That's also because of you, young Master Lin. Jiang Fewa rolled her eyes from the side. My, you're really good at flattering. Fu Bo is right. Lin Ran looked around. Where's Wong Ma? Fu Bo showed a strange expression. She has already gone to the hospital. Are you looking for Wong Ma for something? No. By the way, and Jin's surgery is tomorrow, right? Lin Ran certainly wouldn't admit that he wanted to use his green tea comments to get Wong Ma to deal with Fu Bo. Yes, young Master Lin. MHM, in a bit, you'll accompany me to do something, and then you can scram to the hospital to be with Wong Ma. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Fu Bo immediately showed a grateful expression. Thank you, young Master Lin. In the estate, Lin Ran's words were like an imperial decree. When he told him to scram, he had scram. I wonder what business we were going to handle. Fu Bo's question made Lin Ran's face light up with some excitement. Before going to Modu, Lin Ran felt he was already quite ruthless, at least when it came to taking revenge on the Lin family. But after experiencing the events in Modu, Lin Ran felt that compared to Luo Yao, he was simply too kind. When faced with any matter, Luo Yao's ruthlessness was always without a hint of hesitation. Since we're back in Jingdu, I definitely have to see how my dear son is doing. And Lin Jian, I don't know why, but I feel restless if I'm not causing them trouble. Fu Bo could already see that the current Lin Ran was becoming more and more black-bellied. Around when did young master start to change? It seemed to be right before the start of the school year. After the young master was brought back by the miss, he started to become obedient. Of course, this obedience was towards a miss. Towards others, the young master became more and more ruthless. The former young master was too kind. They were clearly a family of scum, yet the young master still tried his best to protect them. This was also why Fu Bo could never bring himself to hate Lin Ran. Before, his feelings towards Lin Ran were more of the child is so pitiful. All right, then I'll go prepare the bodyguards. Lin Ran nodded. He never did things that were dangerous. Although Lin Tianba's family posed no threat to him now, bodyguards were still necessary. This was called a safeguard. Jiang Feihua. Can I go with you? Lin Ran's face turned grim, his voice cold. The Jingdu estate is not like Modu. If you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, talk to me less. Just do your own job. Jiang Feihua's face looked ugly. Even with her strong professionalism, she found it hard to bear Lin Ran's face-to-face mockery. I'm sorry, young Master Lin, I understand. Lin Ran didn't plan to explain. After all, Jiang Feihua was finished sooner or later. For someone who was about to be finished, why waste so much breath? After Jiang Feihua left, Lin Ran departed the estate with Fu Bo. Outside the estate, looking at the snow piled up on both sides of the road, Lin Ran lamented that the north and south were indeed different. Xiao Tong, what was the final outcome with you and Chi Chengwei? A hint of happiness appeared on Xiao Tong's face. It's great. She hasn't forgotten me. We're starting over now, and I hope we can have a good ending this time. Lin Ran was somewhat surprised. You guys didn't get married on the spot? It seems you're not that in love. Xiao Tong shook his head. It's not that we're not in love, but we're considering more things now. Chengwei said she wants to focus on her career now. When she achieves true freedom, we'll get married. Then I'm truly sorry for separating you. You're not unhappy about the long-distance relationship, are you? Xiao Tong was silent for a moment, thought about it, and then spoke. Actually, no, because I discovered something. What is it? I discovered. Chengwei's possessiveness seems very strong. She wasn't like this before. Lin Ran. When it comes to this, I'm an expert. Hee. Then I wish you the best of luck. After all, not every man can handle this kind of woman. And speaking of possessiveness, how strong can she be? Stronger than my Yao Yao. Xiao Tong immediately shook his head. If I say it, young Master Lin, please don't get angry, don't punish me, and especially don't tell the miss. Lin Ran nodded, and only then did Xiao Tong speak. I feel that the miss's possessiveness towards you is a bit terrifying. Lin Ran's face darkened. You sure have a way with words. Don't say it next time. At this moment, Fu Bo took out a pitch-black object and handed it to Lin Ran. Young Master Lin, the miss asked me to give this to you. She said you can use it if you encounter danger. But you haven't been professionally trained, so you can have bodyguard Wong teach you when you have time. Lin Ran took it. It felt heavy. Even just looking at it quietly, it exuded a chill. Is this the deterrent power and sense of security of a life ender? Okay. The motorcade drove through the streets of Jingdu, and the other cars were as sensible as ever. The life of the rich, simple, unadorned, and tedious. Lin Ran had gotten used to this feeling. Stopping outside an ordinary motel, Lin Ran, surrounded by his team of bodyguards, walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Jia Laoban, shirtless and working out. Jia Laoban's face lit up when he saw young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, you're finally here. I was about to devolve from staying here. Lin Ran looked at his muscular body and lamented that he was still too weak. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. I've even gained weight here. I'm so bored every day. I either bully Lin Jian or work out and practice boxing. Lin Ran smiled and patted Jia Laoban's shoulder. Where are they? Upstairs. Lin Jian's been in a terrible mood these past 2 days. I see him throwing tantrums upstairs every day. When I get annoyed, I curse at him and hit him. After I feel good, Lin Jian gets even angrier and beats Lin Tianba really hard. And this morning, at this point, Jia Laoban leaned into Lin Ran's ear and whispered something. Lin Ran's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, this Lin Jian is really a damn genius. He'll do anything, Did you record that? Jia Laoban smiled with ill intent. Of course. There's a pinhole camera in the room. Lin Tianba was so mad, yelling and screaming, but he was completely helpless. Lin Ran felt instantly refreshed. Young Master Lin, do you need me to send it to you? Lin Ran's face immediately turned cold. If you don't want to die, don't show me this stuff. If Yao Yao finds out, it won't just be you. I'll be implicated too. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jia Laoban also suddenly realized what his fate would be if his miss found out he showed young Master Lin that kind of video. He instantly felt his hot blood turn cold. MHM, it's good that you know you were wrong. Remember to send it to me later. Jia Laoban. Arriving upstairs, as Lin Ran reached the door, he heard Lin Jian's faint voice. I'm really envious of my brother. To have a... Without any hesitation, Lin Ran kicked the door open. A foul stench at him. Xiaotong immediately put a gas mask on Lin Ran, while bodyguard Wong sprayed air freshener. Lin Ran frowned. He instantly lost the desire to cause them trouble. Who? The 3 members of the Lin family looked at the door at the same time and saw a group of people wearing masks. Lin Ran, your living father. This familiar line, this familiar tone. It was Lin Ran, no doubt. When Lin Tianba saw it was his eldest son, tears streamed down his face. Xiaoran, is that you, Xiaoran? Yen hashtag. #. These past few days had indeed been rough for Lin Tianba. 2 days ago, after he cooperated with Lin Jian's livestream, Lin Jian not only didn't take him to the hospital, but also abused him even more. Previously, Lin Jian wouldn't lay a hand on him, but ever since the mass return incident, Lin Jian had become violent. Lin Tianba lamented that the child has gone bad. And this morning, Lin Jian became even more irritable, for reasons we are now aware of. For the products sold in the second live stream, large-scale refunds were already being processed while the goods were still in transit, not yet reaching the customers. Lin Jian finally snapped. The business partner directly brought out the gambling agreement, demanding that Lin Jian compensate for the losses, or they would send him to jail. With no way out, Lin Jian was driven to do anything. This morning, he even made Lin Tianba personally experience being cuckolded. Lui Wenmei initially objected strongly, but as the client's demands became more varied, she also began to indulge in it. This blatant sense of depravity unleashed Lui Wenmei's inner excitement. Lin Tianba, on the other hand, was so angry he coughed up blood. When Lin Jian returned, he was disgusted that he had gotten blood everywhere and beat him severely, even to the point of incontinence. Coupled with the fact that neither mother nor son was willing to clean him up, the room ended up smelling like this. Taking advantage of Lin Tianba's miserable state, Lin Jian started another live stream. He wanted to use Lin Tianba's current pitiful condition to gain sympathy and continue to rake in money from the live stream. My dear family, yesterday someone, I don't know who, came in and beat my father. I failed to protect my father. It's my fault. My father was beaten to the point of incontinence. His head is swollen like a pig's. I really don't blame my brother. But the netizens weren't buying it at all. My ex-girlfriend is so Lin Jian. Is that so? That's great then. You should believe that everything is for the best. The motivation for writing isn't payment, it's readers. Wait, why can I smell something even through the screen? Look at Lin Tianba's crotch. The screen is full of golden family members. Holy shit. Don't say it. You really shouldn't say it. Lin Jian, it's all my fault. I'm not capable enough to protect my father. CEO Luo's little fangirl. Your fault. Your fault. All day you say it's my fault, my fault. What the hell are you talking about? Dang Tan, exactly. You don't even know to help your dad clean up? All you know is how to play the victim. You're such a filial son to Lin Tianba. 2 drops of eye drops trickled down. It's not that I don't want to take care of my father. It's because we're so poor now, we don't have any clothes to change into. It's so cold, we could really freeze to death. It's my fault for not being capable, for not being able to find such a good wife like my brother. The netizens were all numb. Time management master. I was wondering why my resistance to green tea bitches has improved recently. It turns out Lin Jian helped me train it. Want to see Luo Yao in sharkskin leggings. When it comes to green tea language, Lin Jian is top-notch. Not a single sentence blames Lin Ran. Yet not a single sentence lets Lin Ran off the hook. Lin Jian, I've never blamed my brother for anything. I'm really envious of my brother. To have, who's there? Your living father. The moment he saw Lin Ran, Lin Jian felt his brain shut down. He had just been dissing Lin Ran in his live stream, and he didn't expect the man himself to show up so quickly. Lin Tianba immediately started speaking, with snot and tears streaming down his face. Xiawan, is that you, Xiawan? Take your father away. Father doesn't want money anymore, doesn't want a job anymore. Father was wrong. As long as you kneel down and apologize to your father, and take your father away from this hell, father promises to only be your father. Everyone, is this a human speaking? Even Lin Jian's mind was full of question marks. Even at a time like this, Lin Tianba was still thinking that Lin Ran would acknowledge him as his father. After seeing Lin Ran, Lu Yuemei was naturally extremely nervous. She was truly afraid of Lin Ran now, especially after recently hearing about the things Lin Ran and Luo Yao did in Modu. A chill grew from the bottom of her heart. Several times, she wanted to persuade Lin Jian to never mention Lin Ran again. He could really get himself killed. Xiawan, what are you doing here? Lin Ran frowned, not entering the room at all. Have you 3 been eating shit? How did you make this place so? Ugh, I can't take it. Who can stand this? Fubo, drag him out. Turn off the live stream. Live stream comments. Yuri too beautiful, chicken. No, young Master Lin, why do you always do this? Can I just pay to watch? I'm your dad. If you're going to play like this, then I'm going to send gifts to Lin Jian. After the few of them were dragged out, Lin Ran squinted at them. He had come today to add insult to their already miserable lives. I remember, you just said in your live stream that it's so cold, people could freeze to death, right? Lin Jian looked at Lin Ran in shock. He didn't understand if Lin Ran was just saying it or if he was serious. Brother, we're biological brothers. I don't have a younger brother. You're the son of a dog. Lu Yuemei felt like she was being cursed at, but she was powerless to refute it. Xiawan, please let us go. I was wrong. I'll never dare to bully you again. Lin Ran was utterly speechless. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Lin Tianba was still groveling on the ground. Son, kneel down and apologize to me. Let's bury the hatchet, okay? Lin Ran. People really do laugh when they're speechless. No, you should just be tied to Lin Jian. With someone like Lin Tianba, there was no desire to talk at all. A person so explosive to a certain degree would make others laugh from the bottom of their hearts. I came today to inform you that you're no longer allowed to live here. Lin Jian's eyes widened instantly. He wasn't worried about whether he could live here. He was worried if there was any other place for him to live after leaving. After all, in the eyes of others, he was not a good person. On what grounds? Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? I paid the rent. The owner hasn't even said anything. Lin Ran had a you-guessed-it expression. You know I have money and you're still spouting nonsense? As for the owner, Zhao Laoban stepped forward directly, looking at Lin Jian with a mocking expression. Young Master Lin is our owner. If he says you can't stay, you can't stay. Lin Jian was stunned. Lin Ran laughed. Didn't expect that, did you? I bought this place in advance. Otherwise, why do you think you were taken in? I just wanted to see your miserable state. Very good. I enjoyed it very much. I have you to thank for that. This was all just Lin Ran's entertainment for when he was bored. Son, you could just kick the mother and son out. Take your father with you. Crap. Lin Ran finally couldn't take it anymore. He kicked out, but his foot stopped in midair. He looked at his shoe and muttered to himself, this is a shoe Yao Yao gave me. It wouldn't be good if it got dirty. Fubo, you do it. Fubo looked miserable. Young Master Lin, I'm afraid of getting dirty too. But despite his complaints, he still kicked out, sending Lin Tianba rolling a good distance away. Lin Ran clenched his fists. Take care of them all together. Don't beat them to death. Half dead is just fine. 81 minutes later, the three members of the Lin family had all broken down. They had never imagined they would one day suffer such torture. It was simply too painful. Brother, I beg, you, spare me. The corner of Lin Rant's mouth curved into a Dragon King's arc. Next time you live stream, will you dare to mention me again? I won't. Mentioning me isn't a big deal. At most, I'll just torture you more frequently. But if you dare to diss my wife, you will die. You know that? No. Lin Ran looked at Lin Tianba, who was lying on the ground in a daze, and Lu Yuanmei, who could no longer stand up. Tianba, there are some things I have to show you. I actually quite admire you. To still be with this woman at a time like this. With that, Lin Ran pulled up a few video clips, say from the time he threw Lu Yuanmei and her son out of the Saran group. This is all Lu Yuanmei's private collection. Back then, Lu Yuanmei was still the boss's wife of the Saran group. Who would have thought? TSK. She really knows how to play. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Lin Jian's biological father, right? Lu Yuanmei looked at Lin Ran in disbelief, while Lin Tianba looked at the phone in disbelief. He had always thought that Lu Yuanmei was mentally loyal to him, and before borrowing money from Dao Ge, physically loyal as well. He never expected. Lu Yuanmei, you're a ruthless woman. Lin Tianba wailed in pain. You're a ruthless one. Lin Ran felt even better looking at Lin Tianba's state. Of this family of three, he hated this scumbag father the most. Lu Yuanmei didn't say a word. Today, Lin Ran had only torn off her fig leaf. In reality, she and Lin Tianba could never go back to the way they were. By the way, didn't you lose 100 million to Dao Ge last time? Have you paid back the money? This time, not only Lin Tianba, but even Lin Jian looked at Lu Yuanmei in shock. Lu Yuanmei's eyes widened. She didn't understand how Lin Ran knew about this. Nonsense. I was borrowing money to save your father, and then got scammed by the Lu family. Lin Ran looked puzzled. What? Is that what you told Lin Tianba? You're really something. Do you need me to call Dao Ge over to confront you? Boom. Everyone's minds were buzzing. The meaning behind Lin Ran's words was too great. It meant he could control Dao Ge's actions. That meant that the things Dao Ge had done to them in the past might have all been a setup. It was you. Lu Yuanmei pointed at Lin Ran, incredulous. Lin Ran nodded. It was me. I was the one who had Dao Ge lend you money and give me a cut. I originally thought that would be enough to teach you a lesson, but who knew you'd actually pay it back? But it doesn't matter. Later, it was also me who had Lu Rushua trick you into Dao Ge to collect the debt. After all, you and Lin Jian had saved up 50 million in private funds over the years, and it was all scammed away by the Lu family. You definitely wouldn't be resigned to that. As for you later becoming addicted to gambling at Dao Ge's place and losing 100 million, I can only say you're truly impressive. I've never even gambled with such high stakes. Lin Tianba was completely dumbfounded. So that was the truth? Lin Ran shook his head. That's not the truth. The truth is that you will die a very miserable death in the future. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the look in Lin Jian's eyes, as if he wanted to kill Lu Yuanmei, Lin Ran laughed happily. Throw them all out into the snow outside. Whether they can survive is up to fate. Yes. This time, Lin Ran truly showed no mercy. He hadn't before either, but this time was even more ruthless. As for whether the three members of the Lu family could survive in the freezing snow with no one daring to take them in, that was really not Lin Ran's concern. If the three of them died, Lin Ran would naturally be happy and at ease. If they could still survive, then Lin Ran would have more entertainment. So, whether to choose peace and quiet or to continue having a show, Lin Ran left it to fate. When he left, Zhao Laoban also went with him, and he returned the place to the previous owner. That owner never expected to earn so much money in just over 10 days. He was a little scared. Sir, why don't you continue to run this place? Otherwise, I don't feel right taking that money. What's given to you is yours. Our young master Lin isn't short on that little bit of money. But I need to tell you something. If those three people from before come back to stay, you're not allowed to let them in. Okay, that's very simple. Thank you for the reward, sir. I wish you smooth sailing and good fortune, and may you have someone to love you day and night. Lin Ran patted the owner's shoulder. Shout that to the big shots watching the screen, and I'll give you another 200,000. Okay, I'll keep shouting it every day. Lin Ran left with his people, leaving the owner disheveled in the wind. Fu Bo, you scram over to Wong Ma's place. Yes, young Master Lin. I'm off. Fu Bo left, and the three members of the Lin family were also thrown out. Lin Tianba looked utterly grief-stricken, as if the world had lost its color. He was currently in the snow, having a Tomokazu Haramoto-style emo moment. Lin Jian, on the other hand, had gone crazy. He grabbed Lu Yuamei's neck. Bitch, it's bad enough your money was scammed, but you actually lost so much more? Do you have any idea how many problems 100 million could solve if it were borrowed? I'll strangle you. Lu Yuamei felt her brain being deprived of oxygen, and her heart was filled with terror. Today, her last fig leaf had been torn away by Lin Ran, her true colors completely exposed. She had already guessed this moment would come. Son, if there'll be no one to help you earn money. Lin Jian instantly became clear-headed and slowly released his hands. The money was already lost and couldn't be recovered, but Lu Yuamei was still useful. Lin Jian looked at her with contempt, as if this woman wasn't his mother, but just a tool. I'll spare your life. Now drag Lin Tianba and let's go. Lu Yuamei gasped for breath. Son, why are we still taking Lin Tianba with us? Lin Tianba hadn't wanted to say a word until now. He still needs to help me play the victim, so we have to take him. It doesn't matter if he can stand or speak, as long as he doesn't die. Lu Yuamei was silent for a long time before she spoke. Actually, we have one more place to go. Lu Yuamei had always thought it hadn't come to this. She didn't want to disturb the man she truly loved, so she had held back from saying anything, because they had truly hit rock bottom. Where? To your biological father's place. In a luxury car, Lin Ran let out a breath, feeling refreshed all over. Young Master Lin, where are we going? Let's go home. Just then his phone rang. Lin Ran picked it up. Young Master Lin, are you busy? It's been a long time. I've missed you so much. What the hell, President? Can you speak normally? It's like this. The holidays are coming up soon, right? I was wondering if you could come back to school and check in. Lin Ran looked puzzled. I'm still a student. Lin Ran had truly gotten carried away and had completely forgotten that he was still a university student. President Tang, on the other end of the line, was also stunned. How could Lin Ran have played outside for a whole semester and forgotten his identity as a student? Lin Ran, okay, I get it, but I hope you'll be straightforward. Don't always beat around the bush with me. President Tang, as expected, nothing can be hidden from you. It's like this. The second semester is about to start, and we need to begin preparing for admissions. I was hoping you could be our image ambassador. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Is our school lacking students? President Tang, we don't lack students, but who doesn't lack excellent students? Although our school scholarships are the highest, our reputation is still a bit behind the top universities. Some people just don't care about scholarships. I don't know what's so great about Shuemu and Jingbei. Actually, our team of experts and professors isn't bad either. Well, if they're not short on money, what can I do? The only thing I can offer is money. President Tang chuckled. Some people aren't short on money, but it's a different story with celebrity endorsement. What kind of celebrity am I, Lin Ran? That's just a name. President Tang got anxious. Who says you're not a celebrity? Do you know how many fans you have? You have over 20 million on Douyin. That's a huge amount of influence. I've contacted many big influencers this time to help us with promotion, and I've also contacted you. Of course, the image ambassador role is yours and yours alone. Lin Ran was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. All right, for the sake of you not giving me a hard time this semester, I'll agree. Just tell me what you need me to do. President Tang, young Master Lin is so kind. We need you to record a video and help us promote on the platform. It's not like before. Many universities start scouting for talent half a year in advance. Also, you can add some materials like the school's posters, certificates, prize money, Luo Yao, and so on. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Wait. President Tang quickly stopped him. Young Master Lin, there's one more thing. You previously promised to provide more job positions. You see. Lin Ran understood. This was what was really troubling President Tang. Because the next semester was the graduation season, and many students hadn't had an internship yet. Many people might wonder, how could students from a prestigious university like Jingda possibly be short jobs? It's a long story. Graduating from a prestigious university doesn't make finding a job that easy. What do recruiters look for nowadays? Is it a degree? A degree is important, but many companies value experience more. But who the hell is born with work experience? Then start a business. How many entrepreneurs struggle, with only a small fraction surviving to succeed in the end? The average lifespan of a company in Huaxia is only a little over 2 years. After all, the market is already saturated. No matter what industry you enter, you need to explore. If you want to surpass the giants and overtake the predecessors, you can just keep dreaming. Of course, as for those who continue to pursue postgraduate studies, we won't say much. They seem motivated, but only they know their own hardships. Brother Wong, turn around, and head to Jingda. This time when he returned to campus, although the students at Jingda were excited to see Lin Ran, they were no longer as crazy as before. The first reason was that the school had established new rules, specifically to protect some of the more popular students. To put it bluntly, it was because of Lin Ran. Moreover, President Tang had previously received an order from Luo Yao not to allow students to surround Lin Ran, especially the female students. The second reason the students weren't crazily surrounding Lin Ran was Luo Yao herself. Many people had already understood that Luo Yao's possessiveness over Lin Ran was extremely strong. It was nothing at first, but ever since Luo Yao's return from Modu, the thought of those chilling events made many people shrink back, especially those little fangirls. Luo Yao had toppled the 3 major families, let alone them, a bunch of ordinary university students. They had no confidence they could go head-to-head with Luo Yao. Senior Lin Ran, long time no see. Lin Ran turned around and saw Xiawan. Lin Ran wasn't a fool. Ever since getting together with Luo Yao, he had become more and more sensitive to matters between men and women. Previously, when Luo Yao told Lin Ran that Xiawan liked him, Lin Ran had said, "I'm not Chinese currency. How could every woman like me?" When Luo Yao said it was based on her intuition, Lin Ran had replied, "Your intuition might be a bit off." Thinking about it now, a woman's intuition was indeed magical. Let's talk. Meanwhile, in the Luo Group office, Luo Yao's face was grim. The phone in her hand was about to be crushed. A Yandra has a characteristic. When she feels a threat nearby, when there's a risk of her loved one leaving her, she will become manic, and that chilling possessiveness in her body will emerge. "Hey Ran, how dare you go on a date with Xiawan?" Lin Ran only knew that Luo Yao had installed a tracker in his body. He didn't know there was also a listening device. Xiawan. Okay. Lin Ran didn't look for a specific place, but just found a spot on campus to sit down. The outdoor bench was very cold. When Lin Ran sat down, he felt like but was frozen. He glanced sideways at Xiawan, who was also shivering from the cold. Lin Ran felt no sympathy, nor did he offer any concern or help. "Do you like me?" Lin Ran got straight to the point. This question not only stunned Xiawan, but also Luo Yao, who was rushing over. She waited for Xiawan's answer. Lin Ran, just say what you want to say. No need to hide anything. Xiawan, I don't like Senior Lin Ran. I'm just grateful that you saved me once. Lin Ran was somewhat surprised by Xiawan's answer, not knowing if she was telling the truth. If it was true, then it was fine. It meant Luo Yao had overthought it. But if it was false, then Xiawan was definitely a good girl, saying so only to not put pressure on him. For such a good girl to fall in love with him, a person who could give her no future, wasn't that just holding her back? So that's how it is. Actually, there's no need to be grateful. The time I saved you was really just incidental. You should be thanking your brother. After speaking, Lin Ran stood up directly. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm leaving now. Lin Ran didn't spare Xiawan a single glance. Watching Lin Ran's handsome, receding figure, Xiawan felt as if she were seeing that hero walk away from her. "Senior Lin Ran, can I ask you a question?" "You can ask, but whether I answer is another matter," Lin Ran said without turning his head. Xiawan lowered her head. "Do you love CEO Luo very much?" "Of course I do." "What, you don't go online? Can't afford the internet fee?" "How much do you love her?" "How much?" Lin Ran could think of 10,000 answers to this question. But Xiawan's question made Lin Ran fall into a bit of thought. "I can't answer that question for you because I don't know the extent of my love for her. But one thing is very clear. She has long surpassed my own life." Lin Ran's answer was enough to prove the depth of his love for Luo Yao. "And no matter how much I love her, it will never match how much she loves me." Xiawan smiled. "Senior Lin Ran, I'm so envious of CEO Luo, and I'm also happy for you. I don't know what you two have been through, but I can see that you truly treat each other as your everything. You shouldn't belittle yourself either. Perhaps your love for CEO Luo has already reached the level you desire. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." As Xiawan spoke, she left. The moment she turned her head, tears silently streamed down like a spring. But she didn't dare to cry out loud. She didn't want to put even the slightest pressure on Lin Ran. Lin Ran shrugged. "I knew Yao Yao was overthinking. How could every woman fall for me? But I should still be more careful in the future, especially with women. It's best not to have any interaction at all." Wong Bao had a look of relief on his face. He could be considered a witness to Lin Ran's gradual improvement. Among all the bodyguards, Wong Bao was special. He had the most contact with Lin Ran, having monitored him for a long time. Beside them, Xiao Tong's eyes widened. He seemed to have found the correct way to interact with Qi Chengwei. Young Master Lin, didn't we come to Jing University to find Principal Tang? Lin ran. Who said I came to find him? I came to contribute to my alma mater's student recruitment. Take some photos of me, make them look good. The photos need to have the school's iconic buildings and the handsome me. That's enough. At this moment, Luo Yao, who had just arrived near Jing University, no longer had her cold demeanor. Instead, it was replaced by a smile she could barely suppress. Since Lu Meng was still in Magic City, Wang Fong was now following Luo Yao. But Wang Fong and Lu Meng were fundamentally different. Lu Meng was the kind of all-around hexagonal assistant. Wang Fong, at best, was comprehensive in her work. In terms of emotional intelligence, combatability, or judgment, she was a bit lacking. And she had one major flaw. She had a bit of a big mouth. CEO Luo, since you're already here, aren't you going in to see young Master Lin? Luo Yao didn't speak, her heart filled with joy. What you hear face-to-face isn't necessarily the truth. But words spoken when the other person doesn't know you can hear them are highly credible. Luo Yao was usually with Lin Ran, so she rarely had such opportunities. The last time Lin Ran expressed his love for her to another woman was to Lu Ruxue. At that time, Luo Yao had always suspected Lin Ran was acting. After Lu Ruxue was out of the picture, she had never encountered such a scene again. That Zhang Xiawan, perhaps she did a good deed. However, I will not allow such a person to appear by Erin's side. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. Lin Ran was too close to the situation to see clearly, but as his woman, she could judge Zhang Xiawan's intentions by intuition alone. However, Zhang Xiawan was fundamentally different from other women, which made Luo Yao a bit unsure of how to proceed. First, Zhang Xiawan was definitely not a bad person. Second, she wasn't a slut. Third, she had never actually said she liked Lin Ran. What surprised Luo Yao even more was that Zhang Xiawan was even intentionally avoiding the fact that she liked Lin Ran. Luo Yao could criticize anyone, but facing someone like Zhang Xiawan, she was actually a bit embarrassed to act. But embarrassment was one thing. It didn't mean she wouldn't act. CEO Luo, how should we deal with Zhang Xiawan? Luo Yao glanced at Wang Fong. If Lu Meng were here, she would have proposed suggestions and plans when asking, such as, CEO Luo, should we make Zhang Xiawan leave Jing University, or just get rid of her? This was the difference between assistants. Wang Fong still had a long way to go. Don't do anything for now. Have someone continue to observe. If she has any intention of getting close to Erin, throw her into the mountains to feed the wild dogs. Understood. Wang Fong didn't think there was anything wrong with Luo Yao's handling of the matter, because this was the real CEO Luo. However, a glint of gossip shone in her eyes. Wang Fong, how long have you been with me? 8 years. I've been with you ever since you returned to the Luo family. Yes, 8 years. You and Lu Meng have both been with me for 8 years. Do you know why she became my special assistant? Why you are only the manager of the assistant team? Because Special Assistant Lu is more capable. Luo Yao nodded. Lu Meng was indeed more capable, and she had some combat ability, to the extent that 2 or 3 adult men couldn't get near her. That's not the main reason. The biggest difference between you and Lu Meng is that her mouth is a tiny bit tighter than yours. If there were a third person who had been with me this long and was still loyal, then neither of you would have a chance. I don't like people who gossip. A cold sweat bead was clearly visible on Wang Fong's forehead. In fact, her mouth and Lu Meng's were about the same. The fact that they had survived all these years could be considered a form of favoritism, couldn't it? I understand. So Luo, let's go. Aren't you going to see young Master Lin? No need. Let's go back for now. Meanwhile, Lin Ran was also about done. Although the university had regulations, many students, hearing that Lin Ran had come to the school, couldn't help but want to see him. Getting a photo with him would be great, something to brag about with others. But Lin Ran didn't give them this chance, leaving the campus before they could arrive. When Lin Ran returned to the manor, the first thing he did was record a recruitment video. Then, using his limited computer skills, he did a simple edit of the video and photos. Click post the user you follow. My master is Luo Yao, has posted new content. All the netizens scrolling through videos were stunned. Lin Ran actually posted something? This was the only account with over 20 million followers, but only one post. The last post was a casual daily life update Lin Ran had sent, with the caption, Love Luo Yao. That post had received over 10 million likes. Today's post was the second one. Many people thought Lin Ran was about to sell out and prepare to watch, but as soon as they clicked in, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Ran's handsome face was a critical hit on screen. He then took out a student ID with a cheeky grin and began to speak. Bro, have you been to college, bro? Check out Jing University, 985-211. You can't go wrong. You won't be scammed. Rapid hashtag yin%. With the dynamic beat, pictures of Jing University's iconic buildings changed in sync. There were photos of Lin ran in front of each landmark, with many sunny junior and senior students in the background. The release of this recruitment video made the netizens laugh, the competitors explode, the principal cry, and the admissions office blacklisted him. What's that saying? As long as I'm not embarrassed. The embarrassed ones are the others. Lustful stickiness. Damn, what's this new type of rap? It's so catchy. I want to apply to Jing University. I want to meet Lin Ran. I want to be a simp. Domineering lady boss falls for me. Haha, I'm an idiot. Is Lin Ran actually this funny? Chickens flying and dogs barking. Lin Ran. I've gone to great lengths to recruit for my alma mater. My 62-year-old female tenant. This is too infectious and catchy. I learned it after watching it once. Principal Tang also saw the video. To be honest, the first time he saw it, his cerebellum shriveled a bit. Then he looked at the comments, and slowly, our old principal was hooked like a fish. At the same time, the admissions office's phone was ringing off the hook with inquiries. Hearing this news, Principal Tang leaned back comfortably in his chair, feeling like the whole world was full of color. Admissions director. Principal, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to start such a high-profile recruitment campaign so early? Principal Tang arrogantly wagged a finger. You don't understand. To compete with the top universities, we must act first. Student Lin Ran has done us a huge favor this time. The admissions director was also emotional. He never thought that one day, student recruitment would become so simple. Yes, he's worthy of being the husband of the top plutocrat. His ability is truly strong. He alone is almost equivalent to our entire admissions office. I believe we will have more choices next year. At the same time, Lin Ran became a hot topic at Jing University again. Not only because of the recruitment video, but also for an important reason. Lin Ran had topped 5 of Jing University's lists. Jing University had a tradition of selecting and constantly updating 10 lists every semester. This was especially true in the first half of the semester when many new students would make the lists, pushing out their seniors. Of course, graduated students would be removed from the lists, but their legends would live on forever. In this round of selections, Lin Ran was number 1 on 5 of the 10 lists. Lin Jian took 1, Lu Rushue took 1, Zhang Xiawan took 1, and the rest were shared among others. Jing University's number 1 campus hunk, Lin Ranjing University's number 1 simp, Lin Ranjing University's number 1 playboy, Lin Ranjing University's number 1 slacker, Lin Ranjing University's number 1 richest, Lin Ran. Lin Ran was on 4 of these 5 lists for the first time. Only Jing University's number 1 simp had been dominated by him for 3 years straight. Seeing this list, Lin Ran's face darkened, and he posted a comment below. Lin Ran, who doesn't have some dark history? Can we turn the page on this? My stomach is weak now. I get nauseous easily. Seeing this comment, the students all laughed. Of course, no list could have only one person, but the other 9 were not important enough to waste ink on. After all, in China, we only see the first place. How many people remember the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th? The others were fine, and reasons could be found for them. But Lin Ran couldn't accept being the number 1 slacker. He had excellent grades. Looking at the reason, he was instantly speechless. Not only had Lin Ran not attended any major classes for a whole semester, he hadn't even gone to school. So, many people called this neglectful attitude towards studying slacker behavior. Lin Ran was both amused and exasperated, but couldn't refute it. Looking at the top of the other lists, Lin Ran laughed. Jing University's number 1 academic ace, Zhang Xiawan. No one expected that this freshman girl could break through the ranks. Not only were her grades top-notch in all subjects, but she also represented the school and won a very important competition, beating the students from Shuema University, who only got 2nd place this time. Thus, she was given the title of academic ace. Jing University's number 1 joke, Lin Jian. Good heavens, what kind of talents voted for this? It's truly well-deserved. Lin Ran laughed as he complained. Jing University's number 1 slut, Lu Rushue. Seeing this, Lin Ran really couldn't hold back his laughter. He hadn't expected to see Lu Rushue's name elsewhere. Lu Rushue had been on the campus bell list twice, but had never been number 1. At that time, Lin Ran had even said, Rushue, you'll always be the most beautiful in my eyes. Those students who voted just don't know how to appreciate. Now, thinking about the words he once said, ugh, How disgusting. Actually, technically, Lin Jian and Lu Ruxue were no longer students of Jing University and weren't qualified to be on the lists. But for number one joke and number one slut, it was quite reasonable. Jing University's number one campus belle. AI Xianbai Jing University's number one scumbag. Yu Qingchuan. These two have always dominated the list, no surprise. Huh, why is there an 11th list this year? And there are only two names on it, one of which is me. Jing University's second most devoted, Lin Ran, was instantly furious. How could his devotion to Yao Yao only be second? I need to see who's first. Jing University's most devoted, Yu Qingnan. Alright, I can't really complain about this one. Although I don't think his devotion can surpass mine, he's a talent in his own right. I'll let you have it. This silly list is just something the students made up for fun. While Lin Ran was reading the students' comments, his recruitment video had gone completely viral online. But the people from other universities were dumbfounded. No one had expected that before the holidays even started, someone was already recruiting months in advance. And it was endorsed by the hottest person on the internet, Lin Ran himself. And with such a quirky video. This stupid Jing University. Where's our admissions office? I'm not asking you to surpass them, but at least you can imitate, right? Contact all our graduates who are in the internet industry. Get them all to record. Subsequently, a wave of viral recruitment promotional videos began across the country. Lin Ran was the one who led this trend. In his previous life, it was started by a senior female student. In this life, Lin Ran seized the initiative for his alma mater. But no matter how popular other people's videos became, none were as popular as Lin Ran's original. Aaron, were you a good boy today? Luo Yao returned to the manor after finishing her work. Lin Ran, of course I was. Now, when I face a beautiful woman, I just smile faintly and absolutely don't look twice. Luo Yao knew Lin Ran wasn't lying. She was very satisfied with his performance today. But the thought of Lin Ran taking the initiative to talk to Zhang Xiawan still made her a little uncomfortable. Aaron, go to the bedroom and get ready. I'll be there soon. Lin Ran was stunned, his pupils shrinking slightly. Get ready, be there soon? Lin Ran understood Luo Yao, so he knew what this sentence truly meant. Luo Yao's current gaze, if Lin Ran wasn't mistaken, was the look of someone about to punish him. He was likely going to suffer again. He walked into the bedroom and silently took out something from the closet that readers would have to imagine for themselves. Sigh, I must have made Yao Yao angry again. I really deserve to die. Lin Ran said this, but in his heart, he couldn't figure out how he had angered Luo Yao. Could it be that when I greeted my wife just now, I stepped with my left foot first? That can't be, right? While Lin Ran was lost in thought, Luo Yao came in. Seeing the thing in Lin Ran's hand, she was very satisfied. Aaron is so obedient, preparing it on his own. Lin Ran's face darkened. Are you sure I did this voluntarily? Aaron, don't be afraid. It's just a small punishment today. It won't hurt. Lin Ran. Time flowed like sand. The sounds of love were scattered wantonly. Lin Ran and Luo Yao both fell into the deepest part of the abyss. Temper needs to be vented, or it can easily lead to illness. After everything settled down, Aaron, are you hungry? Lin Ran looked aggrieved and frustrated. I burned so much energy before even eating. Do you think I'm hungry? Luo Yao also caressed Lin Ran's chest tenderly. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just a little angry. So, my dear wife, what exactly were you angry about? Because of Zhang Xiawan. Aaron, you must remember, the women outside are all just painted skeletons. None of them will give you their true heart. Only I truly love you. Case closed. It was no secret that Luo Yao kept track of his whereabouts. Lin Ran cursed himself for being so stupid, not even thinking of such a simple reason. But he was just trying to draw a clear line with Zhang Xiawan. Could that also trigger Luo Yao's innate jealousy? It seemed his wife's Yander nature was getting more and more serious. Let's go eat. Luo Yao was afraid Lin Ran would go hungry. It was very necessary to replenish energy in time after expending it. Okay. Lin Ran got up, ready to pick Luo Yao up, but was pulled by her hands and fell directly onto her. Lin Ran lay on top of Luo Yao, face to face, their pupils reflecting each other's image. Aaron, how much do you love me? Lin Ran didn't understand why Luo Yao was asking this question, but he was used to giving Luo Yao every promise with solemnity. No words can describe how I feel about you in my heart. If love has depth, you couldn't see the bottom even if you jumped in. If love has temperature, we would evaporate in an instant. If love has height, our world would be pitch black, for it would block out the sun and sky. When a person gets used to doing something, it becomes a part of their life. Every solemn declaration Lin Rand made to Luo Yao was his life. Then will Aaron ever fall in love with someone else at the same time? No, I'm a purist. My heart can only hold one woman named Luo Yao. There's no more space. Luo Yao was finally satisfied. Remember what you said. If you fall in love with someone else, then both you and the person you fall in love with will regret being born into this world. Speaking of this, something suddenly came to mind, and Luo Yao revealed a somewhat morbid smile. I've seen a lot of people online lately saying I'm a Yandera. This word might not be comprehensive, but it's not entirely baseless either. I know where my problem lies, but I just can't control my possessiveness over you. So, Aaron, you must never let me have an episode. Because when I feel insecure, I really will do very crazy things. A murderous intent raged. This chilling feeling, even for Lin Ran who had experienced it countless times, was still a bit hard to bear. He knew Luo Yao was definitely not joking. However, this feeling of Luo Yao saying whatever was on her mind also made him very gratified. I will definitely not give you this opportunity. The two got dressed. Lin Ran carried Luo Yao to the dining room. The servants at the Kyoto villa were already used to it. Only Jiang Feihua looked like she had never seen the world. So this is how unrestrained Luo Yao and Lin Ran are at the Kyoto villa? She had thought their public displays of affection in Magic City were bad enough, but she didn't expect to have to endure even sweeter displays in Kyoto. Uncle Fu isn't here for the next 2 days. You'll take over his duties for now. Understood. Jiang Feihua's eyes were full of joy. She had finally become one of Luo Yao's people. The food was already on the table, but Lin Ran and Luo Yao ignored it, having eyes only for each other. Soup was a must with meals. Not only Lin Ran, but even Luo Yao was fed a few mouthfuls by Lin Ran. So this is what Gyuan's soup tastes like. Lin Ran smiled. What? Did you think it would taste great? Not really. After all, it's a medicinal soup. The taste certainly won't be too good. Jiang Feihua watched the two drink their soup with a smile. It felt so sweet, so sweet, so sweet. Qi-boosting and essence-consolidating soup was good for the body. There was nothing wrong with drinking more of it. They were a bit tired when they came back yesterday, so they rested early. Today they weren't so tired, and Lin Ran was the first to invite Luo Yao. After we eat, shall we go to the garden to enjoy the view? Enjoy the view? All right. The two came to the Sky Garden for the first time since returning to Kyoto. The most vibrant flowers bloomed in the coldest season. This sense of contrast gave the feeling of a paradise on earth. They seemed like a prince and princess from a fairy tale, the happy kind without any melodramatic, heart-wrenching plots. The stars are beautiful, and they make one yearn. The two looked up at the sky, but if anyone else looked up, they would find not a single star in the hazy sky. But the two just looked up at the sky like that, as if they could see through the smog and clouds to appreciate the farthest eternity. So, looking at the stars isn't important. Whether you can see them or not isn't important either. What's important is who is by your side. For example, some people muster up the courage to invite their goddess to a movie, but the goddess rejects you, saying she's a bit tired and wants to rest early. You show your concern for a long time, and she replies with a thank you, or at most a good night. You still smile foolishly at your phone, thinking this is the goddess responding to you. But in reality, a rich second generation is inviting her to a hotel, and she actually goes. What you see as high and mighty might be easily attainable in someone else's eyes. So, what you do isn't important. Who is with you is what's important. Is the goddess really just after money? Not necessarily. It's because the other person might be more romantic, more proactive, and more daring in expressing themselves. Some people spend a lifetime of savings and still can't marry the love of their life. Some people use a room rented by the hour to experience the love of your life. Those who feel attacked gather here. Wong Anjian is having surgery tomorrow. Are you going? Lin Ran suddenly asked. He thought Luo Yao probably wouldn't go. After all, she was the wife of a tycoon who could miss out on hundreds of millions in a second. Yes. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao with some surprise. Do you find my answer surprising? Lin Ran nodded. It is a bit surprising. I thought you wouldn't care about anyone but me. Then why are you going? To do what? Luo Yao showed a meaningful smile. To do it. Lin Ran was instantly dumbfounded, imagining the place of countless life and death partings, and while Wong Anjian was in surgery, no less. He and Luo Yao would be outside, communicating about life. Just thinking about that scene gave Lin Ran a chill. Yao can we wait until after Anjian's surgery? Give me some mental preparation. Luo Yao looked puzzled. What is Aaron thinking about? I haven't finished. I was saying to do something important. Lin Ran finally relaxed. You scared me. My heart almost stopped for a moment. Luo Yao's gaze was full of meaning. So Aaron wants to do it in the hospital? I can satisfy you. Lin Rand's face instantly darkened. He didn't have such a fetish. It's so crowded with people there, it's not good. I'll have someone prepare a consultation room. You could be the attending doctor, and I'll be the nurse. Pfft. Lin Ran almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. After all this, you still want to do it, don't you? Fine, fine. While the two were fooling around in the Sky Garden, the Lin family also arrived at a shabby little alley. Mom, are you sure the man you're talking about is here? Lu Yuemei nodded, glanced at the already hopeless Lin Tianba, and said with some difficulty, I've come here many times over the years. Your biological father lives here. Lin Tianba closed his eyes, still muttering that phrase. Lu Yuemei, you are a ruthless woman. The door opened. A middle-aged man who looked somewhat like Lin Jian opened the door with a cigarette in his mouth. He saw Lu Yuemei at a glance. Yo, a rare guest. I thought you wouldn't come looking for me, now that you're famous all over the country. Lu Yuemei was now known to everyone, and many people had given her the title of XX. Rinchi, I had no other choice but to come find you, she said, pulling Lin Jian to her side. Xiao Jian, this is your father, Lu Rinchi. Lin Jian looked at the man in front of him. He always felt this person was not reliable. He was so old, yet still had dyed yellow hair. Mom, are you sure? Of course. Don't look at your father's nonchalant appearance. In reality, his inner world is very rich. No one understands him but me. Lu Rinchi frowned in silence. He hadn't expected to acknowledge his son under these circumstances. Rinchi, let us in first. Lu Rinchi looked conflicted. Why should I take in a bitch like you? Do you think I don't know about the things you've done? You're famous all over the internet now. Lin Tianba lay on the ground, his whole body cold. The only reason he hadn't developed a fever yet was because his immune system was going crazy. So this is the man you loved enough to betray your family for. Lu Yuemei looked at Lin Tianba with disgust. You don't understand him at all. Lin Tianba was utterly speechless, but Lu Yuemei had anticipated this situation. After all, she understood Lu Rinchi and knew he was the type to say whatever was on his mind. But she wasn't unprepared. She immediately used her skill. I've given you so much money over the years. Lin Tianba and I are not divorced yet. As long as I sue, you'll have to return that money. If not 10 million, then at least 8 million. Lin Tianba, you are a ruthless woman. Lu Rinchi knew a bit about the law and naturally knew Lu Yuemei was right. He never expected Lu Yuemei to fall into such a miserable state one day. Lin Jian's eyes were fierce. He couldn't believe Lu Yuemei had spent so much money on a man. The money spent on him over the years probably didn't even amount to 10 million. Thinking of this, Lin Jian took a deep breath. He really couldn't understand his mother anymore. Taking you in is no problem, but there's one condition. After you're here, you are not to bully my ex-wife's son. Lin Jian frowned. He didn't expect this man to have another son. Lu Yuemei nodded. Don't worry. How could we bully him? Lu Rinchi sneered contemptuously. I've heard a little about how you bullied Lin Ran in the Lin family. But if you dare to bully Lu Jian in my house, then don't blame me for being impolite. Okay. Lu Yuemei quickly agreed. Lu Rinchi looked at Lin Tianba on the ground, his face full of disgust. What are you still carrying this trash around for? Don't dirty my house. Lin Jian said without any emotion. He still has to make money for me. We have to take him. Lu Rinchi was stunned, then smiled. You really are my son. This personality is just like mine. After entering the house, Lu Yuemei felt very warm. They hadn't experienced a warm house during this time and were almost moved to tears of joy. Even Lin Tianba felt as if he were in another world. Rinchi, where will we sleep? After letting them in, Lu Rinchi found a set of clothes in the bedroom. Change Lin Tianba into these. He fucking stinks. Lu Yuemei had no choice but to drag Lin Tianba into the bathroom. Without even taking off his clothes or adjusting the water temperature, cold water sprayed from the shower head, constantly washing over Lin Tianba's body. Lu Yuemei thought for a moment and directly poured laundry detergent on Lin Tianba. Not only did it wash away the smell, but it could also wash the clothes at the same time. At this moment, Lin Tianba's heart was colder than the ice and snow outside. Lu Yuemei, you are a ruthless woman. After the wash, Lin Tianba, for the first time in many days, finally wore clean clothes. But these clothes belonged to another man. The thought of it made Lin Tianba feel an inexplicable wave of nausea. Yuemei, Xiaojian, come over. Our family of 3 has finally reunited. Let's have a good talk. Lin Jian and Lu Yuemei walked into the bedroom, leaving Lin Tianba lying on the floor. Lin Tianba finally cried. Unfilial son, Why can't you just kneel down, kowtow to me, and beg me to leave this hell with you? Lin Tianba truly regretted it. If heaven gave him another chance, he believed he would definitely not be deceived by Lu Yuanmei. Of course, this was all a fantasy. As the door opened, Lu Jian returned. He was stunned when he saw Lin Tianba lying on the floor. Holy crap, isn't this the internet's #1 scumbag dad? Even someone like Lu Jian was shocked by Lin Tianba's actions, which showed just how well-known Lin Tianba's reputation was now. At the same time, the bedroom door opened. Lureni looked at his returning son with some embarrassment. Xiaojian, you're back just in time. Dad has something to tell you. You should get to know Xiaojian too. Both of their names had the sound Jian. One was Lin Jian, the other Lu Jian. Now, the two could compete to see who was more Jian despicable. Time flew to the next day, which was also the day of Wong Onjian's surgery and the second to last day of the year. Early in the morning, Wong Onjian began his transplant surgery. Outside the operating room, Lin ran, Mother Wong, and Uncle Fu sat on a bench, waiting, their hearts in their throats for Wong Onjian. Luo Yao was not here. She was in a hospital laboratory at this time. Help me see if there's a problem with this soup. Ibaheo first smelled it, then took a small sip. This should be the medicinal soup my brother prescribed. There's no problem. Did you discover a problem with young Master Lin's abilities? Luo Yao shook her head. His abilities are fine. It's the soup that might have a problem. I suspect there's something in it. Ibaheo was startled and quickly explained. CEO Luo, my brother wouldn't dare. The recipe we gave you is an heirloom of our E family. It won't have any side effects. It will only make young Master Lin more and more vigorous. Luo Yao frowned. I asked you to check. I didn't say it was Yi who added something. Oh, okay. I'll have someone check it thoroughly right away, using the most advanced methods to test it. Actually, when Ibuheo drank it just now, she had already made a general judgment that there should be no problem with the soup. She became the apple of the Yi family's eye not because of her looks. In fact, Ibuheo's appearance was only average, but because she had a very powerful nickname, the ghost tongue of the Yi family. She could basically identify any medicinal herb just by tasting and smelling it. But since it was Luo Yao's order, she had to comply. It was only after this incident that Ibuheo lamented that sometimes one still had to believe in science and intuition. Outside the operating room, Lin Ran sat on the chair without saying anything. At this time, a person in a white coat came and sat down next to Lin Ran. Are you just going to wait here? This surgery will take a long time. The child has only been in for a few hours. The earliest we can get a result is tonight, and if it's slow, it might be tomorrow. And you can't see the patient immediately after the surgery either. There's really no need to wait the whole time. Lin Ran nodded. I know. I'm just keeping him company here because I promised Onjian. I believe Onjian can pull through. Yes, I believe so too. The person in the white coat also believed that Wong Onjian's surgery would be successful. Only then did Lin Ran realize that someone had been chatting with him for several sentences. He turned his head in confusion and was instantly stunned. Director, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the operating room? Ibaheo smiled and nodded. Don't worry. My brother, Yi is personally performing this surgery. I'm only good at theory. When it comes to practice, he's better. Besides, in our eyes, this is not a difficult surgery at all. There won't be any problems. Lin Ran also felt relieved. Uncle Fu and Mother Wong also noticed Ibuheo and greeted him. Hello, Director. But their thoughts were more on Wong Onjian, and they were somewhat listless. Uncle Fu gently patted Mother Wong's back. Director, actually, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Why did you open a hospital? To heal the sick and save lives, or to make money? Lin Ran's sudden question stunned everyone. I opened a hospital to make money. In fact, if it weren't for CEO Luo's support, our Yi family might have been finished long ago. Uncle Fu was silent for a moment. He knew that there was no absolute kindness or fairness in this world. Young Master Lin's question was as foolish as it gets. If a hospital doesn't make money, is it a charity? But Lin Ran's question was not the point. He wanted to comprehend some of the meaning of life through Ibuheo. It's natural to want to make money, but I want to know, do you not become numb when you face so many partings of life and death every day? Ibuheo shook her head. I haven't finished. It's to make money and also to heal the sick and save lives. There is no doctor who doesn't hope their patient can live. Even if we face countless failures, we cannot fall because the patients believe in us with all their savings. If we don't work hard, aren't we letting down the money we earn? Lin Ran didn't quite understand Ibuheo's line of thought, but he had to admit that this director had some principles. Nowadays, who knows how many unscrupulous medical institutions operate under the banner of healing the sick and saving lives. but in reality, they don't take patients' lives seriously at all. I suggest you go to the waiting room to rest. You'll probably have to wait for a long time here. Lin shook his head. I'll wait right here. Otherwise, Yao Yao won't be able to find me when she comes later. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Uncle Fu and Mother Wong didn't expect Luo Yao to come in person. They were both a little nervous. Miss, Luo Yao nodded and glanced at Mother Wong. Her attitude towards everyone was the same, cold and icy, and it hadn't changed for years. Only Lin was an exception. I just came to take a look. Xiawan is inside, so you can rest assured. He is a national medical saint. In fact, it was Luo Yao who had arranged for Xiawan to be the attending physician. One must know that the people of the Yi family would not serve common people. Countless dignitaries wanted the Yi family to see them, or even hire a private doctor from the Yi family. But the Yi family's principle was that you come to the hospital and queue up, and I will see you. If you want to use connections, you have to be CEO Luo. It was already a great feat for Luo Yao to arrange for Xiawan to personally operate on Wong Anjin. Uncle Fu/Mother Wong. Thank you, miss. Luo Yao looked at Lin, and Lin looked at Luo Yao. Their eyes seemed to be speaking. Luo Yao. The consultation room is ready. Lin, no way are we really doing this. Lin coughed lightly twice. I'll go take care of something with Yao Yao first. You guys wait here. Don't worry, you will be fine. Okay, young Master Lin. You two go ahead, don't mind us. After the two left, Mother Wong collapsed onto the chair like a deflated balloon. Dawa, don't worry. When Lin was here just now, she didn't want him to worry about her. So, she put on a strong front. But in reality, the worry in her heart was almost crushing her. Some might wonder why Mother Wong's heart was so fragile, but that's not the case. She was someone who had lost a loved one and knew that feeling. She could face any hardship with a smile, but when it came to the life and death of a loved one, she couldn't remain calm. Uncle Fu gently hugged Mother Wong, patting her back. Uncle Fu's emotional intelligence wasn't low, but whenever he faced Mother Wong, he became a bit clueless. Mother Wong, our Anjin will be fine, right? Uncle Fu nodded. He definitely will. Miss specially arranged for Xiawan to operate. He's a national medical saint, so there will definitely be no problem. Mother Wong nodded silently. When people are worried, they don't have the mood to think about anything else. Dawa, I was thinking, after Anjin's surgery is done, let's have him change his surname. Let him acknowledge me as his grandfather, which would also count as entering my Jeang family's gate. Mother Wong shook her head. As long as Anjin is safe, nothing else matters. He can have whatever surname he wants. Uncle Fu felt he owed Mother Wong too much over the years. This debt far outweighed the complaints in his heart, and he was willing to use all his strength to make it up to her. Fortunately, it wasn't too late now. Meanwhile, Luo Yao and Lin took the elevator to a consultation room on the top floor. The sign on it read gynecology. Luo Yao pulled Lin inside with an expectant look on her face. As soon as they entered, they saw the white coat that had already been prepared. Lin's spirits also instantly lifted. Looking out the window at the entire hospital square, this feeling, you have to admit, it was something else. Aaron, our daily routine is about to begin. Luo Yao, without another word, took off her coat, revealing her sexy figure. Paired with a pair of long sharkskin pants, it was a prime motivator for crime. No matter how you looked, it was enough to make one's nose bleed. Luo Yao put on the nurse's uniform. Aaron, it's your turn. Okay, but I have a question. Am I on top? Or am I on top? Luo Yao straddled Lin directly. Director Lin, that depends on what you like. Lin raised an eyebrow. So the role-playing has already started? Luo Yao looked at Lin with a wronged expression. Director Lin, I want to be the head nurse. Do you think I still have a chance? Fine. If you like to act, then I'll play along with you. Nurse Luo, opportunities are for those who are prepared. You don't want me to give the opportunity to someone else, do you? As he spoke, Lin began to take action. This handsome director, please have some self-respect. Time passed minute by minute. The two acted as a doctor and a nurse for a day. The feeling, it must be said, had a bit of a Japanese cultural flair to it. Perhaps it was due to the blessing of Lin and Luo Yao, or perhaps the worry of Uncle Fu and Mother Wong. Wong Anjin's surgery concluded successfully in the evening. Mother Wong cried tears of joy, and Uncle Fu also had a gentle expression. They also gave the donor corresponding compensation. For someone of Uncle Fu's status, investigating a donor's information was incredibly simple. When Lin and Luo Yao came downstairs, they happened to hear this news, and Lin also felt relieved. Seeing Xiawan come out, Uncle Fu and Mother Wong both bowed in gratitude. The child is fine, don't worry. The next step is to observe for rejection, but having had this kind of illness, there will definitely be some trouble in the future. You need to be prepared. Thank you, thank you. Mother Wong kept thanking him. She didn't know what words carried more weight than these two. Lin Ran and Luo Yao looked at each other and smiled. Since he had just had surgery, Wong Anjian was in a sterile environment, and they couldn't see him yet, so Lin Ran planned to go back first. He would come again after Wong Anjian was out of isolation. At the same moment, Ibu Heo rushed over anxiously. CEO Luo, the results are out. Luo Yao stopped and took the report from Ibu Heo's hand. Lin Ran also looked over. What's this? Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. The test report for the Qi boosting and essence consolidating soup. Lin Ran's pupils quaked. Ibu Heo said with some admiration. CEO Luo, you guessed right. There's indeed something in it. It's a colorless and odorless poison. Eating a small amount is fine, but long-term consumption will lead to organ failure and death, and the cause cannot be found because the substance in it will be dissolved and metabolized by our fat. In other words, as soon as it's eaten, even a blood test won't detect it. It's a very potent poison. However, due to the special nature of this drug, it only works in liquid form, which is why it was put in the soup. The first moment she got this result, Ibu Heo also sighed. Sure enough, no wealthy family's life was safe. Lin Ran's eyes widened. Why did this poison's effect sound so familiar? Luo Yao also knew whose handiwork this was. Luo Wushuang, you have some nerve? Ibu Heo asked with some worry. CEO Luo, how long have you been drinking this soup? Luo Yao said without thinking. I only drank it once. Aaron drank it more, plus the time in Magic City. It's been almost 10 days. Lin Ran. He had been getting poisoned since Magic City. Yao, I've been poisoned? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran with some grievance. Yes, but it's only for a short time, it's fine. If you die, I'll accompany you. Don't be afraid. Hearing Luo Yao say this, Lin Ran had nothing to worry about. If he were really deeply poisoned, Luo Yao would definitely be extremely nervous. And Lin Ran remembered that Luo Yao seemed to have said there was an antidote for this poison. Young Master Lin, don't worry. This poison is slow-acting. If you stop taking it, your body will metabolize it out over time. Lin Ran nodded. Luo Yao, but to be on the safe side, you should still take the antidote. After all, this thing isn't good for your body. Lin Ran couldn't wait to take the antidote. Who knew if this thing would really be metabolized out? Uncle Fu, who was standing by, also heard. His brows furrowed tightly. Miss, do you need me to handle it? Luo Yao shook her head. Getting rid of the small fry is useless and will only alert the enemy. Aaron and I will go back first. I don't want anyone else to know about this matter. Uncle Fu, Ibu Heo, Yi, and even Mother Wong, who were present, all felt a chill. Understood, miss. Luo Yao took Lin Ran back to the manor. Lin Ran also didn't expect that the one who got hurt this time would be himself. It seems this Jiang Fewa is Luo Wushuang's person. No wonder, every time they ate, he felt she was watching, especially when he was drinking soup. He also had one of these poisons. He knew the method of poisoning was very convenient, just filtering it in water. Regarding Luo Wushuang's actions, Lin Ran was also filled with anger. I'm already on your side, helping you deal with Luo Yao, yet you still want to harm me too. This Luo Wushuang is truly quite vicious. That's right, the target this time was not Luo Yao, but Lin Ran. After all, Lin Ran was the one who drank most of the Qi boosting and essence consolidating soup. Luo Wushuang really doesn't have a single truthful word in his mouth. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Luo Wushuang previously promised that as long as I helped him, he would give me a lifetime of inexhaustible wealth and would also leave the Kyoto Manor to me. Now it seems that not even the punctuation in those words can be believed. He's just trying to get something for nothing, utterly shameless. Luo Yao knew about the agreement between Lin Ran and Luo Wushuang and didn't say anything, but instead asked a question. If Luo Wushuang could give you what he promised. A multiple-choice question? Yao, what are you thinking? You are my wife. What can you give me that I want? Whether it's monetary, spiritual, or carnal, only you can satisfy me. And I only love a wife named Luo Yao. Even without all these things, just having you is enough. You are the life I want the most. Luo Yao was satisfied and didn't mention these things again because there was no need. But in her heart, she was more than just angry. It was one thing for Luo Wushuang to think about harming her, but now he even wanted to harm Lin Ran. How could she tolerate this? However, now was not the time to deal with Jiang Fewa. Alerting the enemy would only make Luo Wushuang more vigilant. So, she decided to let Lin Ran play along, just like her. There was another reason for their anger now. In their eyes, Luo Wuxuang was not a formidable opponent at all, but they didn't expect that such a person, who wasn't a main opponent, would teach them a profound lesson. This also made them aware of their own weakness, underestimating their opponents. Back at the manor, Jiang Fewa was waiting to greet them as they got out of the car. Young Master Lin, miss, welcome back. The meal is ready. Luo Yao gave Jiang Feihua a cold glance, which also put Jiang Feihua at ease. Luo Yao had always been cold. If she suddenly became enthusiastic, that would be a problem. Lin ran, looking infatuated, followed beside Luo Yao, constantly feeding everyone dog food, showing no signs of anything unusual. At dinner, looking at the soup in the bowl, Lin Ran frowned. Did I ask you to prepare soup? Jiang Feihua. I'm sorry. I thought young Master Lin was always used to drinking soup. Lin Ran looked disgusted. What? You think my body is weak? I have to drink this disgusting soup. Although Lin Ran said this, his actions still involved ladling the soup into his own bowl. Jiang Feihua also breathed a sigh of relief. Understand. I won't prepare it next time unless young Master Lin asks. It's just soup. The poison can be put elsewhere, as long as it's liquid. What she didn't know at this moment was that Lin Ran had already taken the antidote. Even Luo Wuxuang himself didn't have the antidote, but Luo Yao did. Lin Ran also hadn't expected that it should have been Luo Yao pretending to be poisoned, but he ended up being truly poisoned. According to the timeline, it was almost time for Luo Yao's poison to act up. When Luo Yao died, and then he died after some time, and Luo Wuxuang got rid of Jiang Feihua, there would truly be no evidence. What a despicable and sinister fellow. After dinner, Luo Yao went to the study to call Lu Meng, leaving Lin Ran to rest alone in the living room. After a while, Uncle Fu returned. Why aren't you at the hospital with Mother Wong? Lin Ran asked, looking at the returning Uncle Fu. Mother Wong wouldn't let me. She told me not to delay my work and to come back early to serve Miss and you. Lin Ran. Tis TSK. Look at Mother Wong, how sensible she is. Uncle Fu looked embarrassed. In fact, he had a small conflict with Mother Wong just now. Wong Anjin's surgery was a success, and Uncle Fu was naturally very happy. In a moment of joy, Uncle Fu, very tactlessly and inappropriately, brought up the previous question. Dahua, see, Anjin's surgery was successful. After he's discharged, I'll take him to change his household registration and have him take the surname Jeang. Mother Wong was instantly furious. Zhang Laifu, what do you mean? You only care about what surname Anjin has? What's wrong with him having my surname? Uncle Fu was perplexed. There's nothing wrong with him having your surname. But didn't you say before that as long as Anjin's surgery was successful, you would agree to let him change his surname? Mother Wong argued forcefully. I said it doesn't matter what his surname is, but I never agreed to him changing it. And why should he change his surname? Legally, he only has me as a relative now. Uncle Fu was instantly stunned, but after thinking about it, he realized she wasn't wrong. He also cursed himself for being foolish. This matter was indeed a bit rushed. His own grandson was still in the operating room, and he was already making unreasonable demands. It was indeed a bit too much, and he was preparing to propose. It would obviously be better to bring this up after the proposal. How pitiful that he was too close to the situation to see even this simple thing. There was nothing wrong with bringing this up, but not now, and certainly not when his grandson was still recovering from surgery. He needed to wait a bit longer. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have said these things to you at this time. Mother Wong interrupted Uncle Fu directly, saying with some worry, You should go back first. You've been out for so long, and Miss and young Master Lin have no one to look after them. Uncle Fu, there are many servants at the manor, and Jiang Feihua is also there. Mother Wong, it's precisely because Jiang Feihua is there that I'm worried. Haven't you heard that even young Master Lin was poisoned? And no matter how attentive the servants are, there will be times when they are neglectful. After all, they're all just getting paid. Mother Wong pushed Uncle Fu as she spoke. Hurry back. If I come back and find that Miss and young Master Lin have lost weight, don't blame me for being rude to you. Uncle Fu suddenly felt as if Mother Wong was acting cute with him, and his heart felt warm. Okay, I'll go back right away. I will definitely not let them lose weight. Just as Uncle Fu turned to leave, Mother Wong suddenly called out to him. What's the relationship between you and that Jiang Feihua? Uncle Fu. His emotional intelligence was not bad, but that was with others. In front of Mother Wong, Uncle Fu was like a child with no intelligence. Jiang Feihua, is just the manager of the Magic City Manor. I am the butler of the Kyoto Manor. There is no relationship between the two of us. If we have to say something, it's that we are both under the management of Miss and young Master Lin. Aren't you also under the Manor's management? Manor Manager, Manor butler, a good match. Uncle Fu instantly felt something was wrong. His brain spun rapidly, spinning and spinning and spinning, but he just couldn't come up with an answer. Looking at Mother Wong's gloomy face, Uncle Fu felt that he was not only a coward in love, but also a failure in love. If only young Master Lin were here, he would definitely know the standard answer. Suddenly thinking of Lin Ran, Uncle Fu was stunned. If it were young Master Lin facing Miss, how would he answer this question? Dahua, whether it's the servants in the villa or Jiang Fewa, any woman in my eyes is like a pile of crap. Only you are the love of my life. Mother Wong was instantly stunned. She never dreamed that such words would come out of Uncle Fu's mouth. EW, so cheesy, I can't take it. Hurry up and go back. Although she said that, the irrepressible smile on her face revealed the fact that she loved to hear it. Uncle Fu also lamented that sometimes, one should really know how to use their mouth. No wonder young Master Lin could hook Miss every day. Sweet words really work. Indeed, a person can be incompetent, but they cannot be mouthless. After leaving the hospital, Uncle Fu returned to the manor. Taking advantage of Luo Yao's absence in the living room, Uncle Fu leaned close to Lin Ran's ear. Young Master Lin, I have to say, your method is quite useful. Lin Ran looked puzzled. If you have something to say, just say it clearly. Why are you being so mysterious and hard to understand? What are you trying to do? Uncle Fu gave a knowing smile. I just learned from you, young Master Lin, and answered Mother Wong's question in the way you would answer Mrs. I feel it really makes women happy. Young Master Lin, you're this. Uncle Fu gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Luo Yao was on the second-floor landing, looking down at the old and young pair below, a faint murderous glint in her eyes. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. I thought you were going to say something else. I'm different from you. You're using a method, but I'm not. The things I say to Yao Yao all come from the heart. Uncle Fu, it's just the two of us here, young Master Lin. You don't have to be so careful, deep. Lin Ran was utterly speechless. So this is the kind of person I am in your eyes. It doesn't matter. As long as I know my own sincerity, that's enough. What a joke. My sincerity is seen as deliberate flattery in your eyes. Young Master Lin, are you serious? You're really not deliberately saying what Miss likes to hear. Serious, very serious. Do you know why I'm always so serious every time I say those things to Yao Yao? What? Lin Ran sighed. Forget it. I'll explain it to you, a coward in love. Because I love her to the bone. I'm afraid Yao Yao lacks a sense of security, so I have to make every promise seriously. This way, Yao Yao will feel secure. I want to give her a sense of security at all times in this life. Forget it. An old man like you wouldn't understand. Seeing Lin Ran's serious explanation, Uncle Fu felt his brain was a bit insufficient. So, was he the old man, the one who truly didn't understand? Standing on the second-floor landing, Luo Yao's lips finally curled up. She murmured to herself, so that's what Aaron is thinking. That's great. Luo Yao really felt she was changing, becoming better and better. Thinking carefully, it seemed like it had been a long time since she had an episode, and she hadn't done anything crazy. The small hurt she inflicted on Lin Ran could be ignored. I really missed the days when I locked Aaron up. If given two choices, Luo Yao might still lean towards locking Lin Ran by her side. But she also didn't want to make Lin Ran unhappy. She liked locking Lin Ran up, but Lin Ran would be unhappy losing his freedom, and she didn't want Lin Ran to be unhappy. It was an unsolvable contradiction. Aaron, come here. For words, and both Uncle Fu and Lin Ran froze, as if hit by a petrifying spell. Lin Ran turned his head and looked at Luo Yao with some complaint. Yao Yao, you weren't eavesdropping on us, were you? Luo Yao was. Uncle Fu's bonus for next year is also gone. Uncle Fu instantly felt the world spin, and the colors of his life turned back to black and white. Just then his phone rang. After Uncle Fu answered, his expression became grave. Miss, Luo Wushuang has sent an invitation to all members of the Luo family to return to the old residence to worship the ancestors for the New Year festival. Luo Yao, there are no ancestors left. What ancestors are there to worship? The last time Luo Yao returned to the old residence, she smashed all the Luo family's ancestral tablets. She hadn't had them re-established afterward, so where were the ancestors? That broken place, whoever wants to go back can go back. I don't care about those people anymore anyway. And I believe not many will obey. Inferiority was not Luo Yao's true nature. Confidence was. A person who could fight their way out of a bloody storm would not be an insecure and weak person. Luo Yao had many qualities, including being decisive, meticulous, and absolutely confident. Of course, Luo Yao also had times of insecurity. That was when she faced Lin Rant's rejection in the past. During that time, she was very insecure. In love, whoever gets serious first loses. Luo Yao had lost once, but fortunately, she didn't lose completely and had now made a comeback. But when Luo Wuxuang sent the invitation, he said he would open the Luo family's dragon vein during this year's festival. There must be many people looking forward to dividing the Luo family's treasure. Only then did Luo Yao become serious. Luo Wuxuang was no match for her at all, but if he held the treasure, that was another story. But even if Luo Wuxuang and those people succeeded in the end, she was confident she could protect herself. The current Luo family members had no idea that the shares of the Luo Group had, through her operations, slowly become private property. The current Luo family was still completely ignorant of her methods. Interesting. The other key is clearly in my hands, yet he can convince those people to believe him with empty words. Truly interesting. In this world, there is never a shortage of fools. At this time, Lin Ran also frowned and asked, "So, are we going back or not?" Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran, remembering the words he had said to Uncle Fu just now, and her heart was filled with joy. By the time the festival comes, I should have been poisoned. So let's play along with him. When the time comes, I'll take you back to slaughter the Luo family. In fact, Luo Yao had always had an obsession, which was to see the Luo family's dragon vein. There should be something she wanted to know in there. Regarding Luo Yao's statement, Lin Ran couldn't quite agree. Yao. Actually, to be precise, you're also a Luo family member. Isn't it inaccurate to say slaughter the Luo family? Luo Yao rolled her eyes directly. It was incredible that this expression could appear on Luo Yao's face. Lin Ran was stunned. The way his wife rolled her eyes was just too cool. You're always swearing on your whole family. What? Am I not considered your family? Or do you not see me as family? Lin Ran was instantly speechless. He couldn't refute it, and felt that what Luo Yao said was not wrong. Ahem, when I swear like that, it's just to curse Lin Tianba and the others. It has nothing to do with my Yao. Luo Yao said with a "that's how it should be" expression. When I say I'll go back and slaughter the Luo family during the festival, it also doesn't include me, Luo Yao. Lin Ran smiled. He understood that he would never be able to win against Luo Yao in this lifetime, because he didn't want to win. There's still some time before the New Year festival. We don't need to be in a hurry. Luo Yao also nodded, her thoughts unknown. A different kind of light flickered in Lin Ran's eyes. Yao, let's set off for the snow-capped mountains in a couple of days. Can you arrange your work in advance? Facing Lin Ran's sincere invitation, Luo Yao hung directly on him. Aaron, as long as you want, we can leave at any time. There's no need to arrange anything. Was Luo Yao speaking words of love to him? All right, then we'll leave after New Year's Day. How about that? Okay, I'll listen to you. There was still one day until the new year. This was the first year Lin Ran and Luo Yao were officially together. So this New Year's Eve was very necessary. Luo Yao didn't like celebrating any holidays because she had spent them all alone since she was a child and was already used to it. But being able to spend New Year's Eve with Lin Ran, her interest was piqued. Aaron, how should we celebrate New Year's Eve? Lin Ran, watch the gala, eat snacks, and wait for 12 o'clock. We're just ordinary people. Ordinary people? No, my Aaron is not ordinary. It's just watching a gala and eating snacks, right? Okay, I'll arrange it. Lin Ran. At this moment, Wong Fong's call came again. Luo Yao answered and listened to the report from the other end. Luo Yao hadn't gone to the company today. All the work was done by Wong Fong. In her heart, Luo Yao affirmed her work, but she wouldn't say it out loud. Although your work efficiency is good, your considerations are not comprehensive enough. I know, CEO Luo. I'll get back to work then. Even though it was already very late, Wong Fong showed no signs of resting. No hurry. Do something for me. Okay, CEO Luo, please go ahead. 10 minutes later, many famous celebrities near Kyoto received a notice. What? Asking me to perform? Please, I'm at the live rehearsal for Kyoto TV. No matter who it is, you can't just disregard the rules, right? What CEO Luo, CEO Lin? Who did you say? Okay, I'll be right over. Such things were happening to many celebrities near Kyoto. Even Chun Qingtian, who was far away in Magic City, received the news. After making these calls, the assistant team reported back to Wong Fong. Sister Wong, do we need to invite Director Chen's family? After all, they are young Master Lin's family. Wong Fong thought for a moment and didn't make a decision. According to her own thinking, it was necessary, but according to her understanding of Luo Yao, it probably wasn't. I'll ask CEO Luo. Okay. When Luo Yao received Wong Fong's call, her brows furrowed tightly. She glanced at Lin Ran, who was already fast asleep on the sofa. Lin Ran looked a bit cute when he was asleep, his mouth half open, drool almost about to fall out. Aaron is really tired. Let them come. Also, the employees of the Luo Group in Kyoto, whoever has time can come over. My manor is very big. It can accommodate them all. Wong Fong. Understood. Also, Wu Jishang from Nuanyo Group, and that guy named Shin Jingbing, invite them all. After all, these two are considered Aaron's good friends, and they are obedient and know how to get things done. Okay. After hanging up, Wong Fong wiped away non-existent cold sweat. Luckily, she had asked. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how she died. She also hadn't expected that Luo Yao would actually invite others to the manor. Shouldn't CEO Luo and young Master Lin spend New Year's Eve alone? Soon, the Chen family unexpectedly received a notice. Chen Zhao's face was all wrinkles from smiling. Good, Assistant Wong. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take my family to my grandson's house as guests tomorrow, huh? After hanging up, Chen Xiao was still immersed in the joy of being invited by Luo Yao. Although he was the director of education, he had dealt with many business people and naturally understood Luo Yao. Plus, the crazy things Luo Yao had done recently. It would be a lie to say he wasn't shocked. But for such a ruthless CEO that everyone feared to invite him, how could he not be happy? Dad, what are you smiling about? How did you know CEO Luo invited me to be a guest? Chen Yinluan? Su Jiangwo had just finished watching the military channel and wanted to go to the study to call his wife to bed. Old man, what are you two talking about? Chen Xiao, how did you know Xiawan invited me to his house? Su Jiangwo. Just then, Chen Xingtian's call came to Su Jiangwo's phone. Su Jiangwo looked at the phone number and revealed an indulgent smile. This girl, after going crazy once at the Lin Family in Magic City, she still knows to call back. Answering the phone. Chen Xingtian, I told you to come back. Are you turning a deaf ear? Chen Xingtian. Grandma, how did you know that my cousin and sister-in-law invited me to their house? Su Jiangwo. At this very moment, the Su family's youngest daughter came to visit with her husband. Mom, I'm back. Su Jiangwo looked at her daughter and son-in-law. How did you know I was going to Xiaoran's house? Chunjima. Back to the manor. Why did Luo Yao invite others to the manor for New Year's Eve? Because she felt that if it was just her and Lin Ran being watched by so many people on stage, Aaron would definitely not be used to it. So, she simply invited a group of people over, which would also make it more lively and prevent Lin Ran from feeling uncomfortable. And in the end, the Chen family had given her a little, insignificant help. Luo Yao was ruthless, but that didn't mean she couldn't distinguish between good and bad. The next day, some say that time can erase everything. I can't agree with this statement. Time only makes things fade, but it cannot erase them. What has happened, and no one could change it. Love and hatred are things that time cannot erase. Today is the last day of the year, and also a day full of stories. On the last day, Wang Anjin's condition was brought under control, and there were clear signs of improvement with no major rejection. Even Xiawan called it a miracle. On the last day, Luo Yao also gave her employees a 3-day break. Other companies only had a holiday on New Year's Day. But this did not change the Luo Group employees' impression of Luo Yao. A boss who has been exploiting you suddenly gives you a holiday. Everyone's heart was a little panicked. But when they learned that they could also go to the Dantian Manor for New Year's Eve today, they all became excited again. Dantian Manor, that was a place countless socialites had never been to. Also on this day, Lin Jian was sued by his business partner. Because Lin Jian couldn't pay the penalty for the gambling agreement, the court accepted the case. It was believed that Lin Jian would soon become a discredited person. Also on this day, Lin Ran and Luo Yao held hands, waiting for the new year. Starting from noon, Lin Ran felt the manor becoming lively and noisy outside. Lin Ran looked puzzled. What's going on outside? Luo Yao replied calmly. People are here for New Year's Eve. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao with some surprise. He couldn't imagine Luo Yao would actually invite others to the manor. Shouldn't New Year's Eve be for the two people who love each other the most? What's the point of having so many people? This is a bit unlike you. Luo Yao remained calm. It's just a little benefit for the employees. I invited some celebrities to liven things up. Hearing this explanation, Lin Ran was relieved. Who says my wife is ruthless and heartless? This wife is so good, even giving her employees such a benefit. Luo Yao said calmly. I didn't prepare it especially for them. I prepared it for you. Lin Ran, didn't you say yesterday that we would watch the gala, eat snacks, and celebrate New Year's Eve? Not only did I prepare a gala, but I also invited the chefs from the state banquet. They'll be here soon. You can order whatever you want to eat. Lin Ran was too shocked to speak. He just said it casually, and what he meant was to cuddle with Luo Yao, watch TV, and eat sunflower seeds to celebrate New Year's Eve. Not this. But now that things were like this, he could only accept it. Yao Yao, you're so good. Having you is my happiness. Aaron, you must remember, as long as you want it, I will even pluck the stars from the sky and give them to you. Lin Ran believed that what Luo Yao said was absolutely true. This woman had already proven with her actions how deeply she loved him. Sister-in-law, Chen Qingtian's voice arrived before she did. Lin Ran turned his head, still a bit dazed. Cousin? Why are you back? Isn't it because sister-in-law invited me for New Year's Eve? I rode 8 horses to death on the way. Oh, I transferred 8 times to get back, just afraid of missing this grand New Year's Eve. Lin Ran was really a bit confused. Chen Qingtian looked at Lin Ran's expression with confusion. No way, you don't know? Sister-in-law invited many famous celebrities to celebrate New Year's Eve here. It's already a hot topic online. Lin Ran, so you were invited to perform? Chen Qingtian was instantly speechless, not knowing whether to say yes or no. Luo Yao glanced at Chen Qingtian. I also invited the Chun family. They'll be here soon. Chen Qingtian's eyes widened instantly. This? I won't get beaten, will I? I'm so old now. Grandma will probably consider my feelings a bit. She probably won't hit me, right, cousin? Cousin? Say something. You're looking at me like that. I'm a little scared. She also knew that after what happened at the Luo family in Magic City was known to Chun Xiao and the others, her family was very angry. A young lady like her was actually in such a dangerous place. Lin Ran was also a bit surprised looking at Luo Yao. He was truly a bit shocked. Who was Luo Yao? She was the representative of being unique. Her personality was cold and ruthless. Ruthless meant having no emotions. Of course, this emotion referred to familial love, not romantic love. But now she had invited the Chun family. It would be a lie to say Lin Ran wasn't moved. So, Yao Yao has always understood me. But she only knew that I longed for family affection, but she didn't know that I had given up on family affection. How can family affection be as good as romantic love? Yao Yao, there's really no need for this, but I still thank you. Luo Yao, you've said it before, there's no need to say thank you between a husband and wife. Speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Miss, the Chen family has arrived. Luo Yao nodded. Chen Xiao entered with his family, with Chen Jima pushing her mother. Why do you two still think about us two old fogies? New Year's Eve is something you young people should celebrate. Although Chen Xiao said this, his heart was very happy. His eldest son, Chen Yinshi, and a second son, Chen Yinluan, both greeted Luo Yao and the others with happy faces. Niece-in-law, thank you for your invitation, for still remembering us two uncles. Su Jiangwo was pushed into the living room by Chen Jima, also with a kind face. Yao Yao, I heard about what happened in Magic City some time ago. You've worked hard, and you also had to take care of these two troublesome ones, Xiawan and Qingtian. Lin Ran saw that everyone was greeting Luo Yao, but no one paid any attention to him. He was starting to suspect that Luo Yao was their granddaughter, and he was the son-in-law. Luo Yao, Aaron has always been my motivation. Without Aaron, I would not be alive in this world. Su Jiangwo was stunned. She couldn't understand why Luo Yao had such extreme thoughts. Chen Qingtian, however, leaned close to Su Jiangwo's ear and whispered, Grandma, sister-in-law is a legendary Yandere. Su Jiangwo was even more confused. She had never heard this word before. But Chen Qingtian's words reminded Su Jiangwo. She immediately grabbed one of Chen Qingtian's ears with one hand and picked up the cane from her wheelchair with the other and started hitting her. Chen Qingtian, ow, Grandpa, save me. Chen Xiao looked on as if watching a show. Qingtian, you're usually too naughty. You didn't work properly in Magic City and even caused trouble for your cousin. You deserve this beating. Chen Qingtian was on the verge of tears. She had just wanted to go to the Luo family to watch the fun. Who could have known that the Luo family had madman? And what did Luo blowing up the manor have to do with her? Only when Su Jiangwo was tired of hitting did she say, That's it for now. Next time you dare to cause trouble for Yao Yao and the others, I'll beat you so hard you'll see stars day and night. Lin Ran, why is this figure of speech so much like mine? Chen Qingtian looked aggrieved, clutching her bottom and almost crying. Don't be fooled by the fact that Su Jiangwo was in a wheelchair. She was very agile when it came to hitting people. Grandma, I was just going to watch the fun. Who could have known it would end up like that? It really wasn't my fault. Su Jiangwo looked at her with disappointment. Humph. Of course, I know it has nothing to do with you. If it did, you wouldn't be standing here crying out now. Only then did Lin Ran speak his first sentence. Grandma, what my cousin said is right. This matter really can't be blamed on her. Su Jiangwo. Xiawan, you're here too. Come here, let Grandma take a look at you. Lin Ran walked over with a puzzled look. Su Jiangwo raised her cane to hit him. Qin Tian grabbed Su Jiangwo's arm. Grandma, I advise you to watch your step. Su Jiangwo. Qin Tian lowered her voice. If you dare to hit my cousin, my sister-in-law will chop you up. Sure enough, Su Jiangwo felt a murderous aura. It wasn't heavy, but it was incredibly pure. So, this is a Yandera. Xiawan, Grandma, just wanted to see if you've gotten fatter recently, huh? Luo Yao said coldly. Aaron is with me. He will never go hungry or get thin. As she spoke, she walked in front of Lin Ran with a serious expression. Even if you are Aaron's grandmother, I will not allow you to touch him. For the first time, Su Jiangwo saw a chilling, killing intent in someone from the younger generation. Luo Yao had definitely killed people, and quite a few of them. After reaching this conclusion, Su Jiangwo's expression began to soften. Yao, Grandma will listen to you. Luo Yao also retracted her murderous aura, her face serious. I invited you all here today to thank you for pressuring the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which allowed me to secure the Science and Technology City project. Chen Xiao quickly interjected to ease the awkwardness. Hey, we're all family. No need for such formalities. This was the boss's doing. We know my big sister made things difficult for you, so consider a compensation. It's not about helping or not. Even without us, you would have secured that project with ease. Chen Yinsher nodded. He knew when he did it that even without the Chun family, Luo Yao was not someone who could be pushed around by anyone. So his pressure was merely the icing on the cake. Just then, Jeang Fewa walked into the villa. Miss, everything is ready. Luo Yao nodded, and the group headed to the auditorium in a flurry. It had been set up as a temporary studio. Due to time constraints, it didn't meet the standards of a grand stage, but the A-list celebrities didn't complain in the slightest. Even the director was the chief director of Kyoto TV. The New Year's Eve gala on that channel had been fully handed over to the deputy director. After all, it was just a recording, and a deputy director was sufficient. The studio was filled with employees of the Luo Corporation. They filled the entire first floor, and many others couldn't find seats, standing in small groups. Many more were not in the auditorium, but were outside enjoying the beautiful scenery of the manor, as there were many interesting programs outside, as well as inside. The second floor was for executives, including Wu Zhishang and Shun Jingbing. It was said to be a gala, but it was also an important social venue for everyone. Wu Zhishang was clinking glasses and chatting animatedly with people from the Luo Corporation. From a distance, he already had the air of a general manager. The Qin family all went to the second floor, while Luo Yao and Lin Ran went to a separate room on the second floor that overlooked the entire stage. At this moment, the social hierarchy was on full display, proving the old saying, this world was never fair. Aran, this is the gala I prepared for you. Do you like it? I like it. I like everything Yao prepares. And I've discovered that people really are divided into classes. Look at those employees below. The ones sitting in the back have to stand up just to see, while those on the second floor can watch with ease. And us? We have the best view in the whole place. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Luo Yao showed a satisfied smile. If Lin Ran liked it, then her preparations weren't in vain. At the same time, the hired chefs brought out dish after dish of Lin Ran's favorite foods, making Lin Ran exclaim in awe. The gala began. Lin Ran. Yao, can I start a live stream? It would be a shame not to let his fans see such a luxurious New Year celebration. If our Ran wants to, of course you can. Lin Ran took out his phone and had a staff member set up a position to start broadcasting. Zwan's Madman lost today. Finally streaming again? I've been watching Lin Jian's streams recently. Cursing at Lin Jian is fun, but it doesn't quench my thirst. Wait, what is this? Holy crap, a New Year's Eve gala? Her husband disagrees. Which TV station is Lin Ran a guest on? This viewing position is unbeatable, though the stage is a bit small. Peeping Star scum. No, this isn't a local TV station. This is Lin Ran's home. My classmate is Tu Lin Jian. His house is this big? Poverty really limits my imagination. Princess, please get in bed. Isn't that China's top-tier singer, teacher Shi Ding, opening the show? I just saw her in Kyoto's opening performance too. What on earth is going on? And these hosts? This. Licking immortal Bao. The local TV galas are all pre-recorded. This is the real live broadcast. If I'm not mistaken, only the directors and backstage staff are busy at the local stations right now. True love for reading this far in the novel. Young Master Lin loves us so much, letting us see a real live gala. The viewers in the live stream room grew more and more astonished, but Lin wasn't looking at his stream's comments. He was snuggling with Luo Yao while enjoying the performance. He didn't watch the dance performances at all. Doesn't our Ran like dancing? I don't. A bunch of rosy skeletons. I only like watching Yao Yao. You just standing there without moving is the most beautiful dance in the world. The corners of Luo Yao's lips curled up slightly. When it came to the singing performances, Lin would barely listen. In fact, he was a decent singer himself. After all, as the campus heartthrob of Peking University, singing, dancing, and rap were his specialties. When it came to the language programs, Lin would force himself to watch. He was particularly amused by a skit featuring Shuntung. Our Ran likes to watch language programs. It's not that I like them that much. For someone uncultured like me, these are the only kinds of shows I can really watch. I find them quite interesting. See? The wealthy don't only appreciate high art. Programs that can make people burst out laughing will always be king. If any TV directors are watching, I hope for the Spring Festival Gala. Never mind, I know there aren't any. As the gala neared its end, Luo Yao led Lin to the window and straddled his lap. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Suddenly, countless fireworks bloomed in the manor outside the window. The brilliant colors were thrilling, and everyone in the room looked out at the splendor. Many people on the first floor went outside to watch directly. So beautiful. CEO Luo even prepared these surprises for us. I'm so touched. Is it possible this wasn't prepared for you? Upstairs, Lin naturally saw it too. Under the brilliant reflection of the fireworks, Lin looked at the entranced expression on Luo Yao, who was sitting on him. Our first year has arrived. Yes, our first year together. Call my name. Luo Yao. Lin reached out and he shut down the live stream. As the fireworks continued to bloom, Lin also bloomed his own fireworks, and Luo Yao took it all in. Until the end of the gala, no one saw where Luo Yao and Lin were. Of course, some people with sharp ears heard a different kind of sound amidst the noisy din. After all, it was a temporary skybox built for viewing the show, and the soundproofing was very poor. I bet CEO Luo and young Master Lin are definitely not in that temporary room. Yeah, I saw them come out earlier. They should be back at the villa by now. CEO Luo and young Master Lin have worked very hard these days in Shanghai. They must be tired and have gone back to rest. Then let's go to the banquet hall. I heard CEO Luo prepared a state banquet-level chef for us today. Are you sure it was prepared for you? Just then, Su Jiangwo said with a smile. Since the gala is over, we won't disturb you any longer. Old folks need to rest early. Jiang Fewa, on behalf of the manor, gave each member of the Chun family a parting gift. They didn't stand on ceremony. It was a token from Lin and Luo Yao, so of course they accepted it. When the others saw old Master Su leaving, they tactfully left the second floor as well. Let's go to the banquet hall. Many of the bosses have gone there. Many others chose to stay for the New Year's Eve dinner before leaving. Anyway, tomorrow was a day off, and today was the special occasion of New Year's Eve. Moreover, since CEO Luo had prepared it, they certainly couldn't let it go to waste. As everyone entered the banquet hall, Jiang Feihua hosted the proceedings on behalf of the manor. This was a time for these celebrities, directors, hosts, and Luo Corporation elites to network. And our two protagonists were still in the room, enjoying their first year together. It wasn't until very late, when the banquet had already ended, that Luo Yao and Lin still hadn't come down. Some suspected they had left long ago. Only the manor's staff and bodyguard team knew that the people they were protecting were still in the room and hadn't come out. It wasn't until the next morning that they, utterly exhausted and with no strength left, returned to Villa No. 1 and fell straight to sleep, waking up only at noon. On the first day after New Year's, they didn't go anywhere. After all, they hadn't recovered the energy they had expended yesterday, and they were still expending more. Plus, everyone likes to travel during the holidays. Only a complete fool would go out to compete with the crowds. Although they had a private jet, where could they go in this icy and snowy weather? By now, many people had already edited clips from the manor's live stream. Although the footage wasn't high definition, it didn't stop netizens from watching with great relish. They all exclaimed, "Isn't this much better than the Spring Festival Gala?" Lin also saw videos of his own live stream online. The most popular one had over 7 million likes. Not even Mango TV's New Year's compilation was this popular. So Lin's small act of streaming had, without him knowing, revitalized countless half-dead bloggers. Basically all the invited celebrities came. None were absent. Luo Yao nodded. Give them some resources when there's a chance. Understood. Lin side at the side. The world of the rich is so simple and unadorned. Who would have thought that so many celebrities would gather together just for a show Yao Yao prepared for me? Let alone others. Even Lin Ran himself hadn't expected it. As long as our Ran likes it. Lin Ran certainly liked it, though he felt it was a bit of a waste of resources. I like it very much, but was it worth all the favors and connections it might have cost? Luo Yao. As long as our Ran likes it, it's all worth it. Besides, they were dying for a chance to come here. Luo Yao wasn't wrong about that. Those A-list celebrities didn't come because they were afraid of Luo Yao, but because they wanted to connect with the Luo Corporation and pave the way for their own futures. Even if they didn't get to meet Luo Yao, they had nothing to lose. At least they'd have something to brag about, right? I've been to Dantian Manor, have you? Uncle Fu's phone chimed with a notification. Uncle Fu paused, took out his phone to look, and chuckled. Young Master Lin, the little T-man is streaming again. Lin Ran paused. Don't watch. No time. I have to accompany my wife. Luo Yao snuggled directly into Lin Ran's arms, finding a very comfortable position. Uncle Fu, then I'll watch for you. If anything interesting happens, I'll tell you. Lin Ran nodded. That's a good idea. Uncle Fu, you're getting more and more on the ball lately. When Grandma Wong comes back, I'll put in a good word for you. Thank you, young Master Lin. This was Lin Jian's fourth stream recently. This time, since many people were on holiday, they had plenty of time to watch. When they saw Lin Jian was streaming again, they were all a bit dumbfounded. Netizens expressed their inability to understand Lin Jian's thought process. Lin Jian, with a wronged expression, spoke of his hardships, then showed them the listless Lin Tianba. Everyone was speechless. Brothers, family, can you really bear to see my father lying here like this? As his son, I really can't stand it. Today, we were lucky enough to meet a kind person who let us stay, giving us a piece of the floor. I don't know where we'll go tomorrow. Male infertility. Wait, I want to know which fatherless and motherless bastard took this family in. Female pursues male. Lin Jian is so disgusting. Every time I see him, I have to vomit for a long time to recover. Let's just get to the point. Are you selling your dad or your mom today? Unexpectedly, Lin Jian had come prepared this time. He wasn't selling products. Instead, he was constantly playing the sympathy card. I know many of you don't like me, but to save my father, I'm willing to be hated by you. Those of you who don't like me, watch carefully. As long as you're willing to send me gifts, I'm willing to punish myself. For example, for one gift, I'll give myself a slap. After Lin Jian said this, the entire stream room finally exploded. Gifts poured out as if they were free. This scene also excited Lin Jian. He knew he had made the right move. And so, in front of the entire internet, Lin Jian began to slap himself. He slapped, thanked, and cursed at the same time. Slap. Thank you, Brother Hu. I'm trash. Slap. Thank you, Brother Wu. I'm trash. By the time Lin Jian's face was swollen like a pig's head, the gift started being refunded by underage users. This time, Lin Jian was truly on the verge of tears. He had thought everyone was moved by his filial piety, but it turned out to be fake. He couldn't understand why everyone was so malicious towards him. Shouldn't you be sending more gifts, buying more products, and feeling sorry for me? Why did it turn out like this? And so, Lin Jian blamed all of this on Lin Tianba. Lin Tianba didn't say a word during the entire live stream, but he was still met with a brutal beating from Lin Jian after it ended. At times like these, he would think of his eldest son, Lin Ran. Although Lin Ran also beat him now, it was because he had treated him poorly in the past. Lin Ran was just emotionally unbalanced. Lin Tianba firmly believed that Lin Ran still desperately craved his fatherly love. As long as he took him back as his son, Lin Ran would surely kowtow in gratitude and admit his mistakes. But right now, the rebellious son's mouth was a bit stubborn. He had to find a way to express his intentions. He absolutely couldn't be wishy-washy anymore. In the past, he was too indecisive, wanting everything. Rebellious son. Dad doesn't like Lin Jian and Lu Yuanmei anymore, do you know? Come and save Dad. Of course, no matter what happened, it couldn't stop the passage of time. In the manor, Lin Ran listened to Uncle Fu's summary with a smile on his face, without a ripple of emotion. The Lin family members were now just ants in his eyes. Although they had already fallen into hell, it was far from enough compared to the harm he had once suffered. Aran, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking, if you weren't my wife, if I were still in the Lin family without seeing their true colors, how miserable would I be right now? Luo Yao instantly became a little unhappy. Aran, I came too late. Lin Ran's heart stirred. He admitted he was too fond of Luo Yao, especially this feeling of being protected. He always had to emphasize being a husband was a feeling. Lin Ran truly experienced the happiness of being a cherished husband in the palm of her hand. No, you came at just the right time. Everything is the best arrangement. Time passed to the evening, and Lin Ran had already arranged for people to start preparing for the trip to the snowy mountains. Tomorrow, he was going to Nuenyo Group and Saran Group for shareholder meetings. To put it bluntly, he was going to distribute money. As for the content of the company meetings, he didn't care at all. The next day, Lin Ran first arrived at Nuenyo Group. When Wu Zhishang saw Lin Ran, he directly asked, "Brother Lin, where did you go yesterday? Why couldn't I find you later?" Actually, Wu Zhishang knew where Lin Ran was last night, but he had to pretend. Was he supposed to tell Lin Ran, "Your voices were a bit loud yesterday, and the entire second floor could faintly hear it"? How embarrassing would that be for his brother? Lin ran to the happiest place. Wu Zhishang's face darkened. "Stop dawdling. I'm here today just to split the money. Let's get the meeting started." Today was already the 2ND. Although Luo Corporation was on holiday, Nuenyo Group had already started working. "Okay, it's all ready. What shareholder meeting? It's just you and me." Lin Ran also smiled. It was truly rare for such a large company to have only 2 shareholders. Including the finance person, this meeting only had 3 people, so they settled it directly in the office. "Brother Lin, as of now, our company's net profit has reached over 13 million. After deducting our operating funds, we can split 10 million. Lin Ran, what the hell? Just this little money? Wu Zhishang looked distressed. "Brother, I haven't embezzled anything. Our company really only profited over 10 million. This is all your fault, insisting on building libraries and primary schools for the university. These are all on Nuenyo Group's books. How about starting this year? The construction over at the school goes on Saran Group's books?" Lin Ran also remembered that his company had several projects that only consumed money without generating any. He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Old Wu, you've worked hard, but let's still leave it with our Nuenyo. After all, the final credit will be on our heads. Taking on these 2 projects will make our future path easier." Wu Zhishang helplessly said that line. "Brother Lin, why are you pretending? With your current net worth, do you even care if our company makes money?" Seeing that Wu Zhishang had a bit of resentment, Lin Ran directly played his trump card. "I'll give you a bigger share this time. You take 2 million, okay?" Wu Zhishang's eyes immediately lit up. "Brother, you are my reborn parent." Lin Ran could make his brother call him dad, with just a small portion of the profits. This feeling was quite comfortable. Now you can be the king at home." "Wu Zhishang, that's not enough. I can make my dad call me dad. He works his butt off for a year and can't make this much money. Okay, I still have to go to Saran Group to get money, so I won't hang out with you. I'm leaving." Wu Zhishang bowed and escorted Lin Ran all the way out of Nuenyo Group. On the way to Saran Group, Lin Ran leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed, but his mind was constantly active. He considered Wu Zhishang his best friend, and he believed Wu Zhishang considered him his best friend too. But there was one thing. Wu Zhishang's importance would always be behind Luo Yao's. And for Wu Zhishang, he might rank ahead of women in his heart. This was unfair. Perhaps it was a little bit of guilt in Lin Ran's heart that made him give Wu Zhishang that extra money. That money was dispensable to him, but it was not a small sum for Wu Zhishang. By the time Lin Ran arrived at Saran Group, the people there had been waiting for a long time. Walking into the meeting room, Lin Ran first glanced at the wall. The photo was gone, but there were a few large characters. "Chairman Lin, the savior." Damn, whose idea was this? Chu Tianyang immediately came to Lin Ran's side. "This was arranged by the company's shareholders to express their respect for you. It's to constantly remind us who saved this company." Lin Ran's face darkened. He finally understood why Saran Group hadn't grown for so many years. So they spent their days on this kind of useless stuff. Never mind. Let's talk about our dividend this time." Lin Ran was anxious to split the money. He needed to buy gifts. Nuenyo Group didn't work out. Surely Saran Group wouldn't fail him too. All right, finance. Saran Group had a surplus of over 400 million in its accounts, which greatly surprised Lin Ran. "Chairman Lin, ever since our school district planning, property sales have skyrocketed. The second phase was snapped up as soon as it was capped. Almost all similar units have been sold. This is all thanks to you." Lin Ran was somewhat happy. This was his first time truly earning money in a real sense. "Not bad. Announce our financial report to the public. Let everyone see whether I, Lin Ran, am a loser or not." Actually, Lin Ran just wanted to indirectly let Lin Tianba know this news. Leaving sufficient funds, Lin Ran, with his 70% stake, took a full 200 million from Saran Group. Carrying so much money, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Not bad. This money is enough to buy a gift for my wife. What gift was Lin Ran preparing? A grand wedding, a wedding costing over 100 million. He believed that no matter what he gave Luo Yao, it couldn't prove his love. Only a wedding could represent a part of it. Of course, before the wedding, there was also a birthday gift to be given. Luo Yao's birthday was only a few days away. He would prepare this little surprise before the wedding. By the time Lin Ran finished his work, it was already afternoon. Lin Ran didn't go back to the manor, but went directly to the Luo Corporation. The Luo Corporation was on holiday today, but there were still quite a few people on duty. Walking into the first floor, there were only 2 receptionists and a few security guards. Although they were still working, they had no complaints because the holiday pay was quite substantial. Many people were even jealous. Why does he get to work overtime, but I can't? A security guard on the first floor recognized Lin Ran at a glance. He was the one who had greeted Lin Ran the first time he came to the company to find Luo Yao. The two had had a very pleasant chat at that time. Young Master Lin, here to see CEO Luo? Yes, is Yao Yao upstairs? This security guard's name, Lin Ran now knew, was Lu Xiaolai. She is. I'll press the elevator for you. After Lin Ran entered his fingerprint, Lu Xiaolai astutely pressed the elevator button for him. The current Lin Ran was the well-known boss's husband throughout the entire Luo Corporation, and there was a saying that had been circulating in the company. You can offend CEO Luo. At most you'll be sunk into the sea. But you can't offend young Master Lin, because your entire family will be used for land reclamation. In a sense, Lin Ran was the real taboo of the Luo Corporation. Thanks. Facing the little guys, Lin Ran never looked down on them, and even waved goodbye politely. The elevator arrived at the 88th floor. It was surprisingly quiet here. The assistant team hadn't started work yet, with only a few people on duty, including Wong Fong. Young Master Lin, here to see CEO Luo. Lin Ran recognized Wong Fong, or rather, he recognized many people in the assistant team. After all, when Luo Yao didn't want to work, she would invite these people to work at the manor, and they had become familiar faces over time. Yes, is Luo Yao here? She is. I'll go report. No need. I'll just go find her directly. When Lu Meng was here before, she never reported, but always took him directly to Luo Yao's office. All right. Lin Ran came to the long-unseen office and saw Luo Yao engrossed in her documents at a glance. Ran, you're here. Hearing the door open, Luo Yao looked up and saw the person she loved to see most. All things in the world lost their color in front of this person. Only the man before her was vivid and alive. What are you doing? Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao's entranced gaze, and a sense of happiness filled him. This was the happiness he brought to Luo Yao. Looking at the light of my heart. Lin Ran was stunned, not expecting Luo Yao to answer like this. He leaned down, placing both hands on the desk, and kissed Luo Yao's lips. He was quite familiar with this office. After all, the two of them had many stories here. After the kiss, Luo Yao felt the oxygen in the air was a bit insufficient. Every time Lin Ran showed his love, Luo Yao would be immersed. If she could, she wanted to be in such happiness forever. Yao Yao, I've already had someone start preparing for the trip to the snowy mountains. We can set off soon. Arrange your work here in the next 2 days. Luo Yao. Okay, I'm ready anytime. Looking at Luo Yao's delicate and alluring appearance, Lin Ran's whole heart began to stir again. He didn't understand why he had no resistance to Luo Yao at all. He swore he was definitely not just attracted to her looks. If he, Lin Ran, was someone who was only attracted to looks, he would have fallen for her the first time Luo Yao found him. He was also sure he didn't love Luo Yao so much out of gratitude, because gratitude and love are 2 completely different concepts. Could it be that he had always liked Luo Yao? Previously, because of Lu Rushiwa, Lin Ran didn't want to face his own heart. After his rebirth, Lin Ran opened his heart to accept Luo Yao, and at the same time, saw clearly that his heart loved this woman. Could this be the real me? Lin Ran couldn't help but ask this question. Perhaps, the next time he saw Xiao He, he could try to ask about the past. Yao Yao, I want to take you to every corner of the world. Luo Yao showed a smile, reached out, and took Lin Ran's hand, placing it on her cheek, feeling the warmth from Lin Ran's palm. I know Ran is about to lose control. Before you travel to the ends of the earth, come into my body first. The one who knows me is Luo Yao. Past stories replayed one by one in the Luo Corporation office. By the time they returned to the manor, it was already evening, and they had even missed dinner time. In an ordinary family, a child who misses dinner might get a scolding. But in Lin Ran and Luo Yao's home, they were everything, and everyone had to revolve around them. After a full meal, the two rested early. Lin Ran was too tired. Even with the qi nourishing and yuan consolidating soup, he was a bit overwhelmed. A few days later, on January 6th, which was the 7th day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Ran and Luo Yao appeared at Gongar Airport in Tibet. This time, Lin Ran did not bring Uncle Fu. They would have almost no contact with Wong Anjian before he was out of the isolation ward, but with his grandson still battling illness, Lin Ran couldn't bear to take Uncle Fu away. Besides, if Uncle Fu left, Grandma Wong would have no one to rely on. Another more important reason was that the old man was getting on in years, and going to a high-altitude area was somewhat dangerous. Going to the plateau, let alone the elderly, how many young people have left their souls there forever? He just needed someone to prepare the things he had arranged. Yao, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Luo Yao shook her head, refreshed, just a bit cold. Lin Ran laughed. Even a cold person like you is afraid of the cold. Luo Yao's initially pleasant face immediately turned cold. Is our Ran tired of me? One sentence directly left Lin Ran at a loss. Did he show any sign of being tired of Luo Yao? Wife, you're wronging me. I said you're cold to others, but to me, you're as passionate as fire. Even in this cold weather, I feel warm and toasty. Since it's so warm, why don't you take off all your clothes? Lin Ran, huh? Are you taking them off or not? I'll take them off. I'll take them off. Okay. Lin Ran started taking off his clothes without another word. Down jacket, outer jacket, long-sleeve shirt, thermal underwear. When he was down to his thermal underwear, Luo Yao finally showed a smile. Good husband, I was teasing you. I wasn't angry at all. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Luo Yao would be in a bad mood, as his whole purpose this time was to make her happy. If she was in a bad mood right after getting off the plane, wouldn't that be an inauspicious start? You scared me. I thought I did something wrong again. Lin Ran quickly put his clothes back on. It was really damn cold. It was this cold inside the airport. It must be even colder outside. Luo Yao and her group were using a dedicated channel, so there was no worry about being gawked at like monkeys. Seeing Lin Ran's appearance, Luo Yao suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She was always inadvertently hurting her man. On such a cold day, our Ran must be very cold, right? Thinking of this, Luo Yao hugged Lin Ran tightly. Our Ran, I will use my everything to warm you. Lin Ran's face was full of doting affection. You've already done very well, really. The hug ended, and Luo Yao extended a fluffy gloved hand. Lin Ran looked at it, stunned for a moment. After thinking, he bent down and rested his chin on it. Luo Yao had done this move before. Today, it was his turn. Luo Yao's big eyes were almost pressed against Lin Ran's face. Our Ran is so well-behaved, but I wanted you to hold my hand. Lin Ran. All right, so he had misunderstood. That was a bit an awkward joke. Walking out of the airport, a dedicated convoy was already waiting outside. The car belonged to the Luo Corporation, but it was Lin Ran who had Uncle Fu dispatch it, and without Luo Yao's knowledge. This proved that Lin Ran's words held weight in the Luo Corporation. Of course, this was also because the current Luo Corporation's employee handbook had added many of Lin Ran's rules. Getting into the car, Xiawan sat in the front passenger seat. Wong Bao sat directly next to Lin Ran, and the driver was someone who had been stationed in Tibet for years. You're Abu. The driver in front was a very honest-looking middle-aged man, but you'd be wrong to think he was just a driver. He was the training officer for the bodyguard team in the Western region. When Xiawan, Wong Bao, and the others were participating in the selection in the West, this man was their teacher. Young Master Lin, my name is Buregyudbai. It might be a bit hard to remember. My Han name is Burenlu. You can call me Abu. Lin Ran was speechless. After all that, you could have just said you were Abu, right? Abu nodded while driving. He also thought Lin Ran was right. But when he told others his name was Abu, they always asked for his full name, which led to him getting used to this kind of introduction. That's right, I am Abu. Are you Tibetan? Abu shook his head. No, I'm Mongolian. I'm here to train. Train what? Abu carefully glanced at Luo Yao through the rearview mirror. Seeing that Luo Yao had no expression, he said with relief, train a few young people, improve their abilities. When these people are qualified, they will go to protect you. Lin Ran was stunned. He thought to himself, no wonder Uncle Fu told him he could ask Abu for anything here. It turns out this guy is a training officer for the security team. He must be very skilled. Lin Ran glanced at Xiawan, then at Wong Bao. Xiawan. Young Master Lin, you guessed correctly. Abu is indeed my teacher. Wong Bao also nodded. Same here. It's just that I have one more year of work experience than Xiawan. Don't underestimate this 1 year. You must know they are not ordinary bodyguards. The stronger their ability, the higher their pay. Although most of the time these bodyguards are not needed. When they are, it's always for something big. Of course, things like beating up Lin Tianba or buying water don't count. As for how high the salary of the bodyguard team around Lin Ran is, let's put it this way. The lowest-ranking bodyguard has an annual salary of 1 million after tax. So, being able to protect Lin Ran is such a fortunate job. Oh, then you must be very happy. Young Master Lin, the happiest thing in my life is having this job. It is my honor to be able to protect you. With such a high salary and benefits, who wouldn't be happy? Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao and asked, Yao Yao, I remember Wong Bao made a promise once. Luo Yao nodded. There was one time. He once said that if you, Ran, lost even a single hair, he would commit suicide to atone. Lin Ran nodded and looked at Wong Bao with a wicked smile. I remember at the Luo family's place in Shanghai, I think I even bled. Wong Bao's eyes widened. He never expected the usually harmless-looking young Master Lin to have such a black-bellied side. Young Master Lin. Wong Bao was at a loss for how to explain. Luo Yao also watched Lin Ran with great interest. With just one word from Lin Ran now, she could have Wong Bao commit seppuku on the spot. Fortunately, Lin Ran wasn't serious. Considering you gave that Li Chiefin a headdress, I'll forgive you this time. Wong Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Last time in Shanghai, the Rolls-Royce hood ornament flew off when he was driving and happened to land on Li Chiefin's head. It was purely a coincidence. He didn't have the skill to control an out-of-control hood ornament to fly onto someone's head. He never thought this would be what saved his life. It seems he'll have to practice his driving skills hard in the future. The car arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel in Lhasa, in Tibet. This was considered a very luxurious hotel. After all, it was a 5-star hotel, and there were only 3 5-star hotels in all of Lhasa. Many people thought that since Lhasa is the capital of the Tibetan Plateau, it should be quite developed and have a large population. But in reality, although it is the capital city, it only has a population of over 500,000, making it a proper 4th-tier city. For a 4th-tier city to have 3 5-star hotels, can you say that's a small number? Miss, young Master Lin, you will rest here for a day to acclimate to the climate here. If there are no problems, we will set off tomorrow. Luo Yao nodded. She had no idea where they were going, but she liked any place as long as Ran was there. And it was indeed necessary to adapt to the high-altitude sickness. Luo Yao had been to the plateau a few times before and adapted relatively quickly. But this was Lin Ran's first time, so it was normal for him to be a bit unaccustomed. Okay, we know. Lin Ran and Luo Yao went to their room. Luo Yao had Lin Ran rest his head on her lap. Ran, it's normal to be a bit unaccustomed on your first time here. Rest more. If you feel something is wrong, tell me immediately. I have medicine with me. Lin Ran did have some reaction, but it didn't feel particularly severe. He had also done a lot of research. Yao Yao, you're so good. I'm your wife. It's only right for me to be good to you. Others won't think I'm good. They'll only be afraid of me. Then do you hate that they're afraid of you? Luo Yao shook her head. I don't hate it. I wish everyone in the world except you would be afraid of me. If they're afraid of me, they'll be wary. Once they think I'm not scary, they'll come to bully us. Luo Yao's words were simple, and Lin Ran naturally understood, but he had a different opinion. Although there are many disgusting people in this world, there are also good people. These people won't bully others like Uncle Fu, Old Wu, Grandma Wong, and like me and you. We won't actively bully others. Luo Yao shook her head. Ran might not, but I will. Once someone might pose a threat to me. Even if that person has done nothing, I will find a way to get rid of them. Lin Ran stuck out his tongue. It seemed to be true. For example, Xiawan. She hadn't done anything excessive to him or Luo Yao, but who dared to say Luo Yao didn't want to find a chance to kill her? A question for everyone. Who do you like more, Chun Qingtian or Zhang Xiawan? As Lin Ran and Luo Yao chatted idly, his eyelids grew heavier, and his head felt heavier too. Go to sleep. Lin Ran closed his eyes and murmured, Then don't go. Stay here with me. Luo Yao agreed. Okay, I will stay by your side. For a lifetime. Lin Ran fell asleep peacefully. Luo Yao just watched him quietly, not even willing to let him leave her lap. Perhaps having Lin Ran sleep by her side like this forever would be nice too. Luo Yao's arm moved, and a cold dagger was already pressed against Lin Ran's neck. With just a thought from Luo Yao now, Lin Ran's life would be hers. After a long time, Luo Yao retracted the dagger. She simply couldn't bear to do it, nor was she willing to part with him. She could ensure that Lin Ran would go to the underworld without any pain. But she couldn't bear for Lin Ran to never see her again. And she was unwilling to part with a Lin Ran who could no longer smile and call her wife, feed her, and say those sweet nothings to her. And now, Luo Yao seemed to prefer this living Lin Ran even more. In fact, What Lin Ran didn't know was how many times he had stood on the edge of death's blade in his sleep. But only Luo Yao knew that while she had this impulse, she would never have the determination to act on it. Otherwise, Lin Ran would have been long dead. She didn't kill him when he tried to avoid her at all costs in the past, and it was even more impossible now. After a long period of adjustment, Lin Ran felt he had adapted to the climate here. The next morning, he contacted Abu to pick them up. They set off from Lesa, passed by Yamdrok Lake without stopping, and did not explore the Corolla Glacier, but headed straight for a location 250 kilometers near Shigatz. 250 kilometers from Shigatz City, there is a snow-capped mountain. The British were the first to summit it here, and the most recent summit was by a small multinational team in 06. Is our Rand taking me to climb a snow mountain? Lin Ran shook his head. We're not here for an adventure. I just want to show you this pure white color. This place was considered a scenic area, but today there was not a single person. Lin Ran took Luo Yao directly to the foot of the mountain. Looking up, there was the vast snow-capped mountain. Looking down, there was the person he loved most. This feeling, apart from the cold, had no flaws. The sky was blue, the snow was white, and the love was deep. It was then that Luo Yao noticed a problem. The number of bodyguards was getting smaller and smaller. As the sun set, with a roaring sound, the helicopter Lin Ran had arranged finally arrived. Yao Yao, this time we'll ride and let them fly. Okay. The two boarded the helicopter. As the aircraft slowly ascended, they took in the endless scenery. The Himalayas, as the most famous mountain range in the world, is the dream of countless explorers. Lin Ran had the helicopter behind them record everything. As the helicopter reached mid-mountain, Lin Ran signaled that this was the place. At this point, Luo Yao also noticed that in the dim night, on the White Mountain, there was a group of black dots, clearly people there. The helicopter flew overhead. Lin Ran supported Luo Yao, and the two descended via a ladder. Landing on the ground, they saw was Wong Bao and the other bodyguards, each wrapped up like a bear. Aran, this is... Bang, bang, bang. The sudden sounds attracted Luo Yao's attention. Colorful sparks shot into the air, followed by a huge, brilliant explosion. Several large characters were projected onto the White Mountain in the dark night. The years are long. I am with you for the rest of my life. Happy birthday. Lin Ran Luo Yao looked at the large characters in the sky in disbelief. So, someone still remembered her birthday? How long had it been since she last celebrated her birthday? The last time. She didn't want to think about it. The current Lin Ran was already the best. No matter if he would eventually return or not. He was her Ran. This wasn't all. Countless points of light gathered. It was actually the work of drones. For this moment, Lin Ran had spent millions. To ensure the performance was flawless, he even had 2 signal transmitters brought over, as the signal here was not very good. At the same time, Wong Bao was also recording with professional camera equipment. Lin Ran let go of Luo Yao's hand, walked forward, turned around, and spread his arms, suddenly rising into the air. Those who didn't know would think he was ascending to immortality, but he was actually being lifted by the helicopter. The image behind Lin Ran gradually became clear. Countless drones formed the likeness of Luo Yao and Lin Ran, with even the outlines being very clear. Yao Yao, please enjoy the birthday gift I got for you. Luo Yao's gaze had never left the front. Hearing Lin Ran's words, she was stunned. The drones behind Lin Ran continued to change, and several large characters appeared again. Luo Yao stared upwards, a transparent liquid seeming to freeze into ice. Marry the best Yao Yao. Lin Ran. These words represented Lin Ran's marriage proposal. Actually, Lin Ran had proposed to Luo Yao before at Wangfo Mountain, but that time was a bit rushed, and Lin Ran was never satisfied with it. Luo Yao felt the ring on her finger, looked at the dancing Lin Ran in the sky, and felt as if she were in the sweetest pool of honey. Tears unconsciously flowed down her face. So Aran still remembered his past promise. Suddenly, the drones changed again, turning into the likeness of Luo Yao alone, with even the expression on her face being lifelike. The drone version of Luo Yao extended a hand, and Lin Ran was positioned to be standing on that palm. Through a wireless device, Lin Ran shouted loudly, Luo Yao, marry me. I never want to escape the palm of your hand for the rest of my life. Luo Yao let out a puff and laughed. She felt Lin Ran's appearance was a bit comical, but she liked it immensely. In this childish behavior, she experienced something called being moved. At this time, Xiao Tong handed the wireless device to Luo Yao. Miss, you can answer now. Then will you give in to me? Not only will I give in to you, I will dote on you. Lin Ran was held steadily by the helicopter, looking at Luo Yao from 100 meters away. Then when do you plan to marry me? Lin Ran knew Luo Yao was talking about the wedding. Luo Yao once said those were just formalities, and she didn't care. Now it seems some people don't mean what they say. Lin Ran, September 10th. Lin Ran had no family, so there was no problem with him picking the date himself. Luo Yao smiled, a very happy smile. So Aran remembered everything. If anyone dared to say her Aran was careless in the future, Luo Yao would be the first to disagree. Who said this man was big-hearted? This man was incredibly detailed. Then I'll reluctantly agree to you. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, although he knew Luo Yao would 100,000% agree, he was still nervous during the wait. After all, it was the first time he had done something he considered romantic, so it was a lie to say he wasn't nervous at all. Returning to the ground, Lin Ran directly picked Luo Yao up. Luo Yao flew into Lin Ran's arms, looked up at the star-filled sky, and let out a happy laugh. This level of sweetness was enough to give everyone present a sugar overdose. Wife, do you like this birthday gift? I love it to death, but Ran, you forgot. You've already proposed to me before. Lin Ran shook his head. None of those count. The time at Wangfeng Mountain was an exchange of rings. Later at the alumni reunion, I wanted to propose, but it was interrupted by disgusting people. This time is the real proposal. Do you know why I brought you here? Luo Yao nodded. Because you said the purest color is for the best me. Lin Ran directly lifted Luo Yao above his head. There's another reason. Look at the sky. Luo Yao looked up. Actually, she had discovered it long ago. The sky here was particularly clean, and the stars were especially bright. The stars are beautiful and something to aspire to. I want to give you the most beautiful starry sky. Click, click. Wong Bao took many pictures. Any one of them could be used as a wallpaper. By the time they returned to the foot of the mountain, it was past midnight. They rested here temporarily, planning to return to Kyoto the next day. Lin Ran had someone edit the video and photos. He wanted to announce his happiness to the whole world. As for Luo Yao, of course, she wouldn't object to any of Lin Ran's public displays of affection. This was also what she looked forward to. Yao Yao, if we show our love so publicly, will it arouse others' jealousy? It doesn't matter. It's a good way to keep other vixen away from you. Lin Ran directly hugged Luo Yao. Wife, you know me. No matter who it is, they can't seduce me. This statement was not wrong. In the years when Lin Ran was a simp, even she couldn't seduce his heart. She could only get his body in the end. Unexpectedly, it was from the day she got Lin Ran that he also began to love her. Thinking about it this way, does it mean that as long as you get Lin Ran's body, you'll get his heart? Aran, if another woman also slept with you then? Lin Ran was at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Yao Yao, other women can't even get close. If anyone dares to try, I dare to make them disappear. But back then, Lin Ran directly covered Luo Yao's mouth, not letting her continue. Sometimes, the most direct method is also the most effective. Luo Yao indeed became lost in it, unable to extricate herself. The kiss ended. Yao Yao, did you forget? I was the one who proposed it back then. This sentence directly triggered Luo Yao's memory. Thinking back carefully, it seemed to be true. That day she planned to possess Lin Ran, but in the end, it was indeed Lin Ran who proposed it first. So, the time Lin Ran fell in love with her might have been even earlier than that day. Her thoughts weren't wrong. Lin Ran got together with her on that day, but he fell in love with her in his previous life. A sleepless night passed, and time came to the next day. But what no one expected was that an accident still happened. After returning to Lhasa, a heavy snow fell, and all flights were grounded. Taking a train would not only be tiring, but the travel time would also be much longer. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao apologetically. Wife, I'm sorry. Will I delay your work? Luo Yao, you are the most important work content in my life. Actually, Luo Yao wasn't worried about the Luo Corporation's problems at all. When Lin Ran asked her to arrange her work in advance, she hadn't arranged anything. And she hadn't told anyone she was traveling, including Lu Meng in Shanghai, and those executives in Kyoto. She hadn't even notified the assistant team. It was only a few minutes before departure that she had Wang Fong post a brief notice in the company group chat. She just wanted to see, in the situation of her sudden disappearance, if those people in the company would cause any operational problems. This heavy snow might delay them in Lhasa for another 2 days, which would test those people's abilities even more. All right, since we're here, we'll make the best of it. Since we can't go back for now, let's do something meaningful. Didn't they say Lhasa can cleanse the soul? We can go see a place that cleanses the soul. A place that cleanses the soul? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran strangely. Does our Rand still believe in these things? Luo Yao was a person who had survived in darkness. The last thing she believed in was these feudal superstitions. If superstition was useful, she wouldn't have had to stand up by stepping on others' corpses countless times. She would only need to pray every day. As for Lin Ran, in his previous life, he believed in many things. He believed in superstition, in family affection, in cause and effect. But now, he believed in nothing but Luo Yao. If superstition was useful, he wouldn't have been hurt by people while holding on to a non-existent family affection. Believing in these things was not as good as believing in Xiao He. Believing in Xiao He at least could get him a rebirth. What could he get by believing in other things? Death? Just curious? I'm not superstitious about these things. I only believe in you. Luo Yao didn't expect Lin Ran to give her such an answer, which was somewhat surprising. But being with Lin Ran, doing anything was meaningful. Okay, then let's have a good time here for 2 days. For many people, traveling is more tiring, but for Lin Ran and Luo Yao, it was relaxation. They were not special forces. They didn't need to rush. They didn't need to worry about money, and they didn't need a plan. They could go whenever they wanted and stop whenever they wanted. This kind of travel method can make people feel happy and relaxed. Abu directly played the role of a tour guide, even more professional than a professional tour guide. Lin Ran was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this rough-looking man to be so good at things. This guy Abu knows quite a lot. Of course, if he can't even do these things well, he wouldn't be a training officer. Lin Ran looked at Abu, leading the way in front, and a strange sense of security welled up inside him. Abu, young Master Lin, you called me. Are you willing to come back to Kyoto with me? Abu was stunned, carefully glanced at Luo Yao, and then replied. Someone asked me why I don't write a harem. 2 reasons. First, I don't like writing that kind, and second, didn't you see the first sentence of the synopsis? Single female lead. Young Master Lin, I am willing to return to Kyoto with you. Hearing Abu's reply, Luo Yao also spoke faintly. I'll have someone else take over here. Just then, Lin Ran's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a WeChat message from Wu Zhishan. Brother Lin, your work is incredible, but the netizens are fighting over it. Puzzled, Lin Ran opened his Douyin backend and looked at the proposal video he had posted. Lin Ran casually browsed, and Luo Yao also leaned her head over. Are you interested in these things too? I have to see whatever our Ran likes to see. Then, they saw tens of thousands of comments building up in the comment section. Sanning fights Lubu. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Aren't they already married? Why propose again? Not a scumbag or your money back. I know this one. In our China, some people have the wedding before getting the certificate, and some have it after. But whether it's before or after, we Chinese people consider the wedding day as the official date. My morals are close window, turn off lights, turn off phone. This background is so romantic. These two are so handsome and beautiful. The setup must have been very expensive, right? This is true love, isn't it? He's just a child. Lin Ran is showing off his love and happiness here, but has he ever considered what kind of life his father and family are living right now? And is it really okay to waste resources like this? Right hand is my girlfriend. Holy crap. What kind of creature has snuck in here? Did he waste your money? If you're so kind, go help the Lin family yourself. Seeing this, Lin Ran also frowned. The comment from he's just a child had quite a few likes. Was it meant to disgust him? Lin Ran directly replied to this comment. My suggestion is for you to crowdfund a plane ticket with your intellectual disability. Go to the capital of the Gauls. There's a Notre Dame there. Find your place and don't run away from home again. Seeing this reply, the netizens were amused. Thanks Dadas for the rewards. The author has cursed like this before. Swipe for love. Holy crap, I caught a live Lin Ran. My luck is too good. Young Master Lin, do I still have a chance to get Yandra? No one's rushing for updates lately. The person above, talk less, or you'll get a lawyer's letter. Lin Ran smiled and closed his phone. In fact, he had a relatively big difference from other young people, which was that he rarely used his phone. He spent at most 10 minutes a day scrolling through short videos, just to see if there was any new big gossip. If not, he would stop looking. Even the short video platform had figured out Lin Ran's preferences. Every time Lin Ran opened his phone, he would see trending topics. These netizens are quite cute. Lin Ran chuckled. Luo Yao's eyes turned melancholic. No matter how cute the netizens are they as cute as your Yao Yao? Lin Ran was instantly on high alert. The Q&A session had begun. No, impossible. Even if all 7 billion people in the world were tied together, they wouldn't be 1/10,000th as good as you. Luo Yao was silent for a moment. Aran, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But it's not an exaggeration at all. That's how it is in my eyes. They are cute, but you are my love. Don't you believe me? No one dislikes sweet talk, not even someone like Luo Yao. Hearing such pleasant, disgusting words, even a Yandra would be captivated. I believe you. Abu in front was completely unfazed. As a top-tier bodyguard, his mental resistance was very strong. 2 days passed in a flash, and this trip to Tibet came to an end. By the time Lin Ran returned to Kyoto, it was already mid-month. In these few days, a not-so-major event occurred. For Luo Yao and her group, it wasn't a big deal. But in terms of impact, it was not small. It was the disappearance of Samsung's prince, Park Guk-ki, in China. Many people linked this matter to Luo Yao, because Samsung was also Luo Yao's rival. As an alliance, the 3 major families were either absorbed or destroyed. There was no reason for Samsung to survive unscathed. Actually, these people were not wrong. This matter was indeed somewhat related to Luo Yao. Yao. I've never understood why you told her Park Guk-ki's whereabouts, and even provided her with personnel assistance. The her, Lin Ran, was referring to as naturally Xiawan saying. Last time Park Guk-ki was kidnapped, Luo Yao did not participate, but she provided 2 key pieces of information. The first was the movement of the car she leaked, intending for Xiawan saying to directly capture Park Bok-gi. The second piece of information was very crucial. She subtly mentioned the underworld forces in Shanghai. Otherwise, with Xiawan Yunsang's meager connections in Shanghai, she wouldn't have been able to find anyone to do the job. Now, Xiawan Yunsang and her son have returned to Korea and are confronting Park Bok-gi, and Park Guk-ki is nowhere to be found. To be precise, this matter has nothing to do with me. Although I provided some information, they were the ones who committed the crime. It doesn't even count as incitement on my part. Luo Yao didn't care about these things at all. Even if the investigation led to her, with her abilities and status, would she be afraid of this? As for why I provided this kind of help, it was naturally to topple Samsung. Luo Yao was not wrong in her thinking. Recently, Korea was not just experiencing queues on rooftops. Many economic systems were beginning to shake, and Samsung's big daddy, the shareholders from the pretty country, were already preparing to force Park Bok-gi to step down. Their eldest young master is missing. Their boss's cooperation in China has failed, plus our previous attack on the stock market. Samsung is now in a precarious situation. But this hasn't met my expectations at all. If Xiawan Yunsang and her group had kidnapped Park Bok-gi back then, Samsung would be in even more trouble now. Lin Ran had a new understanding of Luo Yao's methods. He thought to himself, offend anyone but his wife. She's too ruthless. But Samsung is still standing. It will fall soon. Lin Ran? How will it fall? Luo Yao's melancholic voice came through. Ran only cares about these things. Why don't you care about me? Lin Ran was instantly defeated and transformed into a wife slave. Wife, I care about you the most, you know that. How do you care? Lin Ran had an innocent expression. I just proposed to you. The whole country knows. Have you forgotten? Luo Yao would definitely not forget this, but she didn't want Lin Ran to just brush it off like that. That was days ago. I want to know how you are caring for me now. Lin Ran knew that he had to come up with an answer to this question. It turned out that Yandras also knew how to be coy and unreasonable. In fact, they were just like other little girls, needing men to provide them with emotional value. When a couple argues, the woman will always say things that make the man speechless and frustrated. Many people might think this is a sickness. In reality, they might also understand that they are being unreasonable, but they will definitely not admit it. What is their goal? It's not for you to reason with them, and certainly not to give them the cold shoulder. What they want is emotional value. You just need to coax them more. Of course, you can't just coax them blindly. If you keep saying, "Why are you angry? Can you say something? I don't understand what you're talking about." How can you say, "I don't understand you"? Haven't I done enough? Can you not always be like this? What will it take to make you happy? All right, I was wrong, okay. Then only 2 results await you. The first is the cold shoulder, and the second is a vicious cycle. So when a girl gets difficult with you, you must at least do 3 things. Don't be cold, don't ignore her, and don't be impatient. If you really can't do it, there's another way. Either give her a slap, and then the 2 of you have a big fight. Anyway, you'll have to fight sooner or later, so it's better to get it over with. But Lin Ran couldn't bear to hit Luo Yao even once. Not even a single hair on her head. Yao, I'm sorry. I thought I was caring for you enough, but I still made you feel neglected. As a human being, I am very sorry. Boo. Lin Ran threw himself on the floor, beating his chest, stamping his feet, rolling around, and throwing a tantrum. This not only stunned Luo Yao, but also stunned Uncle Fu, Jiang Fewa, and the servants around them. It was the first time they had seen such a Lin Ran. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. As for Luo Yao, The corners of her lips curved into a beautiful arc. Why is our Ran so versatile? He's so cute. Uncle Fu, Jeang Fewa, and the servants present. Cute? Isn't this just purely idiotic? All right, I don't blame our Ran anymore. Don't be sad, okay? Lin Ran immediately scrambled up with a silly grin. I knew my Yao Yao wouldn't blame me. You're the best. Satisfied, Luo Yao also answered Lin Ran's previous question. I'm preparing to make a big move against Samsung, so Samsung won't last long. What big move? Naturally, it was to expose the true faces of Cheon Unsang and her son, as well as Park Guk-Ki's current situation. Park Guk-Ki was not having a good time. He was locked in a secret basement in Shanghai, being kept like a dog, and the tendons in all 4 of his limbs had been cut. Originally, Cheon Unsang had planned to kill Park Guk-Ki directly, but thinking that this person might be useful in the future, she kept him alive. So, when you do things, you must be thorough. In the dim basement, with a clang, a worn-out food bowl was thrown onto the ground. Inside was a bowl of leftover rice, without even a single vegetable leaf. But for the current Park Guk-Ki, as long as he could stay alive, nothing else mattered. He struggled to crawl to the food bowl and ate the leftover rice bite by bite with his mouth. The dark shadow in front of him didn't leave. Do you want to get out? The shadow spoke. Park Guk-Ki was stunned. He didn't expect the person who came today to actually talk to him, and from the voice, it sounded like a woman, probably not very old. If I say I want to, will you let me go? The woman nodded directly. I can let you go and even send you back to Korea. But what do you plan to do when you get back? Park Guk-Ki's eyes widened in disbelief at the shadow before him. Revenge. I want revenge. Your stepmother and your brother have already started using capital from the pretty country to suppress your father. Even if you go back now, you can't change the overall situation. So you only have one way out. What is it? The woman narrowed her eyes. Cooperate with me and send them all to prison. Park Guk-Ki did not agree immediately, but showed a wary look. The torment of the past few days had not made him lose his reason. What are your conditions? The woman nodded in appreciation. Not bad. You can still remain calm in this situation. You got something? My conditions are simple. Your stepmother, your brother, and your father have all offended my boss. You just need to defeat them, and I'll let you out. Park Guk-Ki. To what extent? What do you think? After a long pause, Park Guk-Ki nodded in agreement. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. He understood this point very well. The woman directly had someone carry him onto a stretcher. When they got out, Park Guk-Ki was shocked to find that the few bodyguards upstairs from the basement were all lying on the ground, unconscious. His trust in the person who saved him grew even stronger. He wanted to see who had saved him. He looked up. He saw an angel. You're Lu Meng? I know you. Lu Meng nodded. As the heir to Samsung, and a capable one at that, it was not surprising that he had investigated the people around Luo Yao. The most suitable successor for Samsung was indeed this cripple in front of her. The biggest difference between him and Park Chang-ho was that he had brains, ability, and resilience. Thank you for saving me. Just don't forget our agreement. At this point, Lu Meng bent down and lightly stroked Park Guk-Ki's cheek with a slender finger. It's so heartbreaking. I hope you can stand up soon and complete your revenge. Park Guk-Ki instantly felt the blood in his body freeze. He stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Okay, I definitely will. Lu Meng gave Park Guk-Ki a heartbroken look and left with him. After they left, the bodyguards who were playing dead on the floor upstairs all got up. Mission complete, let's go. This place returned to its usual state, as if no one had ever been here. Kyoto. This morning, Luo Yao went to the Luo Corporation. The Luo Corporation was about to hold its annual meeting, and there was a lot of preparation work. And Lin Ran was driving a low-key Bugatti Veyron to the hospital. Wong Anjian could now be visited, but the time could not be too long. Lin Ran prepared himself and walked into the hospital room. Wong Anjian was already waiting for him. Brother Lin Ran, you're here. Lin Ran nodded. Anjian, I was outside with you during your surgery. Wong Anjian's complexion was not very good. He was still quite weak after the surgery, but the smile on his face never faded after seeing Lin Ran. Then was Brother Lin Ran with me outside the whole time? Lin Ran was a bit embarrassed, but he still chose to tell a white lie. Of course. Never mind what I was doing, at least I didn't leave the hospital. That shouldn't count as lying, right? Hearing Lin Ran's answer, Wong Anjian was even happier. Brother Lin Ran, I'm so happy I survived. I can still be with Grandma, with Grandpa, with you, and also the person who donated for me. He's my savior. I want to thank him in person when I have the chance. Hearing this, Lin Ran thought for a moment, then shook his head. You don't need to be with me. In your life, I'm a friend or a brother. Your relatives or your grandparents? As for the savior you mentioned, Lin Ran paused here. Let's talk about it later. He knew that under normal circumstances, the donor and the recipient could not meet. Even if they did, it would have to be a year later, arranged by the official management center. However, Lin Ran also knew that Uncle Fu had already contacted the person through his connections and had given a considerable compensation. The other party was a mother who had lost her child. Because she had been through the rain herself, she left a sample in the bone marrow bank, and unexpectedly, it really saved another child. Those who have passed are gone, but those who are left must continue to live. Whether it's a painful life or a struggling life, one must move forward. This is the variety of human life. But, Anjian, this is the official legal regulation. Does Anjian want to break the law? No. Wong Anjian's somewhat childish voice was filled with reverence for the law. Then let's wait until you are completely well before we go to see your savior. Okay. Okay. Wong Anjian nodded. He was very obedient. Lin Ran noticed that Wong Anjian's condition was getting worse, so he prepared to leave. Anjian, be good. I'll come see you next time. Okay. I'll wait for brother Lin Ran to come. Lin Ran left, his heart filled with many feelings. Such a cute child. Although he survived, his future path would definitely be full of bumps. Lin Ran only hoped that it would be a bit smoother for him. He originally wanted to ask Wong Anjian if he knew Xiao He, but on second thought, he decided against it. After all, Wong Anjian was still very weak. What if his question triggered some hidden emotions? That would not be good. Something still had to be explored by himself. And Lin Ran had a strong feeling that the day the truth was revealed was not far off. Director, how is Anjian's condition? Walking out of the ward, Lin Ran saw Ibuheo. He's recovering quite well. There have been no serious rejection reactions so far. The donor's match is very high. He just needs more attention later, and he'll be able to be discharged soon. Lin Ran nodded. This soon, in the doctor's mouth, was probably different from his own understanding. Director, do you remember a time when you treated a patient with no chest? Ibuheo nodded. Of course, he remembered, and the impression was quite deep. Has that person been back recently? Ibuheo shook his head. No, young Master Lin. Why are you looking for her? It's nothing. It seems Bai Yaolian hasn't appeared since that time, and Luo Wuxuang hasn't appeared either. This couple will definitely cause trouble in the future. It would be great if he knew their current location. Although Lin Ran had confidence in Luo Yao, it would be better if he could solve it in advance. Otherwise, when a new year comes, if those people are fully prepared to deal with Luo Yao together, it would not be a good thing. Lin Ran was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that something would happen to Luo Yao. The current Luo Yao was truly more important than his own life in his heart. Even without any events to prove it, Lin Ran was very sure of this. After leaving the hospital, he drove towards Nuanyo Group. The current Nuanyo Group had completely changed. The building was renovated, and the whole company was brand new. Wu Zhishang was busy filling up the building. This kid Wu Zhishang hadn't been looking for him at all recently. Although he enjoyed the peace and quiet, as a boss, being so idle that he didn't even receive a single phone call was a bit strange. So today, he planned to make a surprise inspection. Unexpectedly, he really found something. Chairman Lin, you're here. The receptionist girl saw a simple and honest-looking man behind Lin Ran. For some reason, a chill rose in her heart. She felt that this person could snap her neck with just one finger. As soon as Lin Ran entered the building, my goodness, they even had a dedicated receptionist. And Lin Ran recognized this person. She was also a student from Peking University, but he didn't know her name. He glanced at her name tag. The name was nice. Xiaola. Where's your CEO Wu? CEO Wu is in the president's office discussing a project. A big shot came today. Lin Ran. Wu Zhishang. Has he already started negotiating business deals? You know, he himself hadn't had any real negotiation experience. The only 2 times he negotiated business were once with Principal Tang and once with Qin Shao. But both times, he was making a losing deal, so of course they were happy. I'll go up and have a look. Don't tell anyone I'm here. Okay, Chairman Lin, can I ask you for a favor? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this girl wouldn't have a crush on him, would she? I'm a married man. I know, what I want to say is about this matter. Lin Ran was instantly stunned for a moment. No way, no way. Someone is still trying to court death? I really like the boss's wife. Chairman Lin, could you ask your wife to give me an autograph? Please, please. The already stunned Lin Ran was even more stunned. What's going on? Luo Yao has fans now? And from the looks of it, a true fan. You're a fan of Yao Yao? I'm a CP fan of your Luo Xinjianglin. But Chairman Lin, you're a bit ordinary. I still prefer the boss's wife. Lin Ran. Are you being polite? No, no. I'm not saying you're ordinary. You're very capable, but compared to the boss's wife, you're a bit ordinary. Oh no, that's not what I mean. Lin Ran quickly stopped her. Forget it. Don't say any more. I can't even listen to it anymore. What's wrong with old Wu? Making you a receptionist? Lin Ran didn't agree to this receptionist request because he was too lazy to do it. But she was an employee of his company. If he could satisfy her, he should. As for the method, he had already thought of it. He would just make a fake one. Entering the elevator, Lin Ran was suddenly stunned. Which floor was the president's office on? Since the Nuanyo group had changed so much now, it was definitely different from before. The temporary offices that were set up when they first bought the building were all changed. Lin Ran looked at the directory inside the elevator for a while. The president's office is on the 12th floor. While Lin Ran was still looking, Abu reminded him and pressed the button for the 12th floor. Lin Ran took a closer look, and it was indeed on the 12th floor. Your eyesight is not bad. Abu looked simple and honest. Hee, this is all from training. As a bodyguard, eyesight is a very important tool for judgment. Lin Ran nodded, also having a new understanding of the profession of bodyguards. Indeed, you get what you pay for. By the time Lin Ran arrived, when he got out of the elevator, he didn't see anyone to greet him. The company was currently understaffed, so it was impossible to have a receptionist on every floor. Even the lobby only had one receptionist, which showed just how many employees it would take to fill an entire building. Lin Ran followed the directions on the map toward the office and happened to run into an assistant preparing documents outside. The moment he saw Lin Ran, he was about to call out, but Lin Ran gestured for him to be quiet with a shush. Standing at the door, he gently pushed it open a crack and peeked inside. There were only 4 people, Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan, and of the other 2, one was stout and portly, the other slender and enchanting. Mr. Wu, I am sincere about offering this project, and you are sincere about taking it. Why don't we each take a step back? I won't haggle on the price, and you won't haggle on the construction period. How about it? Wu Zhishang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a sip of tea and said slowly, Boss Jeang, you were introduced by my father, so I should call you uncle. But in business, there are no fathers and sons. You can't make things difficult for me just because you're my elder, can you? A traditional stadium, and you want me to finish it in 4 months. That's asking a bit much. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. He found that Wu Zhishang really had the right air about him. Boss Jeang understood Wu Zhishang's meaning. He was telling him not to throw his weight around just because he was an elder. All right, in that case, let's talk about the price. How about a little lower? 80 million for the deal? I'll pay 30% after you start construction, 50% upon delivery, and the remaining 20% within a year of completion. Wu Zhishang shook his head. I can accept the payment terms, but Boss Jeang, for such a large stadium, I might not see much profit at 80 million. Lin Ran just watched quietly as the 2 sides haggled back and forth. He felt a headache coming on. If he were the one negotiating, it would have been over long ago. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, then don't. What was the point of fighting over a few million like this? He really wasn't cut out for management. Wu Zhishang was indeed quite patient. Lin Ran suddenly recalled the early days of his startup. He had wanted Wu Zhishang to be a vlogger, but Wu Zhishang said he wanted to be in management. At the time, Lin Ran had been defeated by Wu Zhishang's cell phone attack skill and had let him try with a couldn't-care-less attitude. Looking at him now, maybe the guy really did have a talent for it. Juggling real estate and media. He had even managed to make the company profitable despite having 2 money pit projects. Not bad. Looks like I need to be clearer about my own abilities. I'm not suited for management, only for managing money. Lin Ran left the doorway and took a look around the other floors of the company. After a stroll, he marveled at how capable his wife was. If it were up to him, he probably would never have been able to own an entire office building in Kyoto in his lifetime. But it was indeed a bit deserted. Nuanyo actually had a lot of employees, but they weren't many when spread out. In the past, everyone complained about it being crowded. Now it was great. Each of them was on the verge of becoming a recluse. Lin Ran even found that a junior clerk could have an entire office to herself. It was utterly ridiculous. There was no other way. There were just too many rooms. When he returned to the office, the person outside was gone. Lin Ran was about to push the door open when his eyes widened. Damn, has old Wu finally become the man he hated? He hadn't pushed the door open, so he didn't see anything, but he heard it. Now, there were only 2 voices inside, Zhang Xinyan and Wu Zhishang. Wu Zhishang's voice was the first to reach Lin Ran's ears. Assistant Jeang, you don't want to lose this job, do you? Mr. Wu, don't. Please don't. Even a seasoned veteran like Lin Ran was blushing as he listened from outside. He wasn't sure if he should interrupt. From a boss's perspective, his own president getting into office shenanigans with an assistant was definitely not okay. But from a brother's perspective, this kind of thing was absolutely okay. Besides, Zhang Xinyan was a little stunner. Old Wu was a lucky man. Slap. Lin ran, smacked himself. How could he be thinking about another woman's figure? Damn it. But he couldn't be blamed. That Zhang Xinyan was indeed. Slap. Another smack. Brother Lin, why are you hitting yourself? Wu Zhishang opened the door with a bewildered look. He had heard a slap from outside and was angry, not expecting someone in the company would dare to eavesdrop. So he stood up and opened the door, only to see Lin Ran give himself another slap. Lin Ran froze, looking at Wu Zhishang with a mix of suspicion, disdain, pity, and mockery. That was fast. What was fast? Wu Zhishang was full of question marks. When he saw the righteous-looking man next to Lin Ran, he felt the blood in his veins run cold. This man seemed simple and honest, but for some reason, he gave off a very dangerous vibe, as if he could crush him with a flick of his fingers. It's nothing. Old Wu, something just can't be hidden. Don't worry. As your brother, I won't blame you. But we'll have to talk about bonuses and such. Wu Zhishang realized Lin Ran must have misunderstood him. Although his name was Wu Zhishang, he wasn't really without an intellect. As Lin Ran's best friend for years, he often understood what Lin Ran meant with just a look. Brother Lin, you must have heard something from someone and misunderstood me. I'm very serious about my work. Lin Ran nodded. Serious, indeed serious. Discussing work matters with your assistant, right after finishing a project negotiation. How could that not be serious? It's just that the discussion was a bit short. Lin Ran's eyes held a smile, tinged with a hint of mockery. Wu Zhishang was speechless. You've really misunderstood. I was just talking to Assistant Jeang about working overtime. It's really not what you think. You know me. Zhang Xinyan also understood the veiled content of their conversation and immediately explained. Chairman Lin, you've really misunderstood us. We are absolutely innocent. Lin Ran looked surprised. Ooh, already protecting your man. Old Wu, what does explaining equate to? Wu Zhishang knew this topic couldn't continue and quickly changed it. Brother Lin, I just closed a big project. This is the largest one I've completed on my own. But our company's liquid funds might not be enough. The Nuanyo Group's liquid funds were indeed tight, not as relaxed as the Saran Group's. Lin Ran waved his hand grandly. No problem. We'll just inject more capital. How about money? By the way, Brother Lin, who is this gentleman behind you? Wu Zhishang was sure he had never seen this person among Lin Ran's personal bodyguards. A bodyguard my wife assigned to me. Jealous. Wu Zhishang's face darkened. He shouldn't have asked. While Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang were chatting idly, a tense atmosphere was unfolding in the conference room of the Luo Group. Everyone attending the meeting was on pins and needles. Luo Yao had barely said a few words throughout the entire meeting. But they were not relaxed, because the fewer words Luo Yao spoke, the worse they knew they had performed. I hear you've been slacking off while I was away from the company these past few days. At this, an executive cautiously explained, CO Luo, that's all hearsay. We've been wronged. Luo Yao's calm and cold voice continued. I've also heard a lot of gossip. She didn't actually know what had happened at the company while she was away, nor had she asked her team of assistants to report. The reason she acted this way was to bluff them. Finally, one executive couldn't take it anymore. She felt like she was suffocating. Every meeting felt like being sent to the execution ground for these people. Even if Luo Yao just sat there and did nothing, the pressure was enough to crush them. CEO Luo, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been spouting nonsense. Please punish me, pull out my tongue. Luo Yao raised an eyebrow, surprised that there really was something going on. What were you wrong about? And what nonsense did you spout? This executive was a woman in her 30s. Half of the management at the Luo Group were women, which led to one drawback, a lot of gossips. I said you might have disappeared to go make a baby with young Master Lin. I was wrong, boo. Luo Yao was taken aback. She hadn't expected this to be the rumor. She lowered her head and thought carefully. This did indeed count as a rumor. She had gone out with our Ran, and they had done things to make a baby, but the purpose wasn't to make a baby. Besides, she couldn't get pregnant because she was on medication. Not entirely accurate, but the general idea is about right. Go out now and announce to the public that what you said was untrue. What actually happened when our Ran and I went out was, our Ran proposed to me. A proposal? Huh. Oh, but CEO Luo, the whole internet already knows about this, right? They didn't quite understand. The two had already registered their marriage, so why hadn't they held a wedding yet? And why was he only proposing now? Could it be the legendary marry first, love later? But that didn't seem right either. When they were filming the variety show, they had clearly proven they were childhood sweethearts. A cold glint flashed in Luo Yao's eyes. I told you to clarify, not to ask questions. So what if the whole internet knows? Can't you go and deepen their impression? Yes, I understand, Xiao Luo. The meeting finally ended amid everyone's bewildered emotions. The moment it was over, Wang Fong contacted Lu Meng. Sister Wang, what's wrong? Lu Meng knew that Wang Fong wouldn't call her if it wasn't something important. It's like this, Special Assistant Lu. Just now, Wang Fong recounted what had happened in the conference room. What do you think I should do now? Wang Fong greatly admired Lu Meng. At least when it came to guessing Luo Yao's thoughts, Lu Meng was indeed better than her. This is simple. Think about what CEO Luo likes the most. She likes to scare people. Lu Meng was silent for a moment on the other end of the line. I mean, what does CEO Luo care about the most? Wang Fong thought carefully for a moment. It should be young Master Lin, right? Not should be, it's definitely. She loves young Master Lin, and she loves to show her affection for him publicly, to possess him anytime, anywhere. So you can work from this angle to satisfy CEO Luo's emotional needs. Wang Fong had a sudden realization. Thank you, Special Assistant Lu. I think I know what to do now. Lu Meng. By the way, I should remind you, CEO Luo doesn't like to scare people. When you think she's just bluffing you, you might be in real danger. Wang Fong froze. What did Lu Meng mean by that? After thinking it over carefully, Wang Fong's pupils gradually constricted. I see. It seems I've survived all these years purely by luck. Wang Fong muttered to herself as she arranged the work. On behalf of the Luo Group, she would high-profilely announce the wedding date of young Master Lin and CEO Luo and re-edit and release the video content from Lin Rant's TikTok. Once this content was released, the entire internet exploded again. So what is real anyway? No, young Master Lin just posted this content a few days ago, and now the Luo Group is officially posting it again. What? Are you specifically hunting down single people like me? Being a dumbass is fine too. Holy crap, I'd almost forgotten about this, and now it's back to elbow me in the ribs. Is it a crime to be single? If so, please punish me with the law, not with public displays of affection. Lin Luo have a football team. Is it just me who finds this super sweet? The divine love between young Master Lin and CEO Luo is just too sweet. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a hardcore Luo Shanjiang Lin CP fan. Paris's runaway saint. Is it really okay for them to take up public resources like this? Saint Slayer, what kind of trash has snuck in here again? Are you a pipeline in the sea, minding everyone's business? What resources of yours do they take up? At this moment, in the Noanyo group, just after Lin Ran had left, Zhang Xinyan looked at the news and reported with a shocked expression, Mr. Well, look at this. Wu Zhishang looked it over and was completely stunned. Should we do one too? Zhang Xinyan asked. She had completely changed her opinion of Lin Ran recently and had even joined his fan group, as a senior fan at that. We're here to work, don't always mess with these useless things. Okay. However, this also counts as work. Post 1. Remember not to surpass the Luo Group's popularity. Keep it a bit suppressed. Okay. Subsequently, the Noanyo Group also made a post, a direct copy and paste. And our two protagonists were still unaware of all this. It wasn't until Lin Ran arrived at the Luo Group that he noticed everyone was strangely sneaking glances at him. Lin Ran was a bit puzzled. He had been here many times before, so everyone should be somewhat familiar with him. There was no need to sneak glances like this, right? And no one was greeting him? Was this right? Young Master Lin, you're here? Old Lu, the security guard, walked up to Lin Ran. Just as he was about to say something, the shadow of a burly man blocked him. Old Lu was stunned. He thought to himself that he was, after all, the first person Lin Ran met when he came to the company. How could he be looked down upon? But when he fixed his gaze on the pair of eyes that sent a chill down his spine, he froze completely, swallowed hard, and didn't dare to say a word. Old Lu, why are these people looking at me like that? This was Lin Ran's first time at the Luo Group since returning to Kyoto, or more accurately, his first time here during everyone's working hours. So he was a bit confused about what was wrong with these people. Old Lu came back to his senses, not daring to get any closer to Lin Ran. He quickly said, Huh? Young Master Lin, you don't know? In our company now, you've become a source of trouble. What source of trouble? The kind that makes CEO Luo. At this point, Old Lu glanced around and then lowered his voice. The kind of beautiful man who makes CEO Luo lose her ambition over pleasure. Lin Ran. Where did that come from? Lin Ran didn't quite agree with this statement. Although he and Luo Yao were indeed very clingy, they had never delayed Luo Yao's work. For example, in his previous life, he didn't accompany Luo Yao, and she stayed in Modu for 7 days. In this life, he accompanied Luo Yao, and she still stayed in Modu for 7 days, and she accomplished much more than in the previous life. This was the difference. Couldn't these people see it? Right? I didn't know. Old Lu didn't answer directly, but said tactfully, "Young Master Lin, you should see the news for yourself. You're really famous now, not just at the Luo Group, but at the Nuanyo Group too." What did the Nuanyo Group have to do with this? Lin Ran opened his phone in confusion to check, and then he was also stunned. This was really something Luo Yao would do. But what the hell was the Nuanyo Group doing? And this Saran Group? Huh? The Saran Group posted half a minute ago? As the boss, his own company was doing public relations about him, and he was the last to know? Ridiculous. So that's how it is. The people at your company must hate me quite a bit, right? After all, when the president loses her ambition over pleasure, it delays the employees from making money. No, they're very happy. Lin Ran? But it didn't matter. Lin Ran didn't care about these things anyway. As for Luo Yao. Meanwhile, in the 88th floor office, Wang Fong was standing in Luo Yao's office with her head bowed. Who told you to post that? Wang Fong naturally wouldn't say that it was Lu Ming's suggestion and she was the one who posted it. Wouldn't that be selling Lu Ming out? Right now, CEO Luo was expressionless, so she must be very angry. She would just take the blame herself. "I'm sorry, CEO Luo. I acted on my own." Luo Yao nodded. "Acted on your own? You know you acted on your own. To do such a major PR move without my permission, you have some nerve." Wang Fong was so scared, she almost knelt on the ground. She truly regretted it now. "Also, when you posted it, why didn't you specify what our Rands said to me?" Wang Fong. Luo Yao. The line, "I never want to escape from the palm of your hand for my entire life." So CEO Luo was angry about this? Wang Fong immediately reacted, "I'll have someone repost it right away." "Forget it. Reposting it will make it seem like I'm trying to show off. Since you didn't make any major mistakes this time, I'll let you off. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being harsh." Wang Fong almost cried with joy. She had just been prepared to get the axe, but she had escaped just like that. "CEO Luo, do you mean you also think I did the right thing?" Luo Yao gave Wang Fong a cold look. "Acting on your own was naturally wrong. Your bonus is docked for 1 month." Wang Fong was like an eggplant hit by frost. She would rather have gotten the axe. "But I quite like the content you posted. Go and collect a 2-month bonus." Life was immediately full of sunshine again. She cried with joy once more. "Thank you, CEO Luo. Thank you, CEO Luo. I could work like a horse for the rest of my life and still not repay your kindness in nurturing me, in recognizing my abilities. You may leave." Just as Wang Fong was about to leave, she seemed to remember something. "By the way, CEO Luo, the Nuanyo Group and the Saran Group plagiarized our PR copy. What do you think?" Luo Yao was taken aback. After seeing the content, a corner of her mouth lifted. "Give them 2 projects." This time, it was Wang Fong's turn to be dumbfounded. As expected, you should never try to guess the president's thoughts. You'll never figure them out. Just then, Lin Ran pushed open the office door. "Yao Yao, you really do love me, ha ha ha." Before Lin Ran even entered, his laughter preceded him. "Oh, Ran, you're here." Just as Lin Ran was about to step into the office, he turned back to Abu and said, "You could just wait for me here. There's a rest area over there. You can go sit or lie down." Abu glanced into the office and saw Luo Yao inside. He nodded, relieved. His job was to be Lin Ran's personal bodyguard. He hadn't left Lin Ran's side since returning to the manor. Only when Lin Ran was sleeping would he switch shifts with Wang Bao and Xiao Tong, but they all stayed in the rooms closest to Lin Ran. You could put it this way. When Lin Ran went out, he drove. When Lin Ran ate, he stood guard by the table. Except for when he was playing games with Luo Yao, this man was always by Lin Ran's side. At first, Lin Ran wasn't used to it, but after about 2 days, he had completely come to terms with it. With his current status, it was perfectly normal to have this level of protection. Lin Ran walked into the office, and Luo Yao stood up and flew into his arms. They hugged tightly. Lin Ran lifted Luo Yao high above his head, so that she could see his smile just by looking down. "Yao Yao, your public display of affection is so high profile, you'll make everyone die of jealousy." Luo Yao naturally wouldn't admit that the PR move was posted by her assistant on her own initiative. She immediately lowered her head and kissed him. After the kiss, she said, "I don't care what they think. I just want the whole world to know that you belong to me." As she said this, her eyes filled with endless love. "Didn't you also have a Nuanyo and Saran groups plagiarize my PR copy?" Lin Ran was taken aback, then immediately understood. The PR from the Nuanyo and Saran groups wasn't arranged by Luo Yao at all. It was old Wu and Chu Tinyang acting on their own. They'd done a beautiful job, but he wouldn't admit that it was his subordinates acting on their own either. Wei could clearly make his Yao Yao happy. Why would he ruin the mood? Did it matter who posted it? As long as it was posted, right? You are my wife. I also want to tell the whole world. Looking into each other's smiling eyes, they both sighed inwardly. Sometimes, the people below us are quite perceptive. Aran, let's. Understood the daily routine. 81 minutes later, Luo Yao was leaning in Lin Ran's arms. Aran, is there anything you've been wanting to do recently? Lin Ran felt a bit strange. Why do you ask? It's not long until the new year. I'm going to die soon. Lin Ran was startled, but he quickly realized that the Dai Luo Yao was talking about was faking her death. What I want to do is be with you. Luo Yao was satisfied with this feeling. She thought this was Lin Ran at his best. Sometimes she even suspected that she was the one who had trained Lin Ran so well. But then she would dismiss the thought, as Lin Ran's change for the better had been sudden. Besides being with me, is there anything else you want to do? Lin Ran thought carefully. He felt that the happiest life was probably what he had now. He had a car, a house, and savings. The person who loved him most was also the person he loved most. What more could he ask for? Although he had lost his family, he had gained love and money. Whose life didn't have some regrets? Things I want to do. If you say there aren't really. But if you say there aren't, there actually are a few. For example, making some money in my spare time while I'm with you, finding trouble for the 3 beasts of the Lin family, and planning our wedding. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled. She wasn't good at these things, but Lin Ran was. I also want to see the stars in every corner of the world with you. Luo Yao. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Ran now had over 200 million in hand. He wanted to give Luo Yao the grandest wedding possible. Why bother with formalities when 2 people are so in love? People with such thoughts are destined never to see their lover smile. Even for couples who have been together for a lifetime, giving each other surprises from time to time is a necessary part of the process. Not to mention Lin Ran was so rich. Whatever other girls had, Luo Yao couldn't miss out on a single thing. And she had to have more and better. Bigger. Luo Yao was ecstatic over Lin Ran's words. And so, she let go a little more. Aran, you're going to find trouble for Lin Tianba. Do you know where he's living now? I know. I've had people keeping an eye on him. He should be with his brother-in-law right now. The term brother-in-law referred to Lin Tianba and Lureni. I really didn't expect Lin Jian and Lu Jian to be paternal half-brothers. No wonder I saw a shadow of Lin Jian and Lu Jian back then. Hearing the term brother-in-law, Luo Yao felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Then be careful when you go. After all, even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Lin Ran nodded. His thoughts coincided with Luo Yao's. His life might not be very valuable, but it would make Yao Yao sad, so he had to protect it well. As for the 5 scumbags of Lu and Lin, he could make them suffer whenever he had time. Otherwise, life would feel less interesting. It wasn't that Lin Ran was black-bellied, nor was he ruthless. It was the lesson from his past tribulations. If he was still a bleeding heart after being reborn, he might as well just jump from here. A bleeding heart isn't necessarily the most miserable person, but sometimes they're the most tragic. Aran, the Luo Group's annual meeting, is coming up. Will Nuanyo and Saran be participating? Lin Ran thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, let them experience the atmosphere of a major conglomerate. The Luo Group's annual meeting was no ordinary one. It would pack the entire national stadium to the brim. Then let's go home for now. Luo Yao knew Lin Ran was tired and wanted to take him back to rest. Everyone thought Luo Yao's life must be very rich and colorful, but it was actually incredibly simple. It was either work or home. If it weren't for Lin Ran, her life would be monotonous to an appalling degree. Okay, on their way back, netizens were hit with another blow. After Nuanyo and Saran released their news, many bloggers also began to forward and analyze it. At first, there were only 2 streamers forwarding it. Later, when people realized they weren't being censored and hadn't received any so-called lawyers' letters, everyone got bolder. As a result, many people started to follow the trend. And the first 2 were the ones who gained the most followers. One was named Zhang Xiawan, the other Shen Jingbing. Lin Ran and Luo Yao once again topped the trending charts. Tool person, I'm tired of saying I'm envious. I wish I had a boyfriend who loved me this much. Unfortunately, my boyfriend has no money for this stuff. He only knows how to play dead. Women must train their young. I really dislike this kind of extravagance and waste of public resources. 1/ to help you self-castrate. What kind of dog is the person above? Talking as if they spent your money. You're so damn Lin Jian. Back at the manor, the The sky had already darkened. After dinner, the two didn't rest immediately, but went for a walk to aid digestion. A walk after a meal keeps the doctor away. He and Luo Yao still had a long time to be together, sharing a happy rest of their lives. Health management was very necessary. Recently, Lin Ran had even started taking health supplements. Selenium, vitamins, small molecule peptides. He was taking all sorts of things. Every morning, besides the qi boosting and yuan solidifying soup, a handful of supplements was also a must. Sometimes it felt like he could get full just from eating these things. This also reminded Lin Ran of some movie scenes or even commercials. An elderly person in China taking a handful of medicine first thing in the morning, leaning on a cane to take the bus. An elderly person in some developed countries taking a handful of supplements first thing in the morning, riding a bicycle out the door. This might be a kind of gap. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to. Getting sidetracked. Back to Lin Ran and Luo Yao, who were on their digestive walk. They strolled along, enjoying the scenery of the manor, and found it quite interesting. They walked a long way today, but didn't feel tired. This might be what it feels like to be with the one you love. If it were Lin Ran by himself, he would have been exhausted long ago, especially in winter. Friends from the south might not feel it, but friend from the north must feel it deeply. Walking 2 miles in the dead of winter is not the same as walking 2 miles in summer. People might think the summer heat makes one tire more easily, but it's actually winter that makes one feel weighed down. Unconsciously, they arrived at the amusement park under construction. Yao, I don't want to say it, but this amusement park is a bit of a waste. It's not. As long as our Ram likes it, it's not a waste. But how many times can we play here? Are we going to leave it for our children to play in? Lin Ran didn't mention the word children by accident. It was intentional. Although he didn't like children, having one with Luo Yao would be nice too. This could be considered test. Of course, not to have one right away, but when this book ends. Maybe they could even be the protagonist of the next book. A Yandera also needs a successor. Our Ran wants children. Luo Yao didn't like children either, but if it was with Lin Ran, she wasn't opposed. Her only worry was that a child would take away Lin Ran's love. How do I put this? I don't want to, but for such a big amusement park, someone has to play in it, right? This is for our Ran. How can anyone else play in it? If we have a child, we'll just build another one for him. Lin Ran suddenly wanted to post a message to tell all the netizens in the world. If you want to be reincarnated, get ready. When I'm ready to have a child, hurry up and queue on the rooftops. I'm not a child. How are you not? We are all children. You're just a baby of over 300 months. Lin Ran's face turned red at this sentence. Although Luo Yao was older than him, that wasn't a reason for her to raise him like a son, was it? He was also very manly, okay? All right. A baby of over 300 months. Actually, I haven't even reached 300 months yet. You're the 3-month-old baby. Luo Yao threw herself into Lin Ran's arms. Then I'll be your baby forever. Feeling the little demon in his arms, Lin Ran smiled. You always say I'm changeable. I think you're the one who's a versatile wife. Luo Yao could be sweet or savory, domineering or gentle, cold or delicate. She showed her coldest side to the world, and all her gentleness was reserved for her lover. As long as our Ram likes it, compared to now, I'd rather we were lying in a warm bed. A small request, easily satisfied. Time flew to the next day. Luo Yao went to work again, and when Lin Ran woke up, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. His wife wasn't home, and he was alone again in the manor, missing her. This life was both familiar and strange. Familiar from after his rebirth, strange from before his rebirth. But one thing Lin Ran was quite sure of was that now, not only was Luo Yao losing her ambition over pleasure, but he was too. But isn't this the meaning of his life? Thinking of this, Lin Ran suddenly smiled. Last night was a bit exhausting. He needed to recover today. Walking downstairs, he saw Uncle Fu was also there, and a sense of superiority rose in Lin Ran again. Look, both are men. He could lose his ambition over pleasure, while Uncle Fu, at his age, still had to work diligently. This was the difference. Young Master Lin, you're awake? Yes. Uncle Fu, what are your instructions? I wouldn't dare to instruct you, but I do have something to ask of you. Lin Ran was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this all-capable old butler would have a time when he needed to ask for his advice. Go on, tell me. Uncle Fu glanced at Jiang Fewa in the distance, confirming that she probably couldn't hear from this distance, but still lowered his voice. It's like this, young Master Lin. I want to propose to the Hua. Do you think you could give me some ideas? Lin Ran shook his head. No, love is something you have to figure out on your own. But last time I helped you plan the Snow Mountain proposal birthday gift, Lin Ran looked at Uncle Fu matter-of-factly. That was your job in the first place, and I gave you a bonus for it. What? You don't want it anymore. Hearing the word bonus, the old man quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I mean. I'll figure it out myself. Young Master Lin, please don't mention this to the Hua. Lin Ran nodded. Don't worry. If I were to tell Aunt Wong, my son Lin Tianba would be a cuckold every day. Speaking of Lin Tianba, help me check what they're up to now. I'll get right on it. Watching Lin Jian and the others cause trouble was now one of Uncle Fu's forms of entertainment, so he naturally had no objection. After Uncle Fu left, Lin Ran took out his phone and sent a message. Lin Ran, voice message Aunt Wong, I have something to tell you. Old Jeang wants to propose to you, so be prepared. Aunt Wong, voice message young Master Lin. Have you and Miss been well these past 2 days? I'm preparing to come back to work. As for that old man, I can't do anything about him. Could you persuade him not to make a fuss? It's so embarrassing at our age. Lin Ran, voice message all right. I'll help you persuade him. You don't need to rush back to work. Being with your family is the most important thing. The word family once again touched Lin Ran. His only family now seemed to be Luo Yao. The Chen family could be counted as 0. 1. Young Master Lin. Guess what Lin Jian is doing now? Lin Ran had a speechless expression. What? Is he causing trouble again? Uncle Fu nodded and reported to Lin Ran. Lin Jian was a genius in his own way. He had come up with a way to make money. As his live stream started, Lin Jian entered a frantic PK mode. Whenever he lost, he would set a punishment for himself. Things like drinking water while doing a handstand, slapping himself 100 times, saying I am a dog 100 times, or standing at attention for 10 minutes. The variety was quite extensive. Livestream PK was a normal process. Logically, everyone would not send Lin Jian gifts or let him win. And that was indeed the case. Lin Jian lost every single PK, a continuous stream of losses, and he was quite ruthless with his punishments. To make Lin Jian lose, netizens would go to the opponent's live stream and send gifts, ensuring Lin Jian kept losing. The harsher the punishment Lin Jian promised, the more gifts the opponent received. Who drinks pure milk? Why bother? I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for Lin Jian. I was thinking about sending him some gifts, but then I looked at my balance. Better to send more free hearts. I bet Lin Ran would like it too, just like sending power up with love to an author when reading a novel. In love with a mistress who won't go home. The kid is so pitiful. Why treat him like this? What's wrong with sending him some gifts? My keyboard is very Lin Jian. What are you babbling about upstairs? I'm having a great time watching. If you feel sorry for him, go send him gifts. Don't just be a keyboard warrior. In love with a mistress who won't go home. Why don't you send him gifts? He kept losing PKs, but what did that have to do with Lin Jian? It had everything to do with him. The streamers on the other side were all in cahoots with Lin Jian. They had to give Lin Jian a cut of the gifts. This was Lin Jian's method. An ordinary person might not have thought of it. Even Uncle Fu didn't see through this operation at first, but the more he watched, the stranger it seemed. So he had someone investigate, and sure enough, he uncovered this big scoop. Unfortunately, the netizens didn't know yet. Uncle Fu asked with a worried expression, should I contact someone to get his live stream banned? Hearing that the live stream might be banned, Lin Ran immediately objected. Why ban him? We lose so much fun. This is his livelihood now. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. You don't want to become a murderer, do you? Uncle Fu was dumbfounded. Lin Ran, expose a picture of them. Good heavens. You talk about me killing his parents, but you're even more ruthless than that, sending people to camp their spawn point. Why didn't Lin Ran go himself? Because he was too lazy. And last time at the hotel, he could barge in because he was acting as the owner. But if he went to someone's home, it would be trespassing. Although with his status, he wouldn't face any serious consequences even if he did. He didn't want to break the law. There was no need. Uncle Fu said with some concern, young Master Lin, if we just post a picture, will the netizens be able to find them? Why don't we just expose the address directly? Lin Ran shook his head. You have to trust the netizens. This generation of netizens can find anything except a partner. Uncle Fu thought about it, and it seemed to make a lot of sense. So he proceeded according to Lin Ran's method. Then, an expose from an anonymous blogger appeared. At this moment, Lin Jian was still oblivious to all this. This morning, he and Lu Jian had tested each other's level. Lu Jian hated sharing a room with another man, even if it was his own brother. But the moment Lin Jian arrived, he had taken over half of his bedroom, which made him very uncomfortable. During breakfast, Lu Jian proactively suggested moving out. Dad, I want to move out and rent a place. Lureni looked at Lu Jian with a puzzled expression. Why? I don't want Lin Jian to feel pressured living here. This is all my fault. not Lin Jian's. Lureni was stunned. He naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Jian's words and looked at Lin Jian with some displeasure. Lin Jian was also stunned. He hadn't expected that in this house of only 4.5 people, there was someone else competing with him on the same track. I should be the one to move out. I don't blame my brother for disliking me. After all, the whole country dislikes me now, and he's just like everyone else. These past few days, I've experienced what family and fatherly love are. I'm satisfied. Saying this, Lin Jian prepared to pack his things and leave. Lin Tianba, lying on the floor, let out a disdainful sneer. Lureni was stunned again, a sense of guilt welling up in his heart. This son must have suffered a lot over the years. Lu Jian, apologize to your younger brother. Lu Jian was shocked. He hadn't expected this Lin Jian to actually challenge him. He naturally wouldn't apologize. In a fit of anger, he slammed the door and left. Seeing this, Lureni also realized that he might have been biased. He had never been a master of treating everyone equally, so he wasn't skilled at it. Seeing his eldest son leave, another wave of guilt washed over him. Xiao Jian, your brother. I know, Dad. Brother is just angry. Don't worry, I'll apologize to him when he comes back. Lureni smiled. He had found that he quite liked this son over the past few days. Who said this son wasn't good? This son was simply fantastic. Sensible, kind, and understanding. After the meal, Lin Jian returned to the bedroom, his face grim. He thought that next time, he must drive this Lu Jian out directly. He looked at the time. It was about when his stream was scheduled to start. So he put aside his hatred and opened his live stream. As the stream progressed, Lin Jian continuously received transfers from the opposing streamers. A happy smile finally appeared on his face. 3-inch-old teacher. No? What is he smiling about? Has he gotten addicted to hitting himself? Does he not know that his location has already been exposed? Midnight has 0. Maybe the kid is just dumb? 10 minutes later, frantic knocking and the sound of smashing glass, along with curses, came from Lin Jian's live stream. Lin Jian's bewildered face appeared on the screen, which amused the netizens. Stop sending gifts. Save some New Year's money for your relatives' kids. No way, no way. This dumbass streamer doesn't read the comments? He still doesn't know his location has been exposed? If I weren't in Kyoto, I'd want to go camp his spawn point myself. I've never seen a deadbeat dad, a scumbag mom, and an incestuous son in person before. Body in the mortal world, heart in Paris, what you're doing is wrong. This has crossed the bottom line of law and morality. I've already reported it to the police. I'm still too kind, after all. $3 billion deals a day. There are some people I really don't want to curse at because I'm afraid of dirtying my mouth, but I have to say, to the person upstairs, I'm a good person who picks locks and has all kinds of keys. Are you worthy? Lin Jian's bewilderment didn't last more than a few seconds before a loud bang was heard in the live stream room. You are. At the same time, the live stream was cut off. Lin Ran was satisfied. The law does not punish the masses. He knew those netizens would probably be fine. Even if something happened, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they'd pay a fine and be detained for a few days. Of course, that was assuming the Lin family wasn't beaten to death. This world didn't lack bleeding hearts, but it also didn't lack angry youths. The things the Lin family had done had touched the moral compass of these youths. They had wanted to beat this family up for more than a day or two. Although Lin Jian's live stream was closed, the story continued. Lin Jian looked incredulously at the swarming netizens. He felt like his head was about to explode. This was his first time meeting netizens in person, and he was at a loss as to how to handle it. Are you my fans? We're your daddies. The netizens rushed in, some even taking out their phones to live stream. Lin Ran also found a live stream to continue watching the fun. Then his eyes widened, and his mouth once again curved into a Nike swoosh shocked. Immediately after, in the bedroom, Lin Tianba was tied to a chair, bruised and battered, clearly having suffered inhuman abuse. His eyes were lifeless, his spirit scattered, like a corpse with its eyes open. And Lu Yueme and Lureni were sitting up in bed, looking at the intruders with disbelief. The excitement from a minute ago had completely vanished, replaced by confusion and fear. Who are you people? Amidst the chaotic noise, Lin Ran could no longer see the picture clearly. He could only randomly find another live stream to watch Lin Jian. Lin Jian was cornered in another bedroom, and the netizens had surprisingly found the transaction records between Lin Jian and those other streamers. This instantly broke the defenses of countless netizens. I've met many Lin Jians in my life. So what the hell is real? Why did they even lie to me about a PK? I thought I was contributing to Lin Jian's self-harm career. Lightly by the rivergrass. To be precise, you did contribute, You just ran into a streamer who is even more of a Lin Jian. Follow your heart. Actually, I guessed it long ago. But this Lin Tianba is pretty pathetic. It looks like he's been beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. And when they putting on that artsy play just now, I kind of feel sorry for him. Not just the netizens. Even Lin Ran began to feel sorry for Lin Tianba. He tried to put himself in his shoes. 3 seconds. He almost broke his composure. Damn, Lin Tianba, you're truly amazing. I admire you. It was too damn tragic. He seemed to see Lu Yueme and Lureni fighting right in front of Lin Tianba. You. So perverted, so disgusting, so delightful. Just a few minutes later, the police arrived and the netizens all scattered like a swarm. The police didn't stop them, citing insufficient manpower, but in reality, they were just too lazy to bother. They were there for 2 purposes. First, to disperse the crowd and prevent things from getting out of hand. Second, to make arrests. The ones who called the police were netizens from the live stream, but the ones the police arrested were not the current netizens, but Lin Tianba's family and Lureni. Officer, save me. Quickly, catch those people and shoot them. They trespassed and assaulted us. The officer looked at Lureni lying on the ground with contempt. We received a public report that there is illegal debauchery, illegal detention, illegal abuse, illegal live streaming, illegal debt evasion, and illegal. Therefore, we are now placing you all under arrest. Lureni was dumbfounded. Lu Yueme was dumbfounded. Lin Jian was dumbfounded. Lin Tianba lay on the ground, giggling foolishly. Karma's here. As the 4 were taken away by the police, Lin Ran finally collapsed onto the sofa in comfortable relief, sipping the tea Uncle Fu had prepared. Lin Jian and the others were involved in illegal detention, illegal abuse, domestic violence, group debauchery, debt evasion as deadbeats. Lin Ran listed these things, and then he was shocked. It seemed the victim in all of these was Lin Tianba. This was hard to comment on. Young Master Lin, is there anything you need me to do? Yes, I need to find him a good team of lawyers. Uncle Fu, I have things to do at the end of the year. Let them stay in there for a few more days. At least don't let them bother me before the new year. Understood. Lin Ran was in a good mood. He felt he could add a little more spice before they went in. Help me contact someone. I'm preparing to hit them with a few mental attacks. Right away, as this matter briefly fermented, the Lin family was voted the most explosive family of the modern era. All that was left was to wait for the official report on the outcome. At this point, Lin Ran glanced at Uncle Fu, his eyes brimming with a smile. The reason he had just tattled to Aunt Wong wasn't really because he had a loose tongue, but to create a little misunderstanding between the two. Just now, I helped you tell Aunt Wong about your proposal. Aunt Wong replied to me. Uncle Fu was instantly stunned. He knew Lin Ran would tattle, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. And what did he mean by help me tell her? Why did he know Lin Ran would tattle? Because just now, when Lin Ran made his vow, he had sworn on Lin Tianba. And that vow was quite accurate. The green hat was worn as soon as it was mentioned. And that vow was quite accurate. The green hat was worn as soon as it was mentioned. Fortunately, Uncle Fu didn't mind these things. Even if Lin Ran didn't say it, someone else would, and he would say it himself too. Lin Ran knew this, which was why he was so brazen. Otherwise, Lin Ran wouldn't have tattled. After all, he wasn't Wang Fong or Lu Meng. What did she say? Lin Ran showed a meaningful smile, revealing a row of neat, white teeth to Uncle Fu. Aunt Wong said that although you two are not young, you can't miss out on anything that's expected. Not only does she want a 10 million yuan betrothal gift, but she also wants all the jewelry, not a single piece missing. She also wants to be carried home in a grand sedan airplane. And the wedding venue must be luxurious, the invited guests. A look of doubt gradually filled Uncle Fu's face. He asked, a little uncertainly, did Ahua really say all this? Or did you make it up, young Master Lin? Lin Ran flew into a rage on the spot, pulling out his phone. You don't believe me when I tell you. No trust at all, right? I'll call Aunt Wong right now and let her tell you herself if it's true. If you don't want to prepare it, you can tell her yourself. Lin Ran directly dialed the number. Uncle Fu was silent for a moment and didn't stop Lin Ran, because he was 100% sure that Lin Ran was just spouting nonsense. Young Master Lin, you're looking for me. Lin Ran glanced at Uncle Fu and found the old man still had a do as you please look on his face. Fine, let's see how arrogant you can be in a moment, old man. Aunt Wong, I'm calling you to talk about Uncle Fu's proposal to you. Aunt Wong's puzzled voice came through. Didn't we just talk about this? Did you tell him what I said, young Master Lin? The phone was on speaker. Uncle Fu was also listening attentively. Hearing this sentence, he was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ran to have actually discussed this matter with Aunt Wong just now. Lin Ran sighed. I told him, but Uncle Fu doesn't agree. He has his own ideas. It's all my fault for not being able to persuade him. Aunt Wong, please don't blame Uncle Fu. He's had it tough all these years. Uncle Fu's eyes widened, looking at Lin Ran in disbelief. Why did this tone sound so familiar? And wasn't young Master Lin just selling him out directly? On the other end of the phone, Aunt Wong was silent. In fact, she was happy inside. Although she had told Uncle Fu not to propose to her and not to engage in formalism, what woman wouldn't care about these things? Even if this woman was older, Aunt Wong had lived a hard life and had never experienced what romance was. Young Master Lin, if he doesn't agree, then forget it. Please try your best to persuade him for me. I can actually understand why he's like this. Aunt Wong's voice was a little choked up with happiness. Lin Ran, how about I have him talk to you personally? No need. I'm a little embarrassed to talk to him right now. I don't know what kind of attitude to have. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Lin. Lin Ran hung up the phone directly. At this moment, Uncle Fu was dumbstruck. There was nothing wrong with what Aunt Wong had said, but when he heard it, he would associate it with the conditions Lin Ran had mentioned earlier. He hadn't agreed to De Hua's conditions. De Hua was angry. De Hua said forget it, and De Hua even cried. I'm so damn. Uncle Fu wanted to slap himself. Lin Ran patted Uncle Fu's shoulder. No matter how old a woman is, she still wants some security. If you're not even willing to provide that, how can Aunt Wong entrust the rest of her life to you? I know I was wrong. I'll go prepare right away. Although these conditions are a bit difficult, I won't give up. At worst, I'll ask Miss for a 10-year advance on my salary. Lin Ran looked at Uncle Fu strangely, wondering if he could even work for another 10 years. Wasn't your biggest wish to retire soon and enjoy your retirement life? Uncle Fu left in a hurry. Lin Ran couldn't stop laughing. I've created a beautiful misunderstanding for you too. Whether you can seize it is up to you. When people are happy, they might sing. Lin Ran made up a song on the spot and sang it out loud. Wifey's not at home. Hubby is so bored. Teasing an old man makes me laugh. Life is full of more fun. Wifey come home soon. Hubby will tell you a joke. Listening to the out-of-tune and nonsensical lyrics from Lin Ran's mouth, several maids almost burst out laughing. They all pursed their lips, lowered their heads, and their shoulders trembled. After a while, Uncle Fu returned to report to Lin Ran about the people he had contacted. Abu, let's go. Lin Ran looked at the time. It was still early. He stood up directly. Abu said nothing. Personal protection was his job. An hour later, in a Kyoto detention center, the first person Lin Ran saw was Lin Jian, the little green tea man who had once used his manipulative tricks to frame him. Brother, are you here to save me? I knew brother wouldn't abandon me, because my love for brother is the same as brother's love for me. After seeing Lin Ran, this was the first thing Lin Jian subconsciously said. Honestly, Lin Ran almost spat it out on the spot, feeling nauseated. He sneered. Do you think that's possible? Lin Jian also realized he'd said the wrong thing, but it was a habit he had developed over many years, and it just slipped out. Seeing Lin Ran's disdainful smile, he thought for a moment and understood. Lin Ran was just here to gloat. He shouldn't have held such fantasies. Lin Ran, I know you've always hated me. Hated me for snatching your father. Hated me for the things I did to you. I know now that I was wrong. Lin Ran looked at the person before him with some surprise. Lin Jian, you can actually admit you're wrong? Not bad. Then I'll say a few heartfelt words to you too. Lin Ran showed a look of appreciation. Actually, I quite admire you. Really? Especially some of your abilities. I can't catch up. As for you snatching my relatives, you don't need to say that because I don't blame you at all. I'm even quite grateful to you for letting me see Lin Tianba's true colors. At this point, it wasn't that Lin Ran had let go of his hatred. Hatred is not something that can be let go. His main purpose today was a mental assault. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Jian smiled bitterly, feeling sad for his once naive thoughts. Lin Ran, if I had truly treated you as a brother from the very beginning, would the outcome have been different? Lin Ran couldn't answer this question because he didn't know either. You said if, which means it's impossible. I don't know the if outcome, but I can tell you the subsequent outcome. You'll at least be spending the new year in here. After all, what you did to Lin Tianba is already a criminal case. But don't worry, even after you go in, you won't stay for too long. Your problem isn't that big. I estimate a few months. At this, Lin Ran revealed a smile that made Lin Jian's heart sink. You've called me brother for so many years. As your brother, I naturally have to take care of you and give you a gift. I'm planning to find someone to accompany you in there for a few months. Lin Jian's eyes widened. What do you mean? Literally. You know I have many fierce fighters. I've picked one for you for my bodyguard team. His name is Jiao Laoban. Remember, When you see him inside, you should respect him as you would respect me. Goodbye. I'll play with you again after you get out. The guards took Lin Jian away as he was still yelling. I'm already like this. Why won't you let me go? Lin Ran shook his head and smiled bitterly. In my past life, did you let me go? The second person he saw was Lu Yueme. The facts of their crimes had already been investigated, and there was nothing to argue about. They were just waiting to be sent for trial. Lin Tianba was also unwilling to endure the humiliation any longer and chose to expose himself. Xiawan, are you here to save Mom? That's great, all these years. Lu Yueme got excited upon seeing Lin Ran and subconsciously started her act, but she realized the problem halfway through her sentence. Lin Ran shook his head. No, I'm here to tell you a fact. I hope you won't be scared to death when you see Lu Rushu inside. This is to give you a psychological preparation. The more Lin Ran said this, the more worried Lu Yueme became. What do you mean? Nothing much. My wife dug out your niece's eyes, and she's being abused every day. You might face the same treatment when you go in. I'm just giving you a heads up. After all, having been your dog under PUA for so many years, this dog has now become a wolf, and he's coming back to bite. Hearing Lin Ran's description, Lu Yueme's eyes widened, looking at Lin Ran in disbelief. You're trying to scare me, right? Lin Ran's cold gaze sent a chill through Lu Yueme. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Lu Rushu's eyeballs are in my bedroom. Do you want me to bring them for you to see? At the same time, in the office of the Luo Group, Luo Yao, who was listening through an earpiece, trembled and froze. She had never told Lin Ran about the Lu Rushu incident. So, our Ran knew all along. Luo Yao was in disbelief. A worried expression appeared on her face. Then, she heard the voice continue from the earpiece. No, you're lying to me, right? No one would put someone else's eyes in their bedroom. That's perverted behavior. Oh, you mean that? It's simple. Because my wife likes it. As long as she likes it, I like it too. I don't care if Luo Yao is a pervert or a lunatic. I only recognize her as my Lin Ran's woman. In my eyes, she will always come first. Listening to the reply from her earpiece, the corners of Luo Yao's mouth lifted. Ran, he really doesn't blame me. No, Xiawan, I was wrong. Please save Mom. Lu Yueme's spirit collapsed, and the meeting with Lin Ran ended. Ha ha ha, Lin Ran. You'll get your retribution sooner or later. Luo Yao doesn't love you at all. She'll get rid of you once she's done playing with you. Lin Ran waved goodbye to Lu Yueme. When you get inside, say hello to Lu Rushu for me. Tell her I'll be waiting for her to get out, so I can send her to Southeast Asia. As for my wife getting rid of me, I can only await with bated breath. The last person he saw was the unfilial son, Lin Tianba. Lin Ran felt that his mentality was truly good now. He could speak calmly to Lin Jian and Lu Yueme, unlike before when he wanted to beat them up every time they met. Mental attacks were quite interesting, it seemed. Lin Tianba was pushed out in a wheelchair. The authorities were quite humane. Although Lin Tianba was a suspect, they had found a doctor to give him simple treatment. However, his limbs had been broken for too long, and it was impossible for them to recover completely. Coupled with Lin Jian's recent wanton abuse, it was probably hopeless for him to stand up for the rest of his life. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Lin Tianba finally shed tears of regret. Son, are you here to kowtow and apologize to Dad? Lin Ran. I lost it. Damn it. Bang. Lin Ran directly lashed out. He had already cleared the room before the meeting, with only Abu by his side. Even if someone saw, it didn't matter. It was nothing money couldn't solve. In this world, money could solve 99% of all troubles, and the remaining 1% could be left to luck. Lin Ran hadn't expected this. He could speak calmly to Lu Yueme and her son, but a single sentence from Lin Tianba made him lose his composure. It seemed his mentality still needed practice. Lin Tianba, if your damn head exploded, the universe would tremble. If your cerebellum is atrophied, go take some medicine. Don't open your mouth like a passing manure truck, not stopping until you've tasted the saltiness. Lin Tianba didn't blame Lin Ran. If he were Lin Ran, he would probably be even angrier. Dad let you down, but it really wasn't my fault. I was deceived. You and Xiao Jian were both the apples of my eye. How could I bear to hurt you? The old saying goes, a father's love is like a mountain. I wanted both of you to be well. I didn't expect everything to change like this. The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. Lin Ran couldn't listen anymore. You practice the iron sand palm, don't you? The back of your hand is flesh, but the palm is all stone, and you slap me with it, right? And you're still playing the victim? Ever since I was little, your fatherly love has been like a limited edition public toilet. I could never get in line. Lin Tianba still wanted to argue. I really wasn't biased. I just had different ways of educating you, and Lin Jian, you certainly aren't biased. After all, Lin Jian isn't your son. Being good to him can only be considered pouring your heart out for a bastard. And don't you dare insult the term fatherly love because you're not worthy. Your so-called fatherly love is you, a mountain, standing on my head to shelter a bastard from the wind and rain. At this, Lin Ran suddenly remembered an internet meme. You're so Lin Jian. Lin Ran had also learned how to use this meme. It felt quite interesting. Lin Tianba stared blankly at Lin Ran. He didn't understand. He was already so miserable. Why didn't Lin Ran hug his legs and cry, professing his longing for his father, but instead kept verbally attacking him? No matter what, we are still father and son. I was good to you too. After your mother passed away, I was the one who raised you. Mentioning the word mother, Lin Ran sighed. I feel so sad right now. Not sad for you, but for my mother who has long been gone from this world. It's utterly tragic that she met a beast like you who personally ended her life. Lin Tianba's eyes widened, a sealed memory opening in his mind. Back then, he was lonely and helpless. He had finally graduated and found a stable job, only to offend his superior, be sabotaged, fired, and blacklisted from the industry. In the end, with no other choice, he could only go to a construction site to move bricks. As he was gnawing on a steamed bun, a beautiful figure stood before him. Lin Tianba, hello. Let's get to know each other. My name is Su Yinyan. Are you willing to join my team? At that time, Lin Tianba was very grateful to this woman, thinking she was his benefactor, his angel. Later, he found himself falling in love with her and pursued her fiercely. Unexpectedly, his boss actually got together with him. Until one day, Lin Tianba discovered a terrible fact. Su Yinyan's desire to control him was too strong, making Lin Tianba want to escape. It was at this time that Lin Tianba set his sights on Luo Mei, this beautiful, kind, and gentle woman. The two started a secret affair. Su Yinyan didn't know about this because she was also pregnant at the time. Until one day, Su Yinyan said something to him that completely broke him. Tianba, remember this. If you dare to do anything to let me down, I will kill you, and then kill myself. I will hunt you down and kill you for all eternity. Lin Tianba was scared, so he decided to strike first, spending several years to orchestrate Su Yinyan's slow death. Of course, Luo Mei also knew about this, although she wasn't the mastermind. After Su Yinyan's death, Lin Tianba grew to dislike Lin Ran more and more, because Lin Ran looked too much like his deceased wife, which always made him very uncomfortable. He started to beat Lin Ran, curse at Lin Ran, and let his wife and son bully Lin Ran. He just didn't know how Lin Ran knew all of this. Lin Ran stared fiercely at Lin Tianba. This was a scar he hadn't intended to uncover, because so many years had passed, and he had no evidence. In his previous life, before he fell from the rooftop, Luo Mei had told him personally, that bitch your mother was personally killed by your father. And you little bastard, were pushed down by the person you love most. You and your mother are both sentimental fools, but sadly, you both fell for the wrong people. At that time, when Lin Ran hadn't fallen yet, his fingers were clinging to the edge of the rooftop. He looked at Lu Ruxiue in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a delicate girl like Lu Ruxiue would do such a thing. He had just signed the share transfer agreement. But when he saw the ferocious look in Lu Ruxiue's eyes, and she even frantically stomped on his hands clinging to the rooftop, his heart turned to ash. In an instant, he lost all will to live and fell. He couldn't find evidence for this matter, and so many years had passed. So, apart from mentioning it briefly he had never mentioned it to anyone else. He didn't want to be disrespectful to his mother. His mother was indeed blind to people, but she hadn't wronged him. He himself had also been blind and had wronged Luo Yao. This was one of the reasons why, even though Lin Tianba wasn't the one who directly killed him, Lin Ran hated him the most. He had personally killed his own mother and indirectly killed him. How could he let him die so easily? Lin Tianba wasn't miserable enough yet. Lin Ran wanted him to live in torment for the rest of his life. You're talking nonsense. Lin Ran stood up. You know in your heart whether it's nonsense or not. Lin Tianba, I will never let you go, not for my entire life. Lin Ran prepared to leave. He had already planned Lin Tianba's fate for many years to come. He had even collected taxes from Lin Tianba up to the year 2050. Lin Ran only hoped that Lin Tianba would live a little longer. Seeing Lin Ran about to leave, Lin Tianba became anxious. Son, Dad won't make you kneel and apologize anymore. Take Dad with you. Lin Ran's footsteps paused. Lin Tianba, thought he had a chance. Abu, leave him breathing but don't kill him. Abu had truly had his eyes open today. It was the first time he knew that such a scum of a father really existed in the world. So he used the most effective method of torturing someone without tools on Lin Tianba. One hand covered Lin Tianba's mouth to prevent him from screaming, while the two fingers of his other hand snapped Lin Tianba's small joints one by one, turning him into a complete and true cripple, the kind that even the entire Yi family couldn't cure. After resolving this matter, Lin Ran felt refreshed and clear-headed. Looking up at the sky, he showed a look of longing for the first time since his rebirth. "Mom, are you watching? I've avenged you." Lin Ran knew that Lin Tianba wouldn't stay inside for too long. After all, whether it was abuse, illegal detention, or illegal debauchery, he was the victim. As for the other crimes, Lin Ran didn't plan to pursue them, because then Lin Tianba would never get out. Free food might be bad, but it was still edible. Lin Ran wanted him to eat even worse food. A complete and utter cripple, and a deadbeat who couldn't go anywhere. What could he do after getting out? Maybe he could get some sympathy by begging on the streets? That is, if he wasn't recognized. "Young Master Lin, it's done. Lin Tianba is completely crippled." Lin Ran nodded. He now just wanted to say to some bleeding hearts, if you finished watching this part despite any physical discomfort, please curse a little less. A single blow to kill was never what Lin Ran wanted. Otherwise, on the first day of his rebirth, he could have just taken Luo Yao and wiped out the Lin family. Abu reminded him, "Young Master Lin, how should we deal with that Lureni? He's just a minor character. I don't need to deal with him personally. Besides, I'm quite grateful to him, so let's just forget it. But he has a son named Lu Jian. I don't like this person. Next time, I'll take you to get to know him." Understood. Lin Ran discovered that this Abu seemed to enjoy doing this kind of thing. Was this really the right mentality for a role model? After returning to the manor, Luo Yao was already home waiting for Lin Ran. She was in a good mood now. Chapter 400. When he saw Luo Yao, Lin Ran was also taken aback. He didn't expect Luo Yao to be back so early today. But the feeling of his wife waiting for him to come home was very warm. How does that saying go? Among the myriad of lights, there is one waiting for me. Yao Yao. Luo Yao walked right up to Lin Ran, and Lin Ran lowered his head to give her a gentle kiss. "A kiss of love for you will never be late." Hearing Lin Ran's daily sweet nothings, Luo Yao felt extremely happy. "Ran, I really, really love you. I really want you to be inside my body forever." All the maids in the villa blushed. Mrs. Words were a bit too direct, not shying away from anyone. "I love you too." Today, after she learned that Lin Ran already knew about Lu Rushua, Luo Yao felt as if she had been in a pool of honey all day. The reason she hadn't told Lin Ran in the past was because she was afraid. Lin Ran had seen her gentleness, her coldness, her ruthlessness, and her madness. Now, he had also seen her perversion. Then there was nothing left to fear him knowing. All the flaws that others perceived had been displayed before her Ran, and Lin Ran still hadn't run away. This meant he wouldn't run away again. Her only worry was that Lin Ran might suddenly disappear. But her Ran had promised many times that he would always be with her, so he probably wouldn't disappear again, right? "Ran, I'm so happy you love me this much." Lin Ran? Why the sudden sentiment? But it didn't matter. He loved Luo Yao to his very bones. As long as you're happy. By the way, the time is almost here. Then why don't we take advantage of this time to have more sex? After all, we might have fewer chances when we get busy. Yes, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the annual meeting. The annual meeting is a mandatory process for many companies each year, and a company as large as the Luo Group was no exception. Many people from the Luo Group from all over the country came to Kyoto to attend the annual meeting. As for those still on duty, they could participate online simultaneously. Although it was an internal live broadcast, the number of viewers reached over 100,000. And this wasn't even with everyone participating online, which showed just how many employees the Luo Group had. But no one could have imagined what a big event today would be. With official coordination, entry into the entire national stadium began queuing from noon, taking a full 2 hours to complete. At the same time, the number of viewers on the live stream was also rising crazily. Of course, it was limited to internal viewing by the Luo Group, prepared for those who were still working and couldn't come to Kyoto. Even the live streaming software was developed by the Luo Group itself. Every new employee had to use it, and it would be automatically deactivated upon resignation. The annual meeting officially began. Accompanied by dynamic opening music, several trucks drove directly onto a specially built stage. When the truck beds tipped, Piles of 100 yuan bills poured out, filling the entire prize pool. Then all the screens in the national stadium lit up, and Luo Yao's face, so beautiful it was breathtaking, yet still icy, was a stunning opening. Hello, partners of Luo's. Today is the annual summary meeting. Though it's called a summary, as per the tradition of previous years, everyone knows it's a time for distributing bonuses and commendations. Our prize pool this year is 1 billion. All Luo's employees, both online and offline, can participate. There will be 10 first prize winners of 20 million each, 100 second prize winners of 2 million each, 1,000 third prize winners of 200,000 each, 10,000 fourth prize winners of 20,000 each, and 100,000 fifth prize winners of 2,000 each. In other words, even if you haven't contributed a single cent to the Luo Group, you could become rich overnight. I wish you all good luck. The whole place cheered. This year's prize pool was indeed high. Although it couldn't guarantee that everyone would win, at least a large portion of people would. Just then, as the camera moved, Lin Ran also appeared. Ran, you say a few words too. Lin Ran was stunned for a moment. No one had said he had to give a speech. To be honest, Lin Ran was also shocked by the sight of 10 large trucks pouring out money into the prize pool. Hello everyone, I am your boss's husband. A single sentence, and the entire audience, both online and offline, roared with laughter. Actually, I don't have much to say. Just be happy today, everyone. I've seen many bosses talk about family this and family that. Today, I'm really envious of the Luo Group. Only my wife truly treats you all as family. I've never even seen so much money. Lin Ran had indeed never seen so much cash piled up together. The boss's husband is right. The boss is my family. Luo's is my home. Its development depends on everyone. Afterward, Lin Ran and Luo Yao walked out of the camera's view hand in hand, heading towards the main venue through the backstage lounge. And in the national stadium, the host had already announced the start. As for the procedure, it was quite traditional. A-list singers would open the show. Then the host would say some pleasantries and conduct the prize draw. The first draw was for the fifth prize, which was 100,000 winners. As all the screens scrolled, countless Luo Group employees received notifications of their win on their phones, and they broke into happy smiles. At least they had a guaranteed prize. The prize draws could be repeated, and there would definitely be a group of people who won multiple times. No one would suspect the draw was rigged because this was a unique tradition of the Luo Group. All employees registered their phone numbers before the annual meeting, and the draw was random. Then there were more performances, more prize draws, more bonus distributions, occasionally interspersed with speeches and remarks from the leaders of subsidiary companies. Finally, it was time for Lin Ran and Luo Yao to take the stage, because they were going to present awards, and after the presentation, Luo Yao still had to give a speech. There were 10 first prize winners. 3 were present at the venue, and 7 were online. The 3 people stood on the stage, while the 7 appeared on the big screen. One of them was actually from the Nuanyo Group. Lin Ran was a bit taken aback. This person wasn't an acquaintance, but he sort of knew her. It was the receptionist from the Nuanyo Group. Her name seemed to be something like Xiaola. Luo Yao personally presented her with the 20 million yuan prize medal and said, "Congratulations." The 3 people on stage were all grassroots employees. 2 of them were hugging each other and crying their eyes out. The other one was the receptionist. She didn't cry or make a fuss, because she had fainted from excitement. This kind of scene happened every year, and the medical staff skillfully carried the person away for emergency treatment. The 7 people online were also crying with joy. This feeling of becoming rich overnight was simply too overwhelming. Even though many people were prepared to receive this overwhelming fortune, few could handle it when it actually happened to them. After the award presentation, Luo Yao walked onto the stage, arm in arm with Lin Ran. As the head of the entire Luo Group, she naturally had to make a final summary and, at the same time, motivate the hardworking workhorses. As it was an internal company annual meeting, photography was not allowed at the venue, and even the live stream had a screen recording prohibition mode enabled.